Hello everyone and welcome to Flipside, the largest open bracket tournament of all time in Omega Strikers, I think.
Yep.
I don't know why I'm asking you, you barely play this game.
Oh, I'm great at this game. Played a total of 0 ranked matches since launch.
Oh no. Well, currently we are going to get you a crisp and clean winners round 1 game. Wake Forest Strikers versus Denture Goblins, but we're waiting for Denture Goblins to show up.
Well, it's not going to be too long of a wait, hopefully.
I pinged them. Hopefully they're here and it's not a DQ round 1. That would be pretty embarrassing.
So true. Let's watch this game. It's going to be great. I just got pizza. I got some white pizza. It's great.
What type of pizza?
White pizza. You know, without the tomato sauce and slightly different cheese composition.
Interesting.
Yeah, I got some basil and fresh garlic on it. It's no top tier New York pizza, but it's close.
Yeah, going to like you've been a New Yorker. Now that you're in college somewhere else, the food quality a little suspicious, I guess.
Incomparably suspicious. Like, I understand suspicious food quality, but it tastes great. I've been there. We've all been there. But suspicious food quality and doesn't taste amazing? Well... Also, living in suburbia for a little bit, oh my god. It's the same 3 restaurants. It's Italian. If you're really lucky, German, but nothing around here because, well, everyone calls that home food. There's a diner here that's pretty good. But yeah, no, it's just as expensive. Aye. Living good.
All right. They are having trouble finding Start GG chat. I don't blame them. Start GG is an annoying platform to use for the first time.
I found it enjoyable, but yeah, it's definitely something to get used to.
All right, I can tell you're eating pizza right now. Let's get into it. I said let's get into it, but we still have to wait for the queue. Gotta wait for the code in Omega Strikers. Code is ready. And we should be getting into it. It is all best of 1. Okay,
best of 1, anyone gets out?
Wait. Let me just point. Someone
in
the chat just said, please stop eating with your mouth full. How else would you eat?
I'll stop eating with my mouth full. I completely agree. I will do everything to accommodate for people who want me to eat without my mouth full. I'll take smaller bites, I think might be what they want from me. And that's what I'll go for. Smaller bites. Also, when the game starts, I'm going to stop eating. I haven't eaten anything all day. Like a tiny bird, yeah. I'm gonna peck on this bread.
Okay, we're about to start. Stop eating.
Okay. Putting everything away.
Oh, wait. The other pools haven't started? No shot.
Wait, so nothing started.
Oh god. Okay, I'll do this for y'all.
Fascinating. Also, you weren't kidding. This overlay does go so hard.
It is a little too goofy, I think.
It's such a goofy one, especially with like the actual text on top. But you know I'm a jazz enjoyer, so that text is actually right into my wheelhouse.
I started the pools for y'all, everyone. Yes.
For all the besties.
Why is everyone typing 1? Type 1 for gravity enjoyers. True, gravity part of possibly the greatest. Are we getting loading bug?
Hopefully not.
We might be getting loading bug.
Surely we're not getting loading bug. That would never happen to us on a professional level stream.
Apalm's in the chat. Apalm is confirming maybe loading bug. We'll just have to wait and see. And okay, we queue again.
We do it again. We run it back.
All right. Attempt 2. So,
let's go.
Wake Forest Strikers versus Denture Goblins. Let me pull up the rosters. It is Jumper, Malone, and A-Palm versus Doggitos, Lightning McQuaid, and Omega Devin.
Well, Omega Devin has Omega in it, so.
Oh, never mind. Teams are on the wrong side. I missed the 50-50. There we go.
He missed the 50-50.
Atlas's lab. This map is really funny. The gravity wall in the middle leads to a lot of curvy shots, leads to a lot of death and destruction.
It's really fun to bounce things off of. Just running into it for no reason. I absolutely love doing that.
Right, Kai and Aimi bans. Interesting. I guess both those are goalie bans in this meta because both of them are two of the top tier goalies at the moment. If anyone else says something else, they clearly are a low elo player and wrong, and I'm obviously correct.
You're obviously correct as the famed best goalie in the game.
Okay, maybe not that much, but let me just say, higher
as
rank,
the person
more valid
with the
opinion.
best takes.
Okay. So when I'm saying something in meta chat and Bells says don't listen to Saya, listen to Bells. Bells is higher ranked than me, you know? Okay, but we're going to game.
Lower number, better person.
And these comps are very similar. The Atlas goalie, a mainstay on this map because, well, you can just... Oh no, Malone. My
tragic.
thought is just immediately interrupted as the double barriers come in and Doggitos and Devin will try to connect and score right off the bat, but A-Palm's in the right place at the right time, putting a lot of pressure on the top barrier. Finally gets it, and now A-Palm and Jumper might have a chance at a goal here, but Doggitos body blocks the S.A.D.B.O.I.S special. Okay, bestie.
Oh, this is great. The S.A.D.B.O.I.S really hyping things up. I'm really enjoying this S.A.D.B.O.I gameplay as an S.A.D.B.O.I.S one trick.
Okay, but the real problem here is that Jumper and A-Palm just have way more possession. Look at Omega Devin alone in the midfield. And that just gets past Lightning McQuaid. Not enough move speed as Atlas to catch a cross-goal shot.
Just way too much pressure going in on there.
Okay.
Well, hopefully we'll see a bit of a reset here. Hopefully that momentum doesn't keep going for the team on the left.
Yeah, Denture Goblins really need to recover here, and that bounce might do it, but Jumper comes up to assist, doesn't even need to. Malone saves it, and now A-Palm is in there using the X Maximus. When you're hitting someone, now they're an even more hit stun. That's like the biggest change in the game, for me at least, is that you can't just stand there, get hit, and then strike back. You get stunned for much longer. And wow, what a KO. Now Jumper should be able to strike it in the goal. For those of you wanting to view the Awakenings in gear, here it is. Perfect form start with Adrenaline Rush on A-Palm. Interesting.
What's so interesting about that?
Okay, so basically, perfect form is generally good. It just lowers your cooldown, other cooldowns, importantly, whenever you hit an ability. But I think Adrenaline Rush on A-Palm is super important because this map is very volatile. A-Palm will be able to get the KOs. And I'm surprised more of Wake Forest hasn't taken that Adrenaline Rush. I feel like maybe triple Adrenaline Rush might have been really funny here, but honestly, there's a lot of Atlases. Death is here for A-Palm, the single Adrenaline Rush user. And that core flip, now called Energy Burst, but I doubt anyone will be using that term, is not really on the table. And a self-kill, a self-KO. Oh no, the Denture Goblins in shambles. The Jumper looks to solo goal. No, has A-Palm to back up. Trying to strike war here, but Lightning McQuaid makes the saves.
Wake Forest Strikers really dominant so far.
Yeah, the possession difference is insane. Wake Forest has had control for the vast majority. Even when the barriers go down, you have to think that they're in the advantage here.
Well, hopefully the Wake Forest are able to convert their lead. It's overtime right now, and there's still a chance, but it doesn't look good for Denture.
Oh, and yup, the first round, the first set going to Wake Forest as we head into the draft.
Let's see what they get here.
Okay. That's a little too awkward, but as someone who's like famously basically only played quick play, a quick play enjoyer. Which one of these Awakenings do you really enjoy getting?
Well, I really like, I don't think I actually go any of these, but quick play Awakenings are completely different than what's actually here. I feel, especially the ones that you choose, the random ones, I prefer to go. It's a good question. Quick strike, heavy impact's nice. It's not what I usually go. Rapid fire is amazing because that's always enjoyable to use. What do you think is the actual good choice?
I think A.P.O.M is the big winner here, picking up the big fish, getting staggered, but more importantly, size, and that X is just massive. We'll be able to stand on top of the opposing goalie in these strike wars. Loses one there, but should win more if they just play better and win more.
As it always should go. If they play better, they win.
Yeah,
that's a good thing about this new update.
Well,
you were talking about that the other day.
Oh yeah. It is interesting. You would think that the added variance kind of makes it so that it's easier for a worse team to sneak out a win, but overall it's felt like the better team just wins almost all the time. It feels like it's even more hopeless now, and as A.P.O.M just walks in that goal.
Yeah, I've noticed that since the beta. In the beta, I think games were much more of a coin flip. Even when I was playing with a couple, some Omegas when I was queuing with you, it seemed much more doable. But we just played in the quick play game against 2 Omegas the other day, and that really was very much more of a struggle. As you mentioned, only 2 Omegas can take you down.
Yeah, we were like farming quick play, but then we ran into Mirajin, and I forget. Oh, and Mochi Donuts, and
yep,
we were struggling because our offensive pressure was snuffed out. But A.P.O.M's offensive pressure right here, alive and well, just stands up on top of the goal using that big fish and the size of the X. It is just so oppressive, especially on this map, honestly. This is one of the maps where... oh no, as I was about to say something,
that's tragic.
By the core flip. And Jumper and A.P.O.M should get the goal here, just need to wait, set up Omega Devon and Dagitos defending for their lives. Dagitos with the good save, but has to pick.
The STEL goalie can't do it.
Had to pick a direction there, up or down, and Jumper picks down, covers with the stun on the blink, and that is a quick second round going to the side of Wake Forest.
It doesn't look good here for Denture Goblins. Hopefully they can eke something out, but it seems like it's going to be a complete sweep from Wake Forest.
Let's see. In the Awakening draft, Twin Drive being taken is pretty good for the side of Denture, but the real problem here is that A.P.O.M from Wake Forest has once again hit a size training. Build different and big fish, this X is taking up the entire map and you're not going to get it past him.
He's been really... A.P.O.M has been amazing at putting the pressure on the past few rounds.
And X as a pick has been really annoying. I don't think everyone would call him the best character in the game. I don't think most people would call him the best character in the game, but it is a fact that when you're in that high elo solo queue, X and Asher are quite possibly the 2 most banned characters for a reason. They are annoying and they are strong. They're also very easy to pilot. But that doesn't take away from how well A.P.O.M is playing this. Standing up at the top, ready to catch a pass, like right there, breaks the middle to have more room to play with, and just passing down to Jumper. Oh, but a bit of a blunder on the passing play. But Omega Devon barely staying alive. And now A.P.O.M can't get the barrier, but an amazing expanse from Lightning McQuaid keeps it safe.
A.P.O.M's just playing so well here.
Yeah,
could you analyze exactly what A.P.O.M's doing to make him this effective?
So I think the #1 mistake that a lot of people make in Omega Strikers is staying on their team's half of the field. But A.P.O.M is staying middle or even more forward and using the flips evade. That was so good! Using the invulnerability, the intangibility to get out of the Juliet special and then just flips it in.
What a sick hit. Something only A.P.O.M has done. The pressure that he's put on, he's been carrying this game.
Yeah, but let's not forget Jumper. Jumper has been that consistent force in the midfield, feeding it to A.P.O.M, procuring the rock, and right here...
immediately.
And it is unfortunate, but that will be the game in the favor of Wake Forest.
Was that a full sweep?
Yup.
Well, sucks to see, but it happens sometimes. Next tournament, surely they get it next time.
All right, have a peek at the stats as we head into the replays. Hopefully this works. There we go.
It works perfectly. Let's watch these replays. What a good hit by Jumper there. This is absolutely great. Is this replay system new?
No, I've had it for a bit, but it's
Ooh.
been less polished in the past for sure.
I really like how like seamless it's going this time.
Yeah, it's less that I did something different. Oh, there's the flip play.
There's the play
for that one.
Whew.
I have a winners round 2 match for stream now.
That's gonna be great to watch.
It's an actually pretty well-known team.
Ooh.
Soondubu Strikers.
Ooh, who are they playing against?
They're playing against Asher Mains on... Oh, sorry. They're playing against Prodigies.
Ooh.
Oh, wait, this is such a banger game. I'm so glad I caught this one.
Then pull it up. As he pulls it up, question for the chat. I got pizza, if people who tuned in earlier know. But what pizza do you like? What do you like on your pizza?
What pool are we streaming? Right now, we have hopped from pool 1 to pool 4.
Barbecue chicken. You know what? No, people can be entitled to their own opinions.
Are you saying that it's wrong?
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying I would never do it. I don't love how that sauce interacts with the tomato sauce. Chicken parm pizza? Taco pizza? What are you saying?
It's over, but thank you for
What are you saying?
Thank you for 500 followers, even if some of us have incorrect food takes.
Oh my god, taco pizza? Okay. What's in the taco pizza? You can't just say it's a plain taco pizza. Chicken parm doesn't sound too bad until I would think that a chicken parm pizza would have a double layer of cheese, and I'm not the biggest double layer of cheese. As I'm trying to lose some weight, I don't want the double layer of cheese to be too thick, but for chicken parm, it kind of needs to be for that. In addition, when I think of a good chicken parm sandwich, the order of the actual ingredients is completely in a completely different order than on an actual pizza. It would be chicken, then sauce, then cheese, and that makes a really good encapsulated product. But when you actually go to a pizza, you have the sauce on the bottom, then you have the cheese, then you have the meat. And you can add a little bit more cheese on top of that to try to make a good capsule, but it doesn't hit the same notes for me.
Oh, all right. Real quick.
Yes.
Predictions are up. Do you believe in Prodigies, which is a roster made out of Crow Leon, Pismitis, and Xeno, versus Soondubu Strikers, Reznok, Apabug, and Gramella?
I believe in Soondubu. I know nothing of both of them, but I like the name.
I mean, Soondubu is like... You know, Reznok made CoreStrike.gg, sponsored this tournament for a total of like $15.
Yeah?
The prize pool is like 600 Canadian, but we don't talk about that. It is still powered by CoreStrike.gg in the title. So,
Well, they contributed some money. If you want your thing to be read out, you can contribute more.
Channel point predictions, a bit of a conflict of interest. Gramella and Reznok. But that's fine. Who cares?
Who cares?
The real question is, where the hell are Prodigies? Hello? Oh, Pismitis is finally in the chat. Okay.
Oh yeah, and if you go on CoreStrike.gg, you can see that we're the third highest live stream on that site that they're looking at.
Third? This is so sad. We are robbed. We are being robbed.
We are robbed by, I believe that is a Japanese streamer, Alfreya, and Stir. We can't do anything about that.
Wait, that Japanese streamer is a cool name. It's just Raijin. They just got that name. That's
Ooh,
crazy.
That's sick. Well, we're not talking about other streamers here. We're talking about us, the best tournament hosts in the world. Except all of Melee. Melee comment. Can we talk about melee casters?
Melee casters, we need to be more like melee casters. You need to stop trying to be a commentator and just talk with me during the set. We need to just like say random things.
I can always do that. I'll do anything you want me to try.
But right now, Prodigies are a heavy prediction underdog, though. It is looking a little doomed for them.
You know what? I'll give them a couple of my points. How many points do I have? Only 50k.
You have 50k bestie bucks? How? How?
Well, I'm a bit of a bestie.
Wait, how? Alright, draft.
Let's get in here. Ooh, error pick. Error goalie. Is that going to be Reznok on goalie?
Yep. And Reznok, a pretty good goalie. Hit Omega during the beta, is still very good now. I think the important thing to know is that Prodigies are aware. Prodigies know that Appa-Bug is a bit of a Juliet one trick. Appa's Juliet, one of the best in the game. So they ban it. They are smart.
What's the secret sauce?
Secrets, they play Juliet well. They're Juliet player, you know?
That happens. That does happen.
On the other side, there's another character player duo, Croleone and Aimee. And that has gone through, so maybe that will be the difference maker here.
Hopefully.
Hopefully for Prodigies, at least. Soondubu Strikers fans out in full force.
I gotta give a couple of my channel points to Soondubu.
Right, as Reznok opting for the strike shot, I should probably press tab to show you the gear. As Croleone lets 2 barriers through, and if Grimella and Appa play this midfield, this should be a pretty easy goal for them. But no, Croleone's so active, playing up as Xeno Gemini tries to contest Appa. Oh no!
Oh, this is tragic.
Goes for the barrage instead of the strike, and that is the first goal. Appa-Bug scoring early.
Appa-Bug just absolutely doing a good job.
Alright, but
this is such a fun map. We've got it twice.
I know, right? I really enjoy this map because there's so much you could do with the center part.
Even not looking at the center part, I just really like the actual locks, the formation of them. They're really fun to play with. But of course, the center just makes it even better.
Appa's pushing up, and it's important to note that Drakkar has been heavily reworked since the beta. Drakkar used to be a killing machine, the best killing machine in the game. Now, he prefers peace and scoring the goals, just like Appa and
just
Grimella,
like that,
right there.
This is just going so cleanly for them. Oh, that's such a cute emote. I love that emote, just wrapped in a blanket.
Yeah.
The cute emotes are great.
Alright, but
are we gonna be able to see the best emote used here soon?
The best emote. Well, there are a lot of candidates for best emote, but right now the best player may very well be Grimella, going for the solo goal gate. Almost gets it, but Xeno with the good clear away. And also another factor is this is a West Coast game. Reznok, Grimella, and Appa are West Coasters. They will be sending people to the West Coast all day.
Ping is a really big aspect, right?
Yeah, ping's insane in Omega Strikers. But that doesn't take away, like, even if ping occurs, a bottom 1 team will not be the top 1 team, you know?
That's always true. Especially with this new rework.
Right, but Flip's coming out. And as Appa has possession, gets the barrier with just a single strike, as Pissmite is really trying to get that last barrier, but unable to, KO'd. Now Appa and Xeno scrambling for control, but Croleone wastes a strike. That could have been fatal. And now Xeno with the good clear, but Reznok just, that strike shot usage, putting the pressure on 24/7. They're playing this so well.
They're playing this amazingly. Well, that's the first set one. Let's see what they're gonna roll.
Ooh, okay. There's
what
a
would
lot
you go
of
here
stuff.
for here?
I don't know what to say. Like, there's a lot of good options. Asher stacks for the speed. Kai, spin drive. There's no like super optimal options though. Croleone definitely wants a super surge. Aimee super surge pretty much a staple, but no one got like their best possible awakening in this particular draft. So the side of Prodigies can like pretty I guess they feel a little more safe after that one because it could have been worse.
It could have been worse.
Right, and now S.A.D.B.O.I.S trying to be the hero, but I think a big factor is that Crowleon is a little too scared to step out of their side of the field because Xeno's being pressured so hard. As they go for a KO on Appa, finally
And
dead.
Appa's dead?
Yeah, they combined. I'm pretty sure Crow contributed with like, was it no, Xeno contributed with the strike shot there as S.A.D.B.O.I.S goes for a goal, but Reznok using the shrink so well. There are bans, by the way. Juliet and oh, what a snipe by Gramella. The bans were Juliet and what was the other ban? Someone
I don't think it showed. Wait, no, it did show. It did show. Wow, I completely forgot.
It was Juliet and
Someone else remember? Atlas.
Atlas. There we go. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the save.
Right, but
I think the team we watched is the one who banned Atlas. Soondubu.
Yeah, Soondubu banned Atlas. Yes. Now
Yes.
I'm remembering. Oh, but a KO and that arrow tornado has. I don't know what it is. It just feels so different from beta. It just kills so much more reliably as the barriers are down. As Appa and Gramella cover both sides of the goal. Appa going in to try and disrupt Xeno as that flip comes in.
What a flip.
Wow. Those angles are so nasty, and Reznok just hit a really good one.
That entire team has been popping off so hard. Soondubu just completely dominating the game so far. Do you think there's a chance? Do you think Prodigy still has a chance to take this home?
I think it's a bit of a case study on like pick ban because Xeno being an Atlas main getting banned out is really hurting, and then also picking the Kai who has a small hitbox. If you like have super deep knowledge of, not even super deep, but if you know what teams are playing and what team you're playing against, the smart pick would have been to counterpick Dubu here. But
really,
yeah, because Dubu is so big, it is much easier to play big characters on high ping because your strike hitbox is just less. There's more margin of error, more margin for it, more room for error. There we go.
That's the word. That's the phrase. That's what you've been looking for.
Timeless creator for Reznok though. Those tornadoes are about to be deadly, even more deadly than before.
Even more deadly than the 3 kills they've already gotten.
Xeno is getting hotshot here though. That's really good for Kai. Gets you that cooldown refund, gets you more barrages, but so far the barrage hasn't been a difference maker. It's been the goals that are sneaking around him when he's been caught in barrage animation anyway. And unstoppable as the unlimited falling all the way down to Appa. Appa will be truly unstoppable at this point. Oh, and the people pointed out the stinger on Gramella. That Dracar ulti is going to just absolutely shred the health bars. Crowleon is gone. Xeno is gone. Stinger, the power of that awakening. And now
the sheer strength. How?
Gramella shot it. Gramella shot it out of there. Now S.A.D.B.O.I.S can 1v3.
He is 1v3ing. I can't believe Midas is just absolutely... Well, he can't do everything, but...
Okay. Well, the side of Prodigy is living to fight another day for the moment. Defensive firewall sentry by Crowleon, but a kill by Gramella. Gramella turning into a KO machine. Looking like old Dracar out here, and Appa just sweeps up the goal.
This is just looking like a complete sweep. Another one to further prove your point of the new changes being completely conducive towards better team wins every time.
Well, it's more like the game snowballs much harder, and you can't really. There's no random goal factor. You have to take the barriers down, so the better team has insurance, and they can play more aggressively, really. But Reznok hitting the own barrier, trying to clear it away from the massive S.A.D.B.O.I.S. There might be a shot here. Crowleon and S.A.D.B.O.I.S, but no, the curve passes it to Gramella instead, and now Gramella has possession, is shredding S.A.D.B.O.I.S, and that health bar is looking low. Appa kills their own teammate.
Fascinating.
And now Crowleon going for a goal, gets the flip, and
let's go.
A point on the board for the Prodigies.
Is this their comeback? Is this their story?
I mean, if they're gonna come back, it has to be now. They have to make it happen.
I believe. I am a believer. I know that you're a famous not believer, but I believe in Prodigies. They have a chance to bring this all the way back.
All right.
And it's going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, Grimelwa just 1v1ing Crowleone. And Crowleone should be out of there soon. Survives. That could be the key. Xeno Gemini playing offensively. Crowleone almost misplaying, but getting the glitch pop. And no, the goal barrier still goes down. And Crowleone goes down as well. Xeno tries with the strike shot so desperately. But Apple will get the goal.
Ooh, that animated emote's pretty fun. Pretty fire.
Right, but it is the last point. The last point is just left behind here. All Soondubu Strikers need is one goal, but S.A.D.B.O.I.S is trying their hardest. One-man army getting both barriers solo. And now Xeno just has to defend for a little bit, but S.A.D.B.O.I.S is being targeted hard. Health bar almost gone. Use the elusive well. No! Why would you dribble? Why would you pass? There was a free goal!
That's a tragic case of events.
And I forgot to press the replay button so we can't see that again.
No.
Oh, and there it is. Appa does not miss those opportunities, and that will be the end of Prodigy's winner bracket life. They drop down to the losers bracket.
Who are they going to play? Is that known yet?
I will have to check that one. They will play the winner of Duo and Puck Go In. So they should be pretty favored in that matchup at least.
Hopefully. Hopefully we can see a return of them later on in the tournament.
I don't know. It's like at low elo, there's the strike it at the goalie syndrome where
Yes.
forwards are in the position to score and then they strike it at the goalie and the goalie gets the freest save ever. But at high elo, there's dribble syndrome where there's an open angle but people just dribble it down.
Well, honestly, this has just been a great game so far. It got pretty tense in a couple of moments, but really Soondubu had it. The prediction really came through for those who believe in Soondubu, which is the majority of people. Seems to be a pretty clear matchup. Do we have any news on the next people we're going to watch?
Oh, okay. Apparently we're watching the winner of Glorious Ignition and Cock versus Silly Goofy Cats.
Silly Goofy Cats. You know I love cats. My cat is great. I have a Maine Coon, and I absolutely love him. He's adorable, but he's such a little feisty boy.
Okay.
Sorry, you know I love my cats. My cat. Have you been thinking about getting a cat anytime soon? I know it's not the best, but
I'm a bit of a pet disliker here.
I cannot believe you. How dare you?
Yeah.
How dare you not like I understand every other pet, but cats. I have a cat, therefore everyone should want to have cats. So can you tell us a bit more about those teams?
Alright, Silly Goofy Cats has three very notable members, Liari, Bobadex, and Enoch. Liari, one of the best Juno players and a great general forward player in the game. Bobadex, an amazing goalie, has been on top rosters. And Enoch, a Juliet player who has hopefully widened their horizons past that character. I'm pretty sure they have. I've ran into them a few times.
Ooh, did they win any of that?
I don't remember. I've played so many games. Like
tragic.
Okay, so we're waiting on Glorious Ignition versus Cock. That game should end soon, hopefully. But so far we're in the talk show. Enoch's in chat. I'm so sorry, Enoch. Please defend yourself. Tell me how I'm wrong.
Please fully defend yourself, and we give you full reign to say whatever you want about anyone and everyone.
Enoch? Hello?
Is Enoch one of the greatest of all time? Is this true?
I mean, give me a second. Let me check the stats.
Pull up the stat sheet.
You know, Enoch has won an Omega Tuesday. And everyone knows Omega Tuesdays are the greatest Omega Strikers tournaments. They're the most competitive, the highest stakes. Liari would know, being a multi-time Omega Tuesday champion. And since Enoch has a title, well, he must be one of the greatest players of all time.
Indisputable.
Okay, Glorious Ignition, Cock. Okay, what are the rosters? Glorious Ignition is My Cup, Ignis, and KFC Manager versus Caspor, Orange and Black 5, and Castafiore. Cock is such a funny name because they have two people whose names start with Cass, and then they just have Orange and Black 5.
Ooh, that's going to be interesting.
I do have to think that Glorious Ignition are heavily favored, though. It is the 8th seed versus the 25th. It is like 3 Omegas versus no Omegas, so... But we'll see how it goes.
We'll see how it goes, and hopefully as many people who want to see my main Kun will be able to, as what's happening in the chat right now, if you haven't noticed. I need to get the pictures ready.
The predictions will be up as soon as Glorious Ignition and Cock finish their game. I've said Cock so many times. Everyone knows it stands for COC.
Clash of Clans, which I have been playing. I started at the beginning of the pandemic, and you know my base has been good. I am so close to Town Hall 13.
I am... You better not play the sound.
Yeah. I'm not going to, but no, I thought of it like 2 hours ago. I considered it and immediately threw it out of my mind as that's probably copyrighted. But that's not the actual reason. It's just, that doesn't seem like a really funny bit.
That's
a funnier bit. That's a funnier bit.
It's not Clash of Clans.
That's a funnier bit. We don't do Clash of Clans here. We play Clash Royale. This is a Clash Royale house.
It's so over.
I don't play Clash Royale.
The effects of the Glorious Ignition COC game taking so long have been devastating on the stream.
Who do you think is going to win that game? What is it? What
Glorious
is it
Ignition.
like?
I would put money on Glorious Ignition.
You're putting money on Glorious Ignition. Okay, I don't disagree with you in the slightest. There, I don't. I don't think COC is the best name. Does it stand for anything? Let's try to justify this. Does it stand for anything in the slightest?
It's their team members' initials. Honestly, those are the lamest names. Not a fan. L ratio.
Oh, you heard it here first. Sayaduk, the Kamidari TV organizer, doesn't like that. Not a fan. Well, what have you eaten for lunch? Have you eaten anything today?
Yeah, I went out and got a spicy chicken sandwich. It was pretty good.
Ooh.
But you know what's also good? Glorious Ignition versus Silly Goofy Cats coming up right now. I'll do the prediction first.
Set up the prediction as I get my cat photos ready for any prospective wanters of that. Oop, that wasn't intentional.
What? No way that wasn't intentional. You're capping. No.
I open up my phone again to send the pictures because I have the pictures of my cat stored on my phone. And it just instantly played. Need to dodge all of my jazz memes and try to find the images. This one goes out to all the accidental Clash of Clans openers in the middle of class.
Oh, in the middle. Okay, well, it's their fault for not turning their volume off.
That's true. But it was very funny, so honestly, worth it.
Oh, wait, the round timers are messed up. Give me a sec, I'll fix those.
Go fix that. You got this. I believe in you. What was the problem with the round timers? Just off time?
They were too long.
That makes sense. Oh, I really want plov. I'm looking through my pictures, my images, and plov is a rice dish. I'm not going to explain too much about it. It just Google it. Pilaf if is probably the Google friendly way to search it. It's really tasty. I like lamb in it, and I haven't had it in a few months since I haven't been home in a few months. Oh, when's the last time I had it? Like 8 months ago? Oof. Oh, level 7 dragons. Nice. There's a little bit of Reznok love happening in chat.
A lot of
Just
Reznok
Reznok adoration.
So many Reznok fans in the chat. I don't blame them. The Core Strike GG, man, is kind of cool.
Yep. Oh, is he the Core Strike GG owner?
Yep.
The individual? That's sick.
And Naka asking for stat inflation.
Is that bannable?
Well, Reznok makes the rules. We are ready, I think, for Glorious Ignition versus Silly Goofy Cats. This should be our best set yet. This should be, hopefully, down to the wire. Because both teams are top 8 teams.
That'll be a great change of pace.
But predictions so far are not close at all. Silly Goofy Cats with 93% versus 7%. I know okay. I know whenever... I know that
whenever?
I know Ignis has not had a good history of exceeding his seed in tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean you should vote against him here, right? Surely. Surely
we have a couple of believers.
Yeah, Reznok believes in Ignis, right?
If Reznok believes, everyone has to believe.
Okay, so... real talk.
Yes.
I forgot to set my Discord status to online.
You don't forget. What do you mean you forget? Your Discord status is never online. This is like one of the biggest gripes I have with you. You're never online. You never show online on Discord, even when you're streaming something in a different server. And you respond to DMs 3 days late, if at all. That being said, you've been better on that. I've been happier. You only took... the last time you responded to me only took 1 minute, which is... honestly, I don't think it's ever been faster than that.
Where are the teams? We are dropping viewers by the second. It is
we
so
are
over.
Collapsing by the millisecond because not a single team is viewable at this moment, and we're up for a really hyped game. Hopefully it's going to be close, but I need to see Silly Goofy Cats pull something silly.
Oh, wait, Kaz. What topic? What am I dodging?
He's dodging, and he knows it. He's dodging the truth. Truth no one wants to see.
Kaz,
we have Ignition fans.
Kaz, please. What am I dodging?
He is stun locked by that one message.
There
is no way you don't know.
What do you mean?
This is something to...
Okay, I coin flipped correctly this time.
He is ignoring it again. He is continuing to ignore it.
Okay, I get it now. Oh, the DMs. Yes. Okay.
I love that Dubu skin. It's a great skin. Talking about skins, remember to support the devs. They've been doing a really good job. Buy all the skins that you can afford.
Yeah, the Juno band's coming out, but the Rasmus band on this other side, pretty smart in the face of the map called Imi's App, where the hole is in the middle and hooks. I can't find a rhyme for middle.
Really?
Hooks will be
Hooks will draw in the fiddle?
Fiddlesticks is not in this game, bestie.
There is an instrument called fiddle. What do you mean fiddle
Oh,
sticks?
true. Wait, is that why Rasmus's theme has violins in it?
What do you think?
Okay, well, we're heading into game. Glorious Ignition versus Silly Goofy Cats. Mod check. Give me a sec. No game sound for a sec. Man, that took like. There we go.
Oh, we already have a death.
All right, well, a KO already. Ignis and Enoch on the Julie. Enoch was like questioning me calling him a Julie one trick, and he picks the Julie. Not very convincing here.
Does he really need to convince you?
No. But okay, so to any lower elo players here, watch KFC Manager's gameplay. They're playing in a very basic manner, but their very basic play is exactly what you should be doing. Vertical hits are broken in this game. You should be... Oh, well, Enoch's in there, and the Ari and Enoch connecting. No. See? The vertical clears. The vertical clears are there. The vertical clears are so broken. If you're a goalie and you're not vertical clearing, you should right now. Okay.
Number one tip to climb by one of the best goalies in the game.
One of the best, as in maybe top 20. Very fringe best.
Top 1%.
Okay, well, Enoch catches the pass. KFC has the fundamentals, but Dubu can't teleport across the goal.
Nope. Doesn't have a teleport.
Alright, so you're saying watch Bobadex because he hasn't lost a barrier still. That is because he's playing a broken character. He's playing Drakkar goalie on Aimi's app. You should never lose a barrier ever as Drakkar goalie on Aimi's app. The shotgun is such a busted ability for goalie on this map and on that character. It is way too good.
Oh, that was so close.
Right, and MyCup and Bobadex exchanging basically the same thing, except Bobadex gets 2 charges of it. And now MyCup once again looking for a goal opportunity, but Ignis is kind of leaving MyCup out to dry, it feels like. They're not really connecting. If you look at Enoch and Liari, their positioning is such that it's much better. The passes are more possible. Ignis and MyCup just feel a little disconnected. That team synergy could be important. Kisu, thanks for the raid. And any Kisu fans, look forward to Kisu commentary after we end, which is in like an hour, so stick around. Up our stream.
Stick around for a while.
As Enoch doubles the amount of goals he has in this game so far.
It really seems like the fan favorite is running away with the lead.
Yeah, well, there's a reason Silly Goofy Cats has the prediction money and has a seed that's higher by exactly 1. They're simply the better team, I guess.
Yep. Who's the one who seeded everything?
This tournament was a bit special. So that no one could complain about their seed, it was seeded by peak rank since launch.
Ooh. Oh, I did see that.
Yeah, you were asking for the team, and KFC was not ready. Enoch mind games. And right there's another top player thing. At low elo, everyone strikes as soon as they come in contact with the core. Top players wait forever. The longer someone waits, the better they are. Well, not exactly, but pretty much. Like,
well,
you have to wait. You have to just wait.
Anything you're looking at people picking up here? Any best in slots?
Enoch getting unstoppable is huge. Doesn't have to be nearly as worried about dying off the side, if at all, and it is a bit huge. Why did KFC take the adrenaline rush when Hotshot was up? Hotshot falls to Bobadex somehow? And now Bobadex will be even more unscorable on, while KFC has adrenaline rush on Jubu goalie. But as I say that, Bobadex gets scored on by MyCup.
This is going to be a fun game, it seems. This is going to be the closest one yet.
Yeah, KFC had like 3 better choices than Adrenaline there, but it is okay because they're winning, therefore their choices were better. Which is the logic that results-based analysis is truly the greatest, am I right?
Okay, baseball fan.
Wait a second. Alright, but Ignis harassing Bobadex, but that evade is so good. With just a third of your meter, you can negate a KO, you can save a goal. And now LYTE controlling the midfield as Ignis tries to get in there, but Ignis and MyCup once again feeling a little disconnected. They are a little bit far apart, and Bobadex is just getting to clear with the assistance of LYTE and Enoch. Even though they're clumped up, it still feels pretty safe as Enoch will be able to push up. And that KFC slam isn't enough as LYTE targets the bottom of the barrier, tries to get a pass up, but MyCup with the interception trying to get some offensive pressure, but Enoch has to flip, goes to try and catch a clear angle, the log, but the amazing strike reaction from KFC saves it. It goes through the Dubu wall. Tofu Fortress. Coffee pasta time. Who has it?
Who has the coffee pasta? Send it once.
Alright, but now Enoch in position to score once again. Defensive flip coming out from KFC. It's late. Sends it up to LYTE, but LYTE isn't able to aim it in the goal. Saving grace for KFC. Gets it past Enoch. MyCup trying to pass it up. Hits it backwards. Gets to barrier. And now Ignis and MyCup may be able to make something happen here.
KFC is really being the MVP of this game. He's absorbed so much pressure.
I mean, you have to play well to make up for that absolute throw in draft, you know?
Yeah.
Boba got, like, what he wanted, and KFC could have got that. Could have taken it away and benefited from it. Got one of the worst, not one of the worst, but, like, definitely a very suboptimal one. Ignis goes for a dash punch. Amazing save by Bobadex using the Drakkar special. And now the clears are coming out. MyCup tries to cheese with the strike into special, but it's not going to happen against Bobadex. And do you see
it's a really good game here.
Do you see that Drakkar shotgun?
Yeah.
That coverage on the side of the goal, and LYTE trying to style on KFC, but Dubu is big, and Dubu will cover the goal. As Ignis is lurking, and okay, there it is. Finally, a team play coming out.
This is shaping up to be the most interesting one yet.
Oh, okay. What if we just chat now? I feel like
yeah, no. Honestly, can we just talk about the suit, Drakkar suit?
That is honestly one of the best skins, and I can't believe it's free.
It's so good.
Wait, is it free?
It's with the currency that you get by leveling up.
Wait, no, wait.
Right?
No, it's not free, right? It's you have to buy the battle pass. It's still very good. It's like so good. And then they put Cheeto Drakkar in the same battle pass. That orange monstrosity.
What a reskin. You called it Cheeto Drakkar, and I haven't been able to unsee it. I just want to see, not even necessarily like Cheeto bag, but like, you know, the Dorito triangle. I want to see that as a Drakkar skin now. I don't know how good it will be for visibility, but
I want someone to edit. Oh no, KFC strikes downwards into the barrier, trying to clear it at an angle, and now Bobadex getting the KO. Enoch and LYTE with the team play, and KFC tries their hardest, but no angles were open except for like maybe a slight top one that Enoch could have read with a dash punch anyway.
Well,
alright, but you know, in this particular set, the side of Glorious Ignition still has a goal lead, is about to get the barrier. Good blink by MyCup, and if there's one thing that MyCup is known for, it's using that blink. Was a little too reliant on it during the beta to the point of people making fun of him, but now climbs the ladder, makes the plays. What isn't there to love about this S.A.D.B.O.I.S? Well, okay, gets KO'd off the side, but amazing save by KFC. That strike timing was impeccable, and now has to make a save against Enoch using the abilities, using the log, but almost gets taken out, has the defensive flip, mind games Enoch, and now MyCup has a chance, has an opportunity, but blinks forward while the core is going the other way, and now MyCup right now doesn't have cooldowns. S.A.D.B.O.I.S got heavily nerfed on the cooldown front, isn't able to rinse and repeat as fast. Right.
Pretty good nerf. I've actually quite enjoyed S.A.D.B.O.I.S before the nerf, and it was something else.
Yeah, S.A.D.B.O.I.S wasn't the flashiest character, but was kind of the glue holding a lot of broken team comps together near the end of beta. Now Ignis and MyCup with a passing play, but Bobadex is fully aware, but finally gets caught by the Ignis dash punch, and it's even.
1-1.
Alright, and while we're in this draft, I gotta ask, is the audio balance okay? Because the one thing I always mess up during tournaments is audio balance. Like, I am so bad at that.
Well, let's see how much I sound, how loud I am in this. I think I'm a bit loud.
Okay, first time with good audio. KFC took prime time. Well, actually, no, that's good.
What is
actually,
this?
no, you have to deny Drakkar. Well, Drakkar...
That's fair, you know?
Well, it's a lose-lose, because Drakkar's missile prop anyway.
I think it was a good choice. I don't mind
I guess you say, well, he gets missile prop anyway, so you take Big Fish, because now Liari has Big Fish, and now Liari's just a Strike War menace, as Enoch is built different. That entire team is massive, as they get the KO, and they should get the goal too, because they'll just win the Strike Wars. Oh, but an amazing slam by KFC, the rollout coming in, but once again, Liari and Bobadex just continuing the pressures. And it's like this, when MyCup and Ignis have pressure, it's like a one-off, but Enoch and Liari are controlling the midfield in such a way that it continues to repeat. And Bobadex is also playing a pseudo midfielder, a second midfielder if you will. That means Enoch and Liari can just stand up there permanently. The pressure does not end. And that's the main problem with playing Soondubu goalie. You can't do that nearly as well with Soondubu goalie because you don't have that fast projectile, you don't have the speed buff, and if you clear up, Enoch is there to snipe it.
Yep. It just seems like the pressure's too hard for the GOAT KFC to be able to actually handle it because he's been the MVP. He got the title card last set, mind you, and it's been beautiful watching him work, but it's not enough. It's just not going enough. Yeah, what do you think they need to do?
I think they lost in character select. Soondubu goalie is too passive at the top level. There's a reason why Soondubu is rarely seen, except on like maps where it's like super anti-stuff like Oni Village, but even then it's like, I'm not going to say too many crazy takes because I'm a very off-meta goalie player. I play the worst variant of Luna and I still reached like top 20 NA, so like, but it just feels like Soondubu is just way too passive, and VR and Enoch are reaping the benefits of this direct goalie.
New Drakkar has been really fun to watch and play.
Yeah, and previously we saw the Stinger forward variant. It was core control until the Stinger got activated, and then it was a killing machine. But on goalie, it is just core control all the time. You make the saves, and what an angle by Enoch wins the strike war. KFC was not ready. And Ignis, you have to win those.
It seems like it's going to be not a reverse sweep, but what should we call this? A set sweep?
There's no special name. It's already 1-1. Oh, but a flip into a flip. The log is there. And I'm not even sure if the log really did anything, but it doesn't matter as the speed up into the Enoch pass, and that set is taken away until Goofy Cat's back on the driver's seat.
Yep, 2-1. Game set.
Okay, well,
Stinger. We could see Stinger on Drakkar. It's not going to happen, but we could see it.
Stinger's going to be denied. Stinger's going to be denied, and okay, I don't know. It's just a combination of so many factors. KFC trolling the draft, but before that, it was the Soondubu pick being too passive, and then there's also the fact that Estelle Juliet doesn't have that much core control anymore because Estelle doesn't have the speed, has much longer cooldowns now. This team comp just is really, really doomed, it feels like.
I mean, hopefully we can see something work out here. But I haven't been able to stop thinking about the suits. I love my suits, but you know, trench coat. I want to see one of them in a trench coat.
Okay, well, that makes one of us, as Enoch tries to make it only one forward on the side of Glorious Ignition with that dash punch. Maybe doesn't even need the KO. KFC, using the cooldowns for insurance, wins the strike war against Enoch, but Enoch is back for more despite being staggered. He can just dodge, and if MyCup misses, he'll be alive for basically forever. And now he regens back. Oh, but Bobadex with the strike whiff, and with the longer strike cooldown, those strike whiffs hurt a lot more, but early special from MyCup means that that save is trivial for Bobadex, and people are talking about quick strikes in the chat. Was quick strikes passed over in that draft? No way. No shot. Anyway.
Who do you think quick strikes would have been great on?
Honestly, literally anyone. This is a core controller's game. Anyone who picks up quick strikes has an immediate advantage, and right there, the passing play, and we're going to see more of that, you know?
Yep. Silly Goofy Cats just absolutely playing so well today.
Yeah, and they'll have to keep it up to fight against some of the stronger teams because the competition only gets fiercer as the bracket moves on. It's the 9th seed versus the 8th seed.
Who do you think's the favorite to take it all?
Favorite to take it all? I would have to say S.A.D.B.O.I.S. That roster is kind of insane, but that's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about the team that Enoch is on, getting the KO, but MyCup winning the crucial strike war, unable to get the barrier though. And now KFC with the wall has to hold on, but it's just too much. And yeah,
you can't let that up.
And honestly though, I think KFC could be playing this differently. The game right now, you can't stand back at your goal. As a goal, you need to play further up. You need to be a yeesh liner. You need to stand far up to be a pseudo midfielder. There's a reason Bobadex is pushing up whenever his forwards have an advantage. That midfield presence is so important, and KFC is doing a little bit of it now, stepping in front of Enoch to clear, but if it's just the clears, you need to like constantly be in front, be that presence there.
You think Dubu can really accomplish that too well this patch?
Oh, you kind of need the right awakenings. You kind of want speed for that to happen, and the KFC notably passed on Stacks, the best speed awakening. So, yeah, maybe a little lost in draft as that final goal approaches. Enoch is lurking. Liari is there. The dash is saved. KFC making the saves, making it happen, but finally the punch. And there it is. Enoch secures the last set of the game, and the ones moving on are Silly Goofy Cats.
As the chat correctly notices, KFC is just absolutely robbed at draft. But the fan favorite Silly Goofy Cats, they win.
Yeah, I blamed KFC a lot there, but he had it hard. His teammates were not playing core control characters. They were not core controlling. He could have done a lot, but his teammates could have done more. But overall, Silly Goofy Cats, a very coordinated team. Very deserved win. Well played.
I really feel like that was the most interesting game we've had so far. Do you think it'll just get more interesting from here as we go to higher and higher seeds? As we take a look at more and more winners bracket games?
Oh, we're about to see Quest Esports versus Comeback Kings, an iconic matchup from
Comeback
Beta.
Kings.
Quest Esports versus Comeback Kings is so iconic. Holy shit.
When's the last time that's happened?
They played so many times during Beta. And I don't know. I think people will recognize the names on both of these teams. Definitely a banger.
List them out, if you don't mind.
Alright, Quest Esports has Hamster Quest, Yeesh, and now Lumos. Comeback Kings with Daftgrass, Cameron Double, and substitute fan favorite Gravity_OS1 who boosted their seeding all the way to the sky.
What's the seeds?
6 and 11.
Is that like...
But I don't think Comeback Kings will play like an 11 seed.
Okay.
Because, like, Cameron and Double, I'm pretty sure, are like super low ranked right now because they barely played.
Okay.
Wait, no, maybe Daftgrass is the one who's... well, there are 2 people on Comeback Kings who are trolling their seeding.
Really? Have they just not grinded at all of competitive? Have they been quick playing? Have they joined the light side of quick play only?
I guess they've been like just playing scrims, I guess. With S.A.D.B.O.I.S and Core Flip is taking 22 minutes? No shot.
Ooh.
Oh wait, Core Flip is heavily underseeded because of its Streak, Puffy, and Overflow and Barcode.
Ooh.
They're meeting S.A.D.B.O.I.S that early? No way.
That's tragic.
Oh, they just won? Sheesh. Okay. Well then.
Late info. Oh, is that Castle? That's the Castle, the one I beat in a Maiden and Spell tournament?
Pinguinos' only Maiden and Spell win of all time.
Uh-huh. I honestly completely forgot that I won even a single game, and then I saw Castle here.
Castle catching strays.
I'm sorry, Castle. You don't deserve it. It's just the only thing I have left.
Predictions are up. Get your predictions in quick because... wait. I miswrote a team name. That's Quest.
Yeah.
In-game clear replays.
Yep.
Did I remember to play replays? Whatever.
Yes, you did.
Okay,
You did
good,
play
good,
replays.
Good.
The replay system is so cool. I'm so happy you made that.
I didn't make it. Someone else made the plugin. I just got a better
really?
computer so my computer doesn't crash when I try to replay. Back in beta, I was replaying and my stream just went under during like winter semis.
I think I was there.
Yeah, it was really funny.
Hi.
All right, but we are heading into game. Imy's app, you should expect only one Rasmus, only Lumos on the Rasmus.
Fascinating.
We'll see how Comeback Kings plays against this because it is Imy's app. This is the Rasmus stage. Oh well, there's a lot of prime time going around. And Daftgrass on the Atlas goalie. Yeesh on the S.A.D.B.O.I.S trying to make it happen, but Cameron... I don't know how this game will play out. Two very interesting team comps. Two very... I don't know. We'll have to see how they play it. But Hamster Quest playing a lot of core control. Yeesh past the Yeesh shot line. Unpunished. That bounce was so lucky.
We stay unpunished.
No shot.
That was great.
Okay, well... The hook cleared and... Yeah, I was mentioning before that goalie should be playing up, and the goalie who played up during beta, even back when it was so risky, what a save by Daftgrass!
Whoa!
What a strike shot, but it isn't enough. The return gets the goal, but well, Yeesh was the original go up way too far goalie, you know. So
we're seeing a bit of your advice being taken to heart.
Not advice, more like a prediction of what the good players are gonna do.
Hopefully we'll see more and more of that as the game's lifespan goes on.
Yeah, oh, but what a KO on Cameron, and now double alone on the S.A.D.B.O.I is going to have a hard time because S.A.D.B.O.I is not what she used to be. We said that so much last game. S.A.D.B.O.I is no longer the menace. You have to actually work hard.
Ooh, what a kill.
Yeah, and Yeesh stepping up. Gets his KO as the goalie, as Lumos gets a KO too. Cameron left alone, almost defends the barrier, but is taking way too much damage. And we're just winning strike wars. Cameron, 1v3. It is a Cameron difference right now as Daftgrass respawns.
Yeesh a bit too far up there.
That is the downside of the Yeesh line. As Double goes for a goal, Bind Gaming, but gets stunned up by Hamster. Can't press a blink or whatever. As Cameron goes for a goal, but gets sniped back. And
ooh,
I can't believe that went in.
What a shot. Can we talk a little bit about the draft?
The draft. Overall, I don't like both S.A.D.B.O.I.s. I understand it, but I don't like S.A.D.B.O.I here. It's fine. Like the Cameron and Double have played this comp for like forever. I still don't like it. And the issue with Atlas on this map is that you protect the barrier so well, but the moment the barrier goes down, you're getting scored on pretty much because people will just hit around you.
Yep.
But I'm a big hater of probably every possible draft. You could probably give me the best possible draft and I'll be like, yeah, I don't like that. So I'm not the biggest judge of what is good, only what is bad. Okay, Gravity. Well, it is what it is.
It is what it is. Well, that's a good kill.
What if I'm saying that Daftgrass is making Atlas look weak on this map, huh? Maybe that's true.
No, surely not.
Yeesh.
Daftgrass got this.
Daftgrass is going to need some team support because Hamster and Lumos are coming in hot. Trying to make it happen here. That almost gets by Yeesh, but spaces back to not get stunned up by the snipe. And that KO means that Lumos and Hamster are ready to go. And Hamster gets a special in, almost gets it in the top shelf, but barely does not make it through.
I just feel bad for Cameron. He just got in and instantly gets gimped.
Yeah, Cameron needs to watch the positioning a little more, it feels like. As Double trying to solo goal, flips late, tries to use it like an evade, gets out of there, but no goal for them, and Cameron Shotgun is unable to secure the goal either. Now the core flips back on that side. Now the Comeback Kings must defend against a very angry Yeesh and Hamster Quest. The goalie rotations are coming in as Lumos is quite a fine goalie too. Yeesh gets the second strike against Cameron. As Cameron gets pulled up, that could have been a very scary situation, but Lumos and Yeesh managed to defend once again, as Cameron might have just saved that. I think that was going in between Yeesh and Lumos, but it got hit up.
It's a tragic event.
And now
Cameron's
Lumos
been playing so well for that.
Alright, time to end the predictions late. 83% Quest Esports. I would not blame you. I would not blame the Quest Esports prediction.
Perhaps keeping it up a bit long may have influenced the results. Nonetheless.
Right, and it is important to note that I think all three players on both teams are flexible. Like
Ooh.
they can play both roles to a decent level. Hamster has played both roles in tournament. Yeesh is goalie main but can play forward. Double is a goalie main but is playing forward right now. This is like definitely two.
Hello.
Hello.
Some emergency news. Odyssey has added $400 to the prize pool, so
What?
1K.
1,000 Canadian dollars?
Yes. So we're at 1K for the total prize pool.
Well, thank you, Odyssey.
Let's have a round of applause.
A round of hearts in chat.
Everyone
Thank
better
you,
be
Maple.
typing heart right here.
Yeah.
If you're not typing heart, you're banned.
Alright.
No one's going to enforce this. Nonetheless, you are banned in our hearts.
But you know who else is banned? Cameron from the game, as Double is low too. They're about to get KO'd here. Hamster almost has flip meter, but Double, what an amazing play there. Managed to get the barrier, and the barrier is still up for the side. Oh no, Yeesh! The blink was slightly off, no projectile.
We're gonna have to check how many times Cameron has died here.
Well, can you even check deaths? I think that's a hole in like the scoreboard thing. At the end. They show kills but not deaths, I think. I could be wrong. I am often wrong, as the chat will know, but
Nonetheless, you are often right. We can wait and see.
if you say a lot of things, you are both often wrong and right.
Even a bestie is so true, is so false twice a day.
I agree. But Cameron, as you said, once again off the table, and despite how good Atlas is at defending the barrier, when there's a man advantage, that barrier is most likely going down, and when the goal is open, Atlas is suffering.
Nice clean shot there.
Yeah,
Hey.
it is still even in score in this set so far, but the control has been all Quest Esports. And they're rotating hard. They're switching out players when flips are available. Yeesh pushed up to kill the barrier there with the flip. And now Hamster and Lumos are back on the offense. Yeesh once again pushed up. Knows that the core is staying down there. Now presses back. Almost scores. And Lumos rotating back for the goalie. And yeah, the Quest Esports rotations are just flawless here.
Slightly off on that angle, but this is a beautiful game.
And this is what high-level play looks like.
Can you believe they're the 11th seed?
Comeback Kings are 11th, right?
Yeah. They're both playing far beyond 11th seed, right?
Yeah. Right, and now Lumos trying to be the hero. Doesn't get the angle, but the speed up is so good. Has glass cannon, that purple indicator. That's glass cannon, right? I think it is.
I think so.
And it's just speeding across the map, killing Cameron for the 20 millionth time. Cameron not having too much fun this game, as Lumos and Hamster are keeping the core under control. As Yeesh, okay, still safe. That angle.
We stay unpunished.
Yeah, we stay unpunished, truly. as S.A.D.B.O.I.S has an opportunity. Hamster once again, Daftgrass clearing up to the top. Of course, coming back to Cameron, but unable to intercept, trying to make something happen, but oh, a KO onto Hamster Quest might be the difference maker. Good flip, but oh, this game just feels so tough for the Comeback Kings. Despite how
hopefully we'll be able to. Hopefully they'll be able to put up a bit more of a fight, but it hasn't been good, especially for Cameron just being dead all the time.
They're focusing Cameron, and for good reason. That Drek, when situated in front of the goal, is a scoring machine. But if you don't let the scoring machine live, it can't score. And now Lumos and Hamster once again taking up positions. Hamster getting the core, has the dash strike, and there it is.
What a shot.
And now there's just one goal left for an almost insurmountable seeming lead for the side of Quest Esports.
Ooh. It's a good day.
Oh, but and a blunder by Yeesh, a blunder by Lumos, the one strike war, an excellent play by Cameron, snatches that opportunity, runs with it, and suddenly it could be completely tied up despite how we said that Comeback Kings are so behind.
It only takes one good flip momentum.
And Daftgrass has that flip button ready. But Hamster's about to have one too. It's going to have to be close, but Cameron once again dead. And this could be it for this round. That flip to the top shelf, and you know, when the goal is open, what can you do as Atlas?
Next time I need to set up a counter for Cameron deaths.
It's like Cameron's trying so hard, you know?
Yeah.
But getting focused is just deadly.
Yeah. Do you think anything here can save him?
Wait, that
save
wasn't glass
Cameron
cannon.
from death?
Wait. I'm so dumb. What was that purple ring? I cannot read the game at all. It's fine. So Cameron doesn't really have options here. Specialized training, I guess, maybe get a faster core strike on the ult, get more damage, but Cameron being last pick, and there's nothing really spicy in the draft, not looking too good.
I mean, it's still anyone can win this.
And Lumos getting KO'd by the Atlas. The offensive Atlas coming in, Hamster trying to score, but amazing clear by Yeesh. Hits up instead of down. A worse goalie would have hit down there, but Yeesh with the self-pass. And now Cameron trying to use that specialized training ult to do a little damage on Yeesh, but Yeesh is already regen back to full. And now Lumos and Hamster are taking damage, but it doesn't really matter. They're still on the field. They are once again healing back up, getting the health pack. And Cameron's gonna have to win like 3 million strike wars to get into position to shotgun for the barrier, and then has to do it all over again. Although Double is trying to help in the midfield, the S.A.D.B.O.I.S just doesn't have enough abilities.
Cameron can do it. We've seen him do it before, and he can do it again.
Right.
He can win the strike war, but it doesn't seem like it's happening this time.
Oh, but a flip reaction by Daftgrass to defend, and it's still possible. Hamster getting the KO. Big KO onto Double. Hamster and Lumos trying to get a passing play. Cameron so disruptive. So well played from Cameron, but amazing snipe by Yeesh. And Daftgrass is just getting overwhelmed here.
It's really hard to defend against 3 forwards.
Alright. Oh, and just a hook KO immediately onto the Double. That is why you ban Rasmus on this map. Or at least if you don't ban him, play him. If you can't beat him, join him. As Daftgrass with the save. If there's one thing Atlas can do, it's anti-stuff. But what happens if you yourself are stuffed into the goal? There's no saving you unless you preemptively ult. 1 goal away for Quest Esports. Right, and I'm saying all right 20 million times.
The 50th all right is good, but the 51st, let's not get to 51. We don't want to see the world end.
Yeah, I'm saying as many all rights as many times as Cameron has died. It is unfortunate, but Cameron is not getting much help, to be honest. Is trying to get the core through desperately. He's trying to make something happen, but the midfield presence is just not there. Double and Cameron are just a little too split. And Hamster and Lumos are a little too good at that control. And I finally realized what the purple ring is. It's both glass cannon and stacks on stacks. It's just full stacks of anything.
That makes sense.
Yeah, okay. That took me a while to realize. But Cameron with the flip stays alive at the very least.
He's not the dead one this time.
Yep, and now Double and Cameron might be able to do something. Lumos is going hunting though. What a KO into the center, into the hole. And now Daftgrass has to make the strike shot save. Uses the expanse to save the barrier, and they absolutely need to keep this barrier alive desperately, because if the Comeback King's barrier goes down, a goal is soon to follow. Atlas can defend the barrier for what seems like forever, but you can strike around Atlas in the massive goal once it goes down. Now Daft trying to pass to Cameron, Double trying to lurk at the top, but once again, the core does not connect. It does not come through. Cameron second goaling, trying to help out, trying to keep that barrier alive, and they do, and they finally get a snipe. It is too fast for Yeesh.
What a good straight shot.
I'm getting pings, but I can't tab off because I'm running the stream, and that kills the stream audio.
It will destroy the audio. You are not allowed to get pinged here.
But more importantly, Cameron gets the barrier. And now it's looking a little doable. Cameron just needs to stay alive. Oh, but it strikes up towards Yeesh. And the Cameron trying to double hit with the shotgun, but Yeesh, the body block is there. Now Cameron is too low, running away from Hamster. Amazing save by Yeesh. And Cameron and Daftgrass, once again, trying to make a passing play, trying to get the core moving on the backside, but Cameron is dead. And the barrier is down, and Hamster has the flip. The expanse blocks it, but Lumos will have one soon. Yeesh has one already. All they need is one tiny opening, and there it is. Quest Esports will move on in the bracket.
Well, fan favorite continues to win. Seeding continues to prove to be right. Has there been a single seed upset so far?
There probably has, but not on stream.
Not on stream, it doesn't count.
Everyone knows that the only games that exist are those that are on stream.
Yep. Well, Daftgrass with double the saves.
Okay, I thought there was a huge upset, but no. Taiga upset primitive players.
That's big.
Flop Drop, Kitsu, and Kaz lost to Snowball, Basic Guitar, and Kilius. Okay, well, Taiga was.
How did Flop lose? I believe.
Actually, no. I think that's a reasonable. I think that's not a huge upset. It just seems like a huge upset because Taiga didn't really play. So goalie rotations are basically when forwards, like a forward goalies while a goalie moves forward, basically. And Quest did it most often when the goalie had flip, but also when the goalie had the core and had pressure, and they just rotated the person who was on the far side of the field back. They were really smooth with it. Like, it was like just, it felt effortless. It was really clean.
Is this the record high viewership for today?
Record high viewership for like a community Omega Strikers tournament, I think.
Oh, that's big.
We're almost at 300. It's kind of crazy.
We got this. Speaking of content related to Omega Strikers, the Alpha Red video came out today and it was pretty good. Not that I usually watch Alpha Red, but this one was quite good.
Okay, Alpha Red watcher. Non-derogatory.
Okay. Non-derogatory? This is big. This is an improvement. Proud to be a Quest Esports fan. Well, you'll be proud watching them in Losers.
Quest isn't
I'm not
in
watching
Losers.
them. They're not on stream.
Quest isn't in Losers.
You're completely right, and I said nothing.
And you have pizza in your mouth.
Nope, I don't have pizza in my mouth. Definitely.
Wait, where did the pizza
not.
go? The pizza vanished. It was there a second ago.
Surely I don't have pizza in my mouth. Surely not.
Also, I have one question for you, Chad. Is the music volume okay?
when I was listening, I think it's okay, but I would like to I would like chat to have a second opinion here.
Music volume's good. This is the first time I haven't failed on audio. Kind of crazy.
This is crazy, and I'm really proud of you. Crank the tunes. I don't think it should go too loud. I think the gameplay should be more. The tunes have been good for the game. I do quite like what they've composed. All the character themes. Yeah. Talk about your least favorite one though, because I know you have a grudge.
I honestly like most of them, but there's one that does not speak to me. I despise Luna's theme, and I am a Luna main. I am possibly the third or fourth or fifth or sixth most notable Luna in the history of Omega Strikers, and I hate the Luna theme. And I think most people will agree with me. If you don't, then your opinion is wrong and incorrect.
You heard it here first. If you like that theme, you are a worsty. Juno theme is worse than Luna theme, you're saying?
I think Juno theme is pretty inoffensive though. Like the inoffensive nature does a lot for it.
Aye. That being said, I'm still stuck on how Rasmus's theme just sounds like a Deltarune song, but without chiptune. I have had that stuck in my head. I've been playing it. This is a hot take, and I haven't heard anyone else say it, but that's how I feel about it.
Oh right, but it looks like we will be having a 30-minute break.
Ooh.
Unless, let's see.
30-minute break sponsored by CoreStrike.gg. Check it out.
We could.
If teams want to play right now, we can stream that set.
Stream a lot.
If teams like aren't there like a few teams that want to start it now? We could do that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we will head on over to the ladder, but.
Well, this could be fun, regardless of what happens.
Okay, Mega versus just silly goofy cats.
I don't know that Luna's theme doesn't fit the character. What do you think?
Yes, I agree. Luna's theme does not fit her at all. I hate it. I despise it. Not a fan.
What's the character? What genre would you want for it? For Luna?
It looks
Ooh,
like
Jumper wants to play ahead of schedule. Sorry.
It looks like the consensus is that everyone wants to play ahead of schedule.
Okay.
Yeah, like, so should we just ping everyone and have them start now and swap casters now? Hachi?
Sure. If everyone does, like in Losers 2.
Please don't, my team is eating. Okay, never mind. Then we'll just stream a few. And then we'll
swap.
Yeah,
we'll just stream a few.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just one, probably.
Slop, what are you eating?
Honestly, lunch break is good. It is good to have lunch break, and I'm glad that we still have a set.
Lunch break at 6:30.
I mean...
Ooh, steak.
You know, it is like 3:30 for the Westies, you know?
It is 3:30 for the Westies. Yeah. The Westies, God. This is your best bit. And it's no longer a bit. It's a lifestyle.
Well, the Westies thing is unrelated to me calling everyone besties, but the Westies are besties. Everyone's a bestie.
Everyone's a bestie. If everyone's a bestie, everyone's a bestie, and no one's a worstie if everyone's a bestie, except those who are worsties. right?
No, everyone's just the bestie, even when
Everyone's just the bestie. Got it.
All right, well, quick prediction. Quest Esports won that one. Sorry for the late response on that.
Pay him out.
S.A.D.B.O.I.S versus Silly Goofy Cats, and this is a sneak peek, a sneaky little peek at the top seed, S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
Ooh, new information.
Oni Village coming in, and oh, the order is wrong. S.A.D.B.O.I.S are on the other side. And don't worry if your set is called on the winner's side right now, because the DQ timer is like 40 minutes. So you don't have to play it anytime soon.
You'll have enough time to get back in. I believe in you being able to eat.
Alright, but the predictions
40
are
minutes.
rolling in. And so far, there are barely any predictions. I think everyone went bankrupt.
I still have my points, but I'm not going to spend much.
I'm just in awe that Slop's mom cooked a steak medium rare. It's like
What?
no, it's like
What is it like? Please tell me, what is it like cooking your steak medium rare?
no, it's like I feel maybe it's just biased because of my parents, but I feel like parents cook steaks well done.
No. That's just you.
Yeah, that's just me. Whatever.
That's just you. That's just a tragic thing that you've had to live with. This next game coming out, are we going to be commentating this one, or are we going to be inviting the other commentators in?
Oh, we are commentating this one. And yeah, it's a best of one. It is the top seed. It is B.O.I.S, Vaughn, and Megaverse. If you have taken a look at the ladder, B.O.I.S is a bit dominant, and dominant in this play as well, immediately scoring on Bobadex. This map is so good for Asher, by the way. It is such a degenerate Asher map. There's a reason both teams are playing the exact same comp, and it's because this map is disgusting. This map just lets you shove. You run it down the lane, you set your pass splitter up, and you play your game, just like B.O.I.S is doing.
And is that what Era helps to do?
Era speeds you up, Era is fast, Era slows down the enemy. They're just a perfect supporting actor here, and that round was basically a mirror of the past one.
Yep. They seem absolutely dominant here.
Yeah, it's not like Liari and Enoch are bad. You saw them in the previous game. They're very good, but Omega Strikers is an unforgiving game. Slight differences. Oh, but Megaverse, that blunder leads to a lot of pain as that Giga Blast opens up the gates, but if Vaughn can recover... Oh, but Enoch goes for an attempt, but all it does is bounce off. Megaverse with the barrage, though. It is still safe. Vaughn with the NATO. And once again, Megaverse trying to get it through, but now Enoch and Liari have control. No, it slips past them. And Enoch trying to stun Megaverse up, but he gets the barrage out, and Bobadex unable to get the barrage out in time. Very quick 3-0 in the first set.
Seems that the fan favorite continues to absolutely sweep.
I mean, the people are voting according to seed, and Omega Strikers is a game with surprisingly few upsets.
Yeah. But that makes the upsets that do happen all the more
True.
Enjoyable to watch.
And stacks on stacks for B.O.I.S, I believe it may be over. Because B.O.I.S is going to be so fast. It is...
crazy. It's crazy what being fast does on this map. It's absolutely great. That's why we see the Era pick, right?
Yep. Now Megaverse on the offense. Megaverse jump scare. Ejects back using the eject button on Kai. Crazy. You would never see Megaverse doing that previously, but with the gear system. Now B.O.I.S once again on the offense. Vaughn a little clumped up, but that's by design. Getting the second strike, getting the NATO on the top lane, getting the core, using the elusive to get through the NATO, and Bobadex with the amazing strike shot to keep it alive. And now Megaverse goes for the repeat, goes for the Giga Blast. And now Vaughn with a pass to B.O.I.S. B.O.I.S, Liari, and Bobadex combined to stop it. That clear by Bobadex was so good right under B.O.I.S, but now B.O.I.S has returned. Uses the pass splitter to stun on Bobadex, but the core goes to Narnia.
The Narnia series is really good.
No, that's not where I was. That's not where I wanted to go, bestie. But B.O.I.S knows where he wants to go. He's double dribbling, waits for the NATO, and that coordination was so perfect. That type of intentional gameplay is so rare, even at top level. A lot of people just play in the moment, but B.O.I.S and Vaughn playing into the future. And now B.O.I.S has the core, flips early, doesn't matter. It goes back to Vaughn, who was rotated to defense, as Megaverse has to flip, and that KO will secure the goal.
B.O.I.S absolutely just carrying this game.
Yeah, and it's important to note that Vaughn and Megaverse are just doing so much to facilitate it. B.O.I.S is like the scorer, but the assists are coming basically everywhere. They are constantly getting the core to B.O.I.S. There's a reason Enoch and LYTE get some offense, but it fizzles out and it goes back to the B.O.I.S Vaughn special because they keep possession so well. And losing one barrier on this map doesn't really mean too much because defending both barriers is basically impossible anyway. Might as well as B.O.I.S once again the strike and dash.
Aye. Is this gonna be the fastest game yet?
It's Oni Village and it is the first seed. I would bet that this is the fastest game.
I was looking forward to Cats doing quite well.
You're a Cat fan.
I am a Cat, absolutely. I am an absolute Cat enjoyer in all forms.
Alright, but Vaughn gets it through LYTE, Bobadex gets the clear, and that tornado was so deadly. If B.O.I.S got the perfect strike there, it would have been a repeat of last time and another barrier taken. Doesn't matter, Megaverse runs forward, ejects back as Enoch tries to use the flip, stand still. But Megaverse forces the issue with the Giga Blast, and now Vaughn and B.O.I.S have a passing play set up. B.O.I.S tries to stun up Bobadex, but it doesn't happen this time. Great clear by Bobadex around the NATO, not getting scored on there as Enoch tries to make it happen, but the barrage is so painful, and Megaverse catches the anti-primary as B.O.I.S forces out the flip. Bobadex gets it past, but an amazing primary by Vaughn, and we are
well
2
done.
sets deep, and only 7 minutes have passed.
7 seconds left in that set. No need for overtime.
And well, B.O.I.S being first pick gets to pick whatever. Like, you could take tempo, prime time, build different, and you would succeed with any of them.
Do you think that Cats has any chance here
No.
of picking something that'll? Nope.
No.
Just no.
No.
Absolutely not. Not a world. You heard it here. You heard it here. Well, not first, but you saw it. It seems like it's going to be a complete sweep.
And once again, Silly Goofy Cats are a great team. This is just possibly the best team in the game that they're facing against. So it is a bit of a struggle.
Ooh, that was close.
As Enoch sets up the pass splitter, LYTE gets the barrier. LYTE tries to pass down, but an interception by Vaughn, and the core barely misses that barrier. Bobadex so lucky. And now Enoch trying to outplay Vaughn, but Vaughn gets it around him, and now Megaverse has free space to move. As the tornado tries to do something, the monumentalist LYTE tornado, but no. Now Vaughn playing it slow. Megaverse passing to B.O.I.S. And now Megaverse on the offense, playing Kai. Doesn't even eject back. Just walks back. And Vaughn gets the goal. Just casually wins the strike war. Bobadex was depending on Enoch winning that.
Didn't pan out. Oh, and the level advantage.
I'm so sorry, I forgot to end predictions. It is so over.
It is so over. I was adding a little bit more just so I can win a bit more because of that prediction. I was
You're so
because I was
dishonest.
insider
But
trading.
You know who's honest? LYTE and Enoch trying to make something happen here against Megaverse, but Enoch just being dribbled around, being cleared around by Megaverse, and that flip from across the stage will take that barrier. B.O.I.S, LYTE, and Bobadex in a clump. B.O.I.S trying to beat them all, trying to make it happen with the primary. The defense happens, but B.O.I.S and Vaughn are relentless. They're unstoppable even without the training, without the awakening. And now Megaverse unable to block that. First opportunity for LYTE and Enoch. Can they do it here? as they win the strike war, but Vaughn beats out the primary. Strikes a little
Cats,
later.
please. My points. I've won every single one. No, you can't do this to me. You have to be a cat. You have to get this.
Oh, what an angle by Bells! I can't believe that. Bobadex was not expecting that one.
What an angle.
Alright, and now Bobadex trying to play a little bit more proactively here. Has always been playing proactively like that, but trying to make it succeed. They get the barrier, but now the issue is, how do you get the second? The first barrier is almost a freebie on this map. The second one is always a struggle, as Megaverse clears it up to Vaughn. Vaughn dribbling, but LYTE winning the strike war. Enoch losing to the barrage, and now Bobadex and LYTE making something happen, trying to defend against Bells, but Bells solo pass splitters, bounces, ricochet, primary, and Bobadex manages to defend with the help of Enoch. But now, there's a bit of a question. When these rounds go so long, who is advantageous? And it feels like it is still S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
It's still S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
Because, you know, the side of Enoch, LYTE, Bobadex, the silly, goofy cats, are making it happen, but they can't make it happen enough unless, but Megaverse once again, the clear is impeccable. The timing is flawless. That barrage, keeping it down. The core kept ahead. Enoch, no! Enoch, you had the goal! Okay.
Enoch still got the goal. Let's go. This is the comeback. This is the comeback, baby. We got this. We got this. Battle Cats fans. Battle Cats.
Battle Cats.
No.
Too many mobile games on the head after Clash of Clans. But,
silly, goofy cats.
yup, silly, goofy cats still in this.
I believe in silly, goofy cats. I shouldn't believe, but I gave them my points even after they were losing.
You did? Really?
Yeah. I
Okay,
told
well,
you.
You are a true believer. As Megaverse makes
I am
an
a true
insane
believer.
clear around both forwards, hitting it back into the goal posts, hitting it back into the goal barriers, and now they're rewarded. They're on game point. They're on advancing in the bracket point. They're on dropping silly goofy cats into the losers bracket point. And Bells, rare Bells missed there. And now the goals are open again. Enoch and LYTE trying so hard.
Enoch, you got this.
Oh, but Bells is once again lurking. Bells is once again fishing. Bobadex stays alive, importantly. If Bobadex was slightly back, would have gotten KO'd, possibly, and that would have been truly the end. But, rare Bells miss doesn't matter.
Well, my points are all gone. Worth it to see such a beautiful game, though.
And, yeah, honestly, well played from Silly Goofy Cats. There were great moments. But
Yeah.
those great moments, like, the big difference between the top teams and tippy top teams is how often those great moments happen.
Mm-hmm. Consistency of the pressure just wasn't there.
As we head to the replays, these replays are a bit substandard. I was a little lost in the gameplay.
A little lost in the sauce. But that's a good one. Bell's absolutely playing so well there, but you need to talk about Vaughn for a second there, because absolutely just the amount of passes, the amount of saves, just so well done by that entire team. Megaverse with the completely interesting name that will not be discussed further. A good parody of the entire concept. If you know, you know. But, I believed in Silly Goofy Cats, and I should have. I'm happy I did. It was a great experience, but it just didn't work out.
Alright, but that is going to be it for us.
Have a good one.
Wait, no,
and-
we need like a properly outro. We will be swapping
Yes,
casters. This was Saya. I am an OK Omega Strikers player. Hit Omega.
This is
during
Pinguinos,
beta.
and I'm not a good player, but I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, Pinguinos is an IRL friend I pulled in last minute, and it was pretty chill, honestly, all things considered. Thank you, chat, and yeah.
Good night, America.
Wait, no, stay here. Don't go to sleep.
What's up? It's Brickbat. He's the other guy. I'm TJ.
Whoa, that's me. That's my name. I heard my name uttered by TG. My name is Brickbat, and that's TJ, no?
Yeah, some people call me Thomas James. I actually have a secret long last name, but it's so long that if you Google it, you can find where I live. So instead, I go by my middle name, which is James.
I see. Well, Mr. James' long last name, we'll be getting into our game.
Yeah, you're of course watching Flipside, and I'm reading in parentheses, biggest Omega Strikers tournament ever! Powered by CoreStrike.gg, your one-stop shop for all your player lookup needs. We are about to get into our bracket phase with our first game of the bracket phase. Do you want to introduce these teams?
I am currently not in the lobby right now, but
Are you looking at the loading screen?
I am currently in the like invite lobby. I showed a loading screen for a second and then I got
Okay, that's
out.
cool because I'm staring at a loading screen. So we are thriving. This is
Okay.
Sometimes I worry, right? Whenever I do community tournaments, especially when I do community tournaments for Saya, what if I go more than 5 minutes without a tech issue? What if we go any period of time without the game breaking? And then I remember Saya got me.
Well, Saya, our guardian angel in disguise, getting us hopefully in game.
The last time, this was during the last closed pre-launch test, me and another caster filled for, I kid you not, an hour. We were trying to get a lobby going for an hour of actual time.
Right.
We hosted a podcast, dude.
I remember that. Wait, I remember that. That podcast popped off. It was so fun to listen to. And
Hire me.
I'll do
a
never
podcast
be
about
that.
literally nothing. It was like one of those like Spotify things that's like, I'll talk about nothing and lull you to sleep. It was like one of those.
All right. Quick update. The play button broke for me. I can't press the play button.
I think it's really cool, Sam. Do you want a quick update on what I'm seeing on my screen?
Okay.
First of all, I'm seeing a tip. It says access the scoreboard in-game to check players' stats and awakenings. That's really cool. And then the second thing I'm seeing is the word loading.
I saw that too for a brief second.
Oh,
it's gone now.
I guess we're
Now I'm
decent.
back in the lobby.
Okay, now we're back to searching.
Okay.
Maybe you should never have me on your shows ever again.
The stream was working perfectly until you arrived.
This man is a technical menace.
Well, it was the lobby codes breaking during the close of testing, wasn't it? As well, it was also the lobby code breaking.
Well, this time we've got our little friend, the loading screen. I think my tip was you could strike the core when it's slightly behind you, which is indeed true.
You know what? That's actually a fire tip, though. Sometimes the tip's like the one that's like you can check your scoreboard to check your scoreboard. That's not helpful. It doesn't even say what button to push to check your scoreboard. Like what if I don't know what the scoreboard is, that means nothing. If I know what the scoreboard is, that's not helpful. But you can click the puck when it's behind you. That's good.
That is good, yeah. And
It's an
in a game,
S-tier tip.
in a game where patience is king, when it strikes behind you, that means you probably waited. It's pretty good.
I was, on my YouTube channel, Softplug, we were looking at some of the stats as to like what gets people to our channel, what gets people to core assist, to watch our videos. And the number one thing is Googling Omega Strikers tier list. Now here's a fun fact. We do not have an Omega Strikers tier list on our channel. So,
Well,
I
I'm sure
don't know what to make of that.
someone has put in a good word for you. It just happened to be a complete lie, but you take
Yeah.
those, no?
Well, what I'm thinking is that we'll do a tier list now, and I don't have any good ideas for a tier list video, so you're gonna have to help me brainstorm.
Whoa.
Maybe we can get the players, maybe 6 of the best players in the game. We can get them in like a room and have them vote on the best characters and pick them in order to play them.
Okay, well that's a call out to whoever's top 6. I don't know, Belzvon, Yal.
No, it was a
Joker.
segue to the draft that we're looking at.
Whoa, that's happening.
That
Right,
was-
loading.
Yeah, because
That's so crazy. These players are indeed really, really good as well. We have, I believe, Soondubu Strikers versus quiet inters, I believe. Right now we see Reznok, Ababug, and Brunella pick our champions, and I want to see this Era goalie in action. I've been talking with Reznok nonstop about it, and we're both Era enthusiasts, so excited to see how that plays out.
Yeah, the Soondubu Strikers, I believe, over on the left, the Reznok side, quiet Jokesters, the Joker side, silent Joker, get it?
That is a staple of all of Slop's team. It's like the dot and then two things of his teammate's namesake. It's very cute.
God, Juno is so gross.
Juno
The gates are open immediately. Ababug was KO'd. Reznok now playing with an open goal behind him. There's Silent again. Nice save by Reznok, and it's away.
And here we see the power again of Asher showing up for yet another game. And it might have been talked about before, but Asher is super strong right now with her stuffing ability. And because of that, a lot of teams are taking advantage of that to get those goal gates, to get those goals. And again, we're going to see it out, being brought out by both teams.
We're taking notes for my tier list. Reznok, ooh, into the goo, and it's across the board. 1-0 in our first set of our first game. I'm
Nice.
killing this.
Yes, absolutely. And speaking of killing, we're going to see if Silent's going to be able to get any kills on Ababug. One of the answers that you do have to Asher is just simply taking her off the map by killing her. And before, Juno was known as kind of a low damage character, but with the right trainings, Juno does some crazy damage right now, especially with things like Stinger, things like Monumentalist.
One of my friends, I was like, just put Stinger on your Juno. And they were like, no. And then they were just half HPing people. Disgusting.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. I think with Monumentalist, if you hit them with a right click and they immediately step on it, most characters lose half their health bar. It's very crazy. And it looks like we may have a technical issue on the side of Soondubu Strikers.
Yeah, we do seem to have had one of our players KO'd IRL. As Appa has disconnected. Silent will put another one across the line. Never let anyone tell you Silent is in the game. 2-0.
And a little fun trivia is that Reznok's team is, I think this was mentioned before, but they are a West Coast team. Oh, and the gentleman's agreement from Joker. We love to see that.
Both Ashers out of the mix. All right, now we're gaming. And this is a fun set of characters to have left, too.
Absolutely. Both very strong core control characters. We're going to see on Oni Village, where the core goes very fast, we're going to see a lot of blindingly fast plays.
Ooh, second gate open. Silent playing very well in the front lines here. Slop will be able to get it past the Maelstrom. If I were Joker, I wouldn't be able to resist when the puck goes right up to him.
Yeah, especially in a tournament setting. Nerves from him.
Hand off the keyboard.
Yeah.
Grimella forward with the tap, can't get it through. Keeps it in range with the pop. That was disgusting.
Clean from Grimella. He used the glitch pop to knock the core back into himself to self-pass, and that threw Slop off, allowing him to get a very, very clean goal into the corner.
Yeah, once again, a huge shout out to the sportsmanship of Joker, by the way. I just want to make that abundantly clear. Letting the other team score a goal on you, staying in the corner, this is really cool stuff.
Yeah, it's super duper. I am a huge Joker fan myself. This guy is an amazing player and an amazing person. He's always out there to look for fun, have some fun. So I respect him out in tournaments and out in the ladder.
Dodging the tornado. Hands are on the keyboard. Confirmed.
Yeah, that wouldn't be
Open
very
goal
rude
here.
from Reznok to kill him when he was standing still.
Goo in. Swarm the Goo to follow. Reznok manages to survive it all, sitting there with a full meter as well, so we can keep this out, and does so. Grimella can't get control of it, though. Will get it with the Maelstrom behind it. Can't connect with it. We'll drop the Firewall Sentry, but nothing comes of this. Really good play by Silent.
Ooh, and there's pressure actually coming up from Silent. He's trying to get some very cheeky goals with the Slimes, being able to do that double redirect, the quick redirect by hitting the strike when it hits your Slime.
Fourth Maelstrom's the charm. Slop loses his goal gate. We're now on even footing. Slop with the pop, midfield. Waits perfectly. Grimella can't quite tap it through. Oh no!
And there we see potentially a weakness of Era goalie, not having too many quick options to deal with.
Oh, that's
very
what
fast
happened,
balls.
huh?
Yeah. And no, it's crazy. Oni Village goes so incredibly fast, especially in overtime, and with those speed lanes on the side, it's just so hard to react, especially if you aren't a character that just has a quick reaction option like Kai or something like that.
Sure. We are going to get some trainings here. I really like Twin Drive actually on Imi. That's really fun.
Yeah, I super love it. It allows for more playmaking potentials when you go in with your spacebar, having 2 of them. It throws off your opponent's kind of like cooldown thing in their head so that you might catch them off guard, and that's something that Amy goalie's just really good at, showing up in front of your net when you least expect it.
Yep, that'll be in Slop's hands now. Fireball sentry out. Gramella. Patience is not rewarded. Oh my god! I thought Slop saved that. Barely doesn't, so all the gates are down now.
Yep, and we see Silent almost trying to catch a goal, trying to get the cheesy redirect, but Reznok does have his patience.
Teleport forward. We'll put some threat here. The Maelstrom's in. Gramella puts the puck in front of the Maelstrom, the hardest part. Not able to convert it all the way through.
And one thing that Reznok really loves to do in air goalie. This is this air goalie tornado with strike shot. It has the empowered range, and which means that you could go cross map with it.
Great core flip. Oh, good denial. Strike shot from Reznok to open up the board, and Gramella puts it in the bottom corner.
Clean core flick angle. What can I say? It's a bit of a classic.
So 1-0 in our second set. Gramella and Reznok with a lead for the first time. Gramella's been playing really well. I've been very impressed by their forward IME play. I haven't seen too many forward IMEs recently.
Yeah. Definitely seeing a lot more play in the goal lately with the new training systems kind of changing up how she's played.
Silent opens up both gates. Gramella answers back. Just perfect use of cooldowns. Fireball Sentry won't get the goal, but it keeps it dangerous. Reznok taps it forward with the Bewitching Beam, and it's cleared away.
One little neat trick is, core flip might happen.
Ooh. That happens to me as well, actually. What just happened to Reznok, where you're like, I have the strike shot, I'm going to hit it mid-flow, and you always miss on the core flip, when if he just waited and struck when it reached him normally, he probably would have been fine.
Yeah, those feel awful. But one thing that little trick that Gramella used to get both goalie gates there actually was redirecting immediately when your space comes down to kind of double hit that core, which basically auto wins you any strike play that's happening.
Mm-hmm. Really cool stuff. Slop in control. Both goal gates down for both teams, so open goals across the board. Gramella maintaining control here. Slop's used some cooldowns, so that means Silent has to rotate back. And Reznok just mistimes a Bewitching Beam, caught out of position, and it's 2-1.
The core goes fast in Oni Village. It is, you can get caught off guard by that. You have to respect how fast the core can just sometimes go.
Sometimes you're on a speed strip on the side of the map and you're through the goal before you realize it. Good Maelstrom.
Something that kind of keep in mind, we saw Reznok actually bounce his core off of his own goalie gate to get a clean clear against Silent's ultimate. In a game like Oni Village, where the core goes really, really fast, you are always in danger of losing both goalie gates, especially because the ball tends to bounce like kind of towards each goalie gate when they go off. So you typically want to just choose one to defend and ignore the other. Don't completely give it up, right? But if it comes down, if it gives you a clean clear, it's okay to sacrifice one, especially on this map.
That's a really good note, yeah. And I love to see those kinds of tactical decisions being made. Slop will dig that one out. Good evade to stay alive, and look at Silent rotating back to fill the void. They've got Gramella staggered, forcing them to rotate back. Reznok. Bewitching Beam doesn't account for the goo. Gates are open. Here comes Silent. Gramella has to step in the middle of the goo pool to keep it open, and Gramella will step forward and open up the goal now. Silent against the wall, hops forward, denied by the core flip. Reznok has it clear, past Joker, and into the goal. Shoutouts again to Joker.
And usually Reznok was the one on the receiving end of this, but Slop there, again, caught off guard by the core strike plus empowered Oni Village speed. Just can't react to it.
Incredible sportsmanship from Joker. I just want to reiterate that, because I would not be able to survive that temptation He lets the
would.
play be fair. That's really cool from him. We did
I
have a
would
disconnect if you're just
absolutely.
joining us at the very beginning of this.
Reznok.
I think it's accidental because he's just targeting the goal. Goal gate's now open here as Grimella sets up, but the Fireball Sentry is perfect. A set on the board in answer now. Soondubu Strikers tying up this series.
Monumentalist is up. Both Amy's have their strike trainings. We'll see for who goes for what. Looks like actually Grimella opting in for missile propulsion. Interested to see why. I guess he wants to do some more playmaking potential with his right click, especially in like a 2v2 where each cooldown is more valuable.
Does that also affect the Firewall Sentry, the ultimate?
I don't believe so. I could be wrong, but I think the Firewall Sentry is a creation, which is why I thought Monumentalist would be more contested here, especially because with Monumentalist, Amy R does a lot of damage and you have a lot of kill pressure.
So we'll keep an eye, but I do think you're right about the ult. So that was the only reason it would have made sense in my head. See what Grimella has packing. That does look long, but I don't know if I'm just looking for it.
Yeah. I mean, base Amy R is also fairly long. It goes most of the map even without any assistance.
Yeah, like that's pretty big as well.
Yeah. So you can imagine what it's like with Monumentalist. Notably, what's more important, I think, with
Ooh! Crossed him up!
That was gross. That's the worst feeling as a goalie. You just get slapped right in the face. The gloves come down and they just win the strike war.
1-0. So we'll see. Grimella has been playing incredibly well. Just perfect use of the cooldown so far. Open goal now. Reznok found one with the Maelstrom. Can they get a handle on it? Silent is the only player to play defense here, and he will lose his second goal game. Jump back, good defense. Grimella opposite corner, and right as Slop respawns, it's 2-0 set point over the Soondubu Strikers.
Man, the Era Tornado from Era goalie specifically. I mean, you could just win an entire match just getting a random pick right at the start if they're not watching for it.
Yeah, and really good stuff to keep that ball control by Grimella, playing really well in the middle of all that. Grimella, like, I do not have enough words of praise for how well they've been playing.
Absolutely, they're definitely bit of a caster's curse as soon as that happens. Reznok loses to the Slimes, but you know, absolutely great play from the both of them. I can't iterate that enough.
Sometimes you just got a million Slimes inside your goal and bad things happen.
Yeah, your brain just like shorts out and you don't know what to do, especially again with I believe that Silence has, yeah, he has the durability creation. I'm blanking on the name right now.
Joker! I mean, fair enough, but still. The Joker has been reactivated. And that's a puck through 2-2, your tied score in this, the third set.
It looks like they just kind of want to end it out. Maybe Applebugs come back and they've messaged them just wanting to end the game. I don't know.
Yeah, and it really is fair enough to play after a disconnect happens. It's not fair of us to demand that they put their tournament advancement at risk.
Oh, yeah,
especially when there's money on the line. Goal now open. Grimella and Reznok stuck in this 2v3 after a disconnect early in this series.
Actually, a little cheeky play from Reznok, shrinking Joker before he got close to denied. Doesn't mean anything, but
pushed it through. That's Joker bringing up the set score. Now, our final set, potentially, if the Quiet Jokesters win this one. I think a really good performance by Grimella, and like either way, the Soondubu Strikers should be very happy with the way they were able to play at this player deficit.
Absolutely, they definitely put up a good fight, especially against Slop and Silent, another kind of famous tournament duo known for making a warpath in a lot of these tournaments. So even just holding up to them is impressive itself.
Yeah, no, it's been a really good game considering. And once again, I don't want to see anyone being mean to Joker. It's entirely fair.
Joker is one of the nicest dudes on ladder. I would hate to see any hate towards him.
Yep, Reznok and Grimella for the 2v3. One goal gate down. Reznok playing defense. It's okay. You lose the one. You have to defend the other. Joker being dealt with, staggered. Is very far behind in level, doesn't matter. Second gate's still down.
And we saw a lot of hot shots going out, so the core is going to go at blinding speed?
Reznok slightly too slow there, and I think actually double tapped it into the goal, but it was Silence Goo that robbed him.
Whoa, yeah, didn't expect that. But going back to hot shot, we saw 3 characters take hot shot, which means the ball will go incredibly fast. Hot shot being the training that makes all of your abilities, including your strike, make the core go faster. Which kind of means that on Oni Village, things will be going very quick, and it can catch people off guard, kind of like Reznok was right there. Though that was more of a passing play into the Asher stuff.
The Joker will force another one through, and this should be the final point of our match here, unless something crazy happens with the 2v3. Grimella and Reznok open up one of the gates. Grimella sets up the sentry. Can't do anything about the number of cooldowns they're dealing with, though. So it will be Silent gaining control and forcing it through. 3 sets to 1. A very good performance, frankly, by the Soondubu Strikers after a disconnect early in the series, but the Clan Jokesters will advance. And we do see, I think, a lot of good sportsmanship out of Joker for sitting out as long as they can. Obviously, given the length of time that there wasn't a reconnect, something had gone wrong on a technical level.
Yeah.
And we weren't going to get that reconnect. I want to talk a little bit about the meta we're kind of seeing shaping out, obviously. There's not very much good data to come from that game because it was a 2v2, but we were watching a whole lot of the earlier games as well. And we were talking a little bit about Asher and Aimee, and where do you think those 2 characters stand? Do you want to just give a recap of our conversation earlier?
Yeah, definitely. So I think a lot of pro players would agree with this, that Asher and Aimee are probably among the top 3, even potentially the top 2 best characters in the game right now. They're super duper strong. If you do end up making that tier list, I definitely would put them in the S tier. Both of them have adapted incredibly well to the new training systems and the way that things play out. Right now, Asher is incredibly strong because of her passive, which basically means that every time she uses an ability, a little shield pops up in front of her that can hit the core, which basically means that she could bypass all strike cooldowns and win most strike wars pretty much just by clicking a button. And that consistency in scoring goals and taking goal gates makes her incredibly strong both in solo queue and in competitive play. Aimee herself is pretty strong because creation trainings and a lot of damage trainings are pretty useful on her, and she could offer a lot of damage and a lot of core control to the team.
I've been seeing mostly Aimee inside of gold, though. Whenever I watch high-level games, right, I get higher on the ladder myself, I'm seeing all the good players playing Aimee in gold. Grimella was playing a really scary forward Aimee. Is that as unusual as I think it is?
It's a little bit unusual, though seeing Aimee being both in the forward and the goalie position isn't unheard of. She's kind of in a position like S.A.D.B.O.I.S, where she can be played pretty effectively in both roles, and there are plenty of Omegas that have climbed to Omega. Well, right now they're all in Plat and Gold, but they were Omega being an S.A.D.B.O.I forward or goalie, and we see the same with Aimee nowadays.
All right, but now the whole shebang. Tell me about Juno, because I am of the opinion that everyone is undervaluing Juno, and I would point at some of the things that Silent was pulling off last game as proof. But every time I voice that opinion, people tell me, "Oh, TJ, you're just a noob who doesn't understand where things are going to go when you put it into goo." No, I get it. But the DPS she puts out, the number of free passes she can do to each other, how long the jump is if you get any trainings, I think Juno's really good. Do you think I'm wrong? I know that's controversial. Do you think I'm wrong?
It's like a tad controversial. I think that Juno is also a little bit of the victim of the fact that Asher right now is really, really strong. Right now, Asher likes to be paired with a lot of midfielders that could kind of boost her, Era being kind of the big one. Which is why I think we see a lot of Era Asher compositions in competitive play. Asher loves the speed, Asher loves the size, and Era is able to provide both. So in a meta where maybe we favor damage a bit more, or like we want more damage from our midfielders, or Juno gets like a damage buff or something like that, we could definitely see Juno come back into the limelight. She offers a ton of core control, and now she offers quite a bit of damage. But she's a bit unfortunately kind of crowded out by things that pair well with Asher essentially, which a bit unfortunate. But in solo queue games, like she could still very easily take over, especially when the core goes incredibly fast. If she gets her hands on like a hot shot or something, you could basically see her carry games because the enemy goalies just won't be able to deal with the slimes.
Well, thank you for taking us through the current opinion. I have a habit, because I used to be, imagine me like straightening my suit jacket. I used to be a professional caster and analyst, right? And so while I was doing all that stuff, I had a rule, which was I would never ever listen to what the pros were saying. Not because the pros were necessarily wrong, but because they always like brought a ton of baggage, and I found that I sounded a lot smarter if I had my own opinions. So I would watch all the tape, I would do all my own homework, and then I would come up with my own opinions. And so the consequence of this is now whenever I'm like on a stream watching Omega Strikers, a game that I cast sometimes but only for fun, I'll like tune in and the streamer will be like, I really just don't think Juno is good. And I'm like, I gotta get out. I'm gonna close the stream. I'm gonna close the window. I can't hear their opinions.
I think you could stick with the Juno. You could die on that. I think there are so many. The meta is so molten. The game has just come out. There are plenty of hills that I think are totally fine to die on. I myself am a fan of going Adrenaline Rush on basically every character. It's completely unoptimal.
Can I say something that'll get me clowned on? I go full power up stagger damage build, Dubu forward. And you just roll on people. You just show up prime time, 2 logs to the face. How do you feel about that? I'm standing inside your goal. I'm bigger than your goalie. What is he gonna do?
What can he do if you put a tofu thing, slam him with a roll?
Exactly.
Nothing. They can't even kill you. You have stagger.
Walk up to their Atlas, say you're in tofu jail, lock him in the corner, pop the clown emoji, the clown Juno one, toot on him, put the puck through the bottom corner of the goal.
Yeah, and an important part of that combo, I think, is the clown Juno. What's the point? What's the point of doing it if you're not immediately gonna do it? I love spamming the Amy gaming emote. It's the thing where she's typing on her computer the whole time. I'm a little rat. It's great. It's amazing.
This is the tier list while we're waiting for next game. If you're just joining us, hang on, I'll do this, and then we can do the toxic emote tier list. If you're just joining us, you are watching the Flipside Omega Strikers tournament, biggest Omega Strikers tournament ever, presented by CoreStrike.gg. My name is TJ, joined by the wonderful Brickbat. We are entering the winners semi-final in the bracket phase, the second phase. We're going into either S.A.D.B.O.I.S versus Quiet Jokesters or LYTE versus Chill Gangsters. Now, very quickly, because I do see a loading screen, which should mean we're getting into the game, pending anything going wrong.
The queue fails.
Give me your top 3 most toxic emotes.
Oof. Okay. Hot take. Jakar ? Is outdated. People are not running that anymore. Okay, it's damn. I wish I had some West Coasters because they're usually the forerunners of this.
I am a West Coaster and I am incredibly toxic right now.
Good. Juno Clown is basically what Jakar ? Wishes it was, a tried and true staple.
With you.
XDDD, also a classic. Shout out to Radiance.
Great.
That thing is spammed. Let me think. What else? I can't think of a third.
I've got one you're missing. Asher Poggers.
Asher Poggers, really?
Yes.
What's your take on it?
There's something so toxic about how excited she is. It just feels like I'm mocking them. And so you do something disgusting, you do something that's like corny and cheesy and gross, like lock somebody in tofu jail and then just walk the puck through the bottom corner of the goal. And then here's what you do. You run off screen, and then you run back on the screen all the way across the POV, spamming the Asher Poggers.
I've never considered that angle before. Maybe I'll try it. Maybe I won't. We'll see how it ends up.
I'm breaking our no chat rule for podcasters. Given that we're podcasting, we're opening up the chat. I'm opening up the floor to the chat. A lot of the things we've talked about are coming up. Juno Clown up there. Omega emote. Default thumbs up.
Default thumbs up. That's awesome. Pretty much, it's pretty staple. I think it's a favorite of. Actually, I'm not gonna say names, but it is a favorite players out there.
Protecting the names of
I've had it sent at me a few times.
Someone said the Dubu question mark. I don't think that works because Dubu's just such a guy, you know? Like, all the Dubu ones are positive. I've never been upset by a Dubu Pog, for example. Dubu's just so warm and fuzzy.
I agree. I think the Dubu question mark is like a me kind of like cheeky thing.
It's like, oh, I scored a goal. I don't know.
Yeah, I think if you really want that question mark in your emote, Drakar, even though it's outdated, he'll get the job done. He knows what.
K-Bot. Sorry, K-Bot, tournament organizer, familiar with the whole esports scene. Familiar with the fighting game esports scene, if I'm not wrong. Obviously, pick something up that we were missing. Juliet Copium, which is one of my classics, which is one of my bangers. And I don't know how I forgot about Juliet Copium.
That's so
I've got
true.
my whole squad with Juliet Copium, and we counted in. So we score a goal, and then we all line up, and I go 3, 2, 1. Juliet Copium on 3 people. That's toxicity. That's gaming.
That gets blood pumping. I can imagine it. That is actually an instant classic emote. Even though I actually don't know when it was released. I don't know if it was released during like production testing or if it was released during the little temporary thing around April Fools. But that is an instant classic. It's very good.
Okay, so
IME Free. I think IME Free is trying too hard.
I mean, it's old too. It's outdated.
Yeah. IME Free is not part of my rotation for toxicity. Whenever someone pops the IME Free, I'm like, that's not true.
Yeah.
I worked for that. You had to work for that. I saw you do it.
Quick update. Q has failed like 20 times.
So, Producer Sai, am I yet again breaking the queue?
I don't want to say it's your fault, but we didn't have these issues before.
It only happens when I'm around. Alright. Well, let me break one more strategy down West Coast toxic meta. The other thing I do, I play goalie, and I play like a ton of Atlas goalie and bigger boy goalie, you know? Which means that people have to sit and think when I stop them from getting the goal in. So I'll like stand on my goal thing, outplay them, rob them of their play with a core strike, Juno Clown.
True.
They come at me, do like 4 things. I hit the button that just locks the entire goal with my Celestial Expansion, Juno Clown.
Yes.
Mid-play. And if I can do it to them 2 times in a row, where they like dribble down, do a whole bunch of fancy stuff, and I'm like, no, Juno Clown. No, Juno Clown. I can feel them seething. Sometimes they just stop moving.
And you know what? Juno Clown is an art form. I think that if you use it too often, it just kind of gets filtered out. You're just like, oh, you're just a whiny player. You're just a weird kid trying to style on people. But if you tastefully use it, that'll get under your skin and it'll affect.
You can't
match.
You can't do it when you do a normal play. You can only do it when you do something that's like genuinely impressive.
Agreed.
And if you do it because they're like, oh my god, he just did a sick play. That was really cool. And you rob them of that appreciation of you in that moment. They lose all respect for you.
We're in.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have beaten the TJ curse.
Absolutely crazy. And here we see we got Leo Leon Yal. You already lose. I call him Yal. Most people call him Yal. It's just easier. And Corey, also known aka Terramina. Though I think he just goes by Corey now, probably. And the other team, which I don't have the bracket pulled up right now.
Yep, this is LYTE versus the Chill Gangstas. I can tell you. The Chill Gangstas. This is our second match, and the Chill Gangstas. I can't use start.gg, but I'm really trying. Gumi, Wallaby, and Kianoop.
Okay, that's a team to watch. I like. Those are cool people, and I think what we're gonna see here is a Julie era Amy mirror, which is something a kind of holdover composition from beta. Julie era being a pretty good combination. Julie being able to like Asher use a lot of those speed and power increases to instead of scoring goals though get KOs and score goals, but get KOs too.
All right, well. We'll see how it works out. This is maybe the most violent map to load in on, so.
And yeah, already kill out from Wallaby. Don't play boards, people. Don't walk near the edge or Julie will punish you.
Ooh, good elusive. Leo stays alive. Wallaby now half HP as this puck is moving. Gumi on their own emote game. We had a lot of Phil talking about it, so I'm excited to see it being practiced already.
Good, yeah, and Gumi, he's kind of a king when it comes to that thing. Pulling out that rune emote as well, that's also something that he likes to use. Also pulling out the XDD classic as well as he loses the gold barrier, good stuff. Rune emote, it's easy for him, it's too easy.
Incredible gameplay happening here.
Absolutely. We're watching a unique Omega Strikers only form of communication as a goal might happen.
Yeah, goal open. Gumi has to play defense, clears it down bottom, and it's easy for him, XDD.
It's easy, yeah. It's his own Morse code, right? A rune is a 0.
Oh, I was scared there. The meter does get him out of it, but he's got nothing left, and the puck stays dangerous because of the firewall sentry.
Yeah, and I believe that was what we call a split moment, I guess known now as a night market moment, where it bounces off that little side and gets a little cheeky goal that's really hard for goalies to react to.
That's going to be an open goal soon, as one of those goal gates is already down.
Yeah, and right there, we saw some really good play from Corey and Leo Leon using what the Julie era comp is really good at, making Julie go really fast and setting her up for a dash punch, which effectively lets them get a free goalie gate.
Both players down a gate now. Firewall sentry setting up. Gumi, spore mode against the wall. Evasive. Will stay alive. Wallaby stepping forward now. Can't get it past Corey. Just winning the strike war against him and setting up for this Maelstrom. Here comes the Maelstrom ripping through the team. But the puck gets away from him during that time.
And one thing that Gumi uses actually to defend against you already loses thing is that he uses his firewall sentry second, right? Because they're both kind of creations. You can't really have autonomy over them. But if you put it down second, yours will win.
And there's a great example of that. Good call out. Second gate did go down. It was like a corner clip, but that was enough. Now Gumi has to play real goalie. Kieranoob, top corner. Gumi in trouble. Good strike shot to find the clear.
Ooh, and Yao trying to intercept.
Oh! I'm with you. Wallaby nearly made that happen. I was so sure nothing was going to come of it. Perfect positioning. Firewall sentry now deployed. Wallaby forward. Firewall sentry gets it downfield. Core flip denied by the Maelstrom. Kieranoob to Wallaby. Wallaby has full meter ready for the core flip, but whiffs it. Absolutely nothing found.
Immediate XDD from Gumi, a good response.
Excellent emote game. 1 KO found. Leo now on the attack finds the bottom corner, and it's 2-0.
Beautiful play from Leo Leon, holding out on striking the ball just so that he could line up his dash punch, because the closer that Julie dash punch is to the goal, the more guaranteed it's going in. So he wants to wait as long as possible to basically guarantee his point.
1 gate down. Good teleport. Firewall sentry keeps the puck on that side of the field done. Maelstrom, so much downfield like creations. Now the goal's open already, and this puck hasn't left the life side of the field.
Good play from Kieranoob and Wallaby to keep pressure on You Already Lose.
Yeah. Leo trying to find something back. Does a core flip? Denied.
Yeah, and Leo Leon doubling up, using it as an evasive to survive Kierannoob's tornado as well. You want to use it early against Era, because if you get hit once by the tornado, you're stun locked. You cannot use elusive after you've been hit by it.
What an excellent glitch pop. Keep that one out from You Already Lose. Really good goalie. Gumi has full meter, which probably means this goal gate is safe. Kieranoob can spend this more aggressively. There we go. Set up. Trying to double up with the tornadoes somehow. It didn't quite work out.
Kind of a misplay.
I see the vision, but
yeah, I saw the vision. The angle, I think, was a bit off, and the timing was a bit weird.
Oh, too late on the defense, but it doesn't matter. If you line up slightly closer than the midfield line on this map, you can always get that bounce into the goal.
Yeah, it's a very, very clean angle and effective use of the core flip to pass the wall and you to get a nice goal.
Gumi does it himself. First gate open, second gate open. Leo just stuffing it through. Really terrifying stuff. Almost finds the dash again, just dash punching it all the way through. Wow. The tornadoes, and Corey is waiting with this core flip. Just needs a cross. Finally a KO will buy some space. Corey waiting. Last second gets a KO with the core flip and wins this set.
And we see so many layers of good Omega Strikers play there. The patience to pressure Gumi into striking first so that Corey can strike second, knowing that Gumi is playing as close as possible to the net in order to get the most reaction time to save, and abusing that by using core flip's knockback to get a cheeky kill on Gumi, which allows him to get a free goal.
And it is the most fundamental layer of it, but I want to really hit it. Walking with the puck there. You don't need to strike it if it's already going into somebody's goal. You walk with the puck, you force the goalie to hit it away, and then you strike, and you will win that every single time. In this case, he super won it because the defender had to wait so long. They were practically already in the goal, and the core flip would knock him over the line.
Absolutely, and from there you can just see that something I love about Omega Strikers is you can just make people look goofy just through fundamentals alone, and that's what Corey did there.
Don't even need the emote game if you're scoring goals, am I right?
Absolutely, Gumi needs to XDD himself right now. Which he does! Let's go! I can read him, I am a whisperer.
Kiranu downfield. Gumi will play defense as Leo, Leon, and Corey try to build something here. One goal gate down for both sides. Really like this Firewall Sentry defense. It's a little early maybe, but you already lose recognizes. They just need to get it out. As the core flip, he'll spend it again. Leo Leon now has offensive core flip. Can't get it anywhere. A little wasteful there. Nice, dodges the first maelstrom, not the second. That'll connect. Open up the goal. Gumi in trouble as Leo Leon is yet again parked on the goal line. Wallaby trying to get it clear. Oh, past the glitch pop. Perfect timing by Gumi, but he can't save it for the third time. And it's 1-0 in this second set.
Leo Leon, good strike. All the cooldowns were burned trying to get it out, but he positioned himself in just the right spot to just get a very clean strike. Strike shot miss from Gumi. Shouldn't be of note.
Core flip right into the mess of the Firewall Sentry. Doesn't get it past Corey. Ready to lose, will clear it downfield. Leo's waiting in the midfield to pick it up and run with it. It does no cooldowns by the time it reaches him. Too busy trying to find KOs. There we go. Leo's cooldowns back up, rewarded with a goal gate. That's the Juliet dream.
Absolutely.
Here's the Firewall Sentry to split the field. Gumi, as you were talking about, puts down their own Firewall Sentry second. Wallaby still finds one of the goal gates.
And a good use of Elusive, by the way, from Wallaby, Leo Leon, and Gumi. Pretty much always using it right before the heavy hit of the Juliet R to avoid the biggest part of the damage. And if you're against a Julie who has things like Perfect Form, where she benefits from hitting that heavy part, things like Specialized Training as well, getting a habit of avoiding that part is super, super important in playing against that character.
Ooh. Firewall Sentry opens up the goal. Gumi, good anticipation of the core flex. Building meter, Leon will have it first, which is really scary as this goal is now open. And here it comes. Wallaby keeps the puck locked down. Leo just parked on that goal line, which means that if Corey can get it to him, it's going in. Gumi saves it once, not the second time.
And a really good save by Gumi that he unfortunately just whiffs the clear angle just barely enough.
He clown emojied himself. Respect the play.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I think we've learned quite a lot about when and how to use toxic emotes this tournament.
Absolutely, Gumi is an expert on this thing. Him and his friends, absolutely. Him and 3Z, Naka, they're all on point with this stuff. They are the cultural innovators.
We need to, I just, and this is like my esports caster instinct coming in again, I just want to see more beef. I just want to see real hatred, you know?
True! I've been saying this for so long. Everyone in this community, by the way, is
way too nice.
Yeah, people are nice, and you know what? That makes it really great.
Screw the set point. We're having this conversation now.
Yeah, absolutely. This has to be said. Everyone in this community is so great. I love this community so much. You know, but I want some narratives here, right? We were talking. I've been talking about this with Gravity. Like, we want people. Like, we don't want people at their throats, but like, we want beef. We want people to come into Twitch chat and say, "I'm better."
Exactly. Do that in game with emotes. Do it out of game. Post cringe twitlongers. That's what I'm saying. Post cringe twitlongers that have like chat logs in them that aren't really that offensive, but the presence of the chat logs means that it's offensive. Like, do all that stuff. Yeah. You know, and I will tell you, I have cast League of Legends Esports. If anyone needs help kind of brainstorming ways to be terrible and toxic, I will help you. I've offered those services for free.
Absolutely.
Goal gate's open here. We are now 2 sets up, 1 away. LYTE only needs this final set to win the game. The match? Games are the smallest unit, I think. 1 more set to win the match.
I think so. I always confuse it. I think it's, I tried my best.
Open goal. Leo. Oh, good pop!
Nice.
Goomy! That was perfect!
Very nice. Very clean.
You already lose. Tries to find the clear. Firewall sentry set up at opposite purposes. Puck in neither of them. Oh no, Leo and Goomy both missed.
Immediate XDD punish.
Yeah. I think there was a little bit of small mode happening. Kieran will keep it out. Wallaby plays perfectly. Goomy with the range strike shot. It's all clear. Goomy to Kieran Noob. Pop behind it. Perfect. Corey can't keep a handle on it, but the KO in response. And now Goomy's under threat again, and Corey tacks it through with the bewitching B.
Goomy earned every XDD he used right there in that round. He made some crazy plays. He used the like glitch pop to strike a core flip shot. That was crazy from him. Unfortunately, not able to sink it in, but that was really well played from him.
Corey walking back with the puck here, waiting for it as the first goal gate is open. Really good play by Corey positioning-wise on the midfield. It's less flashy, obviously, than the goal scoring, but I love to see Corey just always where the puck is going to be.
Yeah, definitely.
Core flip now available. Leon rolling inside the goal. Corey can get it to him as soon as Leon has cooldowns up. Firewall sentry mess. Core flip to get it out past that. Oh, Wallaby just hits it through.
Soul Reap.
And now we're in the danger zone. There it is, bottom corner. And a point on the board for the first time in a while to the chill Gangstas.
And Wallaby positioned actually really, really well. One thing you like to do with core flip is stand right in the center of that goalie gate where you could hit up or down, and the enemy goalie just can't predict. They'll have to guess.
Yeah, it's a really good articulation of, as a goalie player, my nightmares, so thank you for that.
Absolutely. And something that you especially like to do on Julie is you like to dribble it to set yourself up for that position as well, just kind of bouncing off the wall. We might see Leo Leon do it here as he attempts to score a goal, but he's a little bit low, so maybe not. But.
You're ready to lose, running back. Wallaby will open the goal before he can get there. Wallaby bottom corner, him and Corey keeping it safe. Wallaby puts it between the two of them. Perfect shot placement.
Absolutely breaking the ankles of you already losing Corey. And yeah, if you look at a replay of that, he's literally hovering right there at the center waiting for a pass from Kianoob so he can mix them up.
And I kept waiting for him to put it in the top corner, so he was already lose. He was already heading there to defend. Wallaby had bigger thoughts in mind, and now they're only 1 game away from winning the second set. Pass up to Wallaby. He's big mode. He's up the board!
Played a bit too greedy with his positioning that time, playing right next to the edge where an enemy can just kind of pop on you and kill you, murder you.
Corey with the Maelstrom, trying to force it through. Bewitching beams off target. Core flip won't get it free. Second tap does the job. You already lose. Will teleport for the freedom. Low on cooldowns now. Has to core flip. Can get it past Wallaby. Goomy has the core flip, but doesn't press it in time. And we're tied up in this set.
Yeah, and I think Goomy should have used core flip there. When the ball goes right past you, and if you're able to react, I don't think Goomy was able to react. I think he was trying to wait to get it with a strike, and he just didn't think about it. But if it goes past you, you could use core flip. It has a bigger range than your strike, and it allows you to save things that you just wouldn't otherwise.
Open goal. Goomy, because he saved it from the last time, does still have core flip. So that is one benefit.
That is important. Maybe he actually did want to save it because this is the deciding point right now.
If you figure you can, 30% chance you can save with strike, maybe that's the math in his head. Coreflip ready and waiting as he defends this final goal gate. There is again an open goal over on the LYTE side of the board. Kearnu forward, Firewall Sentry to force it that way. Wallaby waiting. Can't get it through the Firewall Sentry posted by You Already Lose. Wallaby forward, 1v1 against You Already Lose. Lose has the clear, but Gumi's back at it, forcing it through. Coreflip can't connect. Wallaby waiting, top corner, denied by the glitch pop. Gumi somehow lost his core flip in the midst of all that, I think due to the pressure. Doesn't have it now. We'll get it downfield. Glitch pop, You Already Lose, gets it clear barely in time. Wallaby keeping it safe. There's the goal gate popped. Leo opens it up. Firewall Sentry still in there. Leo doesn't have cooldowns. Can't force it through. Gumi, top corner, bottom corner. Glitch pop, it's free. Back in now, behind the maelstrom. Leo can't get a handle on it. Kiarnoobs get it out. Core flip, top corner. Glitch pop, and from the opposite goal line, it is Gumi to get a set on the board and keep this match alive.
That's it, and that's the XDDD. I know, even though this is a top-down perspective, I know Gumi was staring at You Already Lose. That guy, Gumi has just outplayed this man. Gumi has absolutely destroyed the entire enemy team mechanically. It is, oh my gosh, that was that was crazy to watch.
That was a sick sequence, and what a way to end it.
Holy, and we're about to have even more chaos as Monumentalist is now the free one. We're still playing! I know! It's so crazy.
The game keeps going after that.
Oh, man.
All right. Anything in those awakenings? Sorry, I was
a
little...
Yeah. So we have Monumentalist as the open one, which allows both eras to get it, which means that we will have double large tornadoes.
Oh, yeah, I see that. Wow.
It's especially good on Night Market, where you have that barrier blocking kind of the pass. So you have to think of the map as like kind of two lanes. And when you have an ability that blocks the entire lane, it's pretty good.
Gumi looking for a clear. Gate already open for You Already Lose, and Wallaby will walk it through. 1 point on the board in this third set for Chill.
Getting themselves on the board. Small correction to make, it's Kainoob. I've just been made aware of that. I have unfortunately done him dirty by mispronouncing his name. I will try not to do that in the future.
He's playing Arrow though.
Oh, that's true. My bad. Whoa.
Arrow is actually how it's pronounced. Gate open. Gumi can't keep a handle on that, and Leo will put it through. You get later into these games, and if a Juliet can just get up to your goal line with full cooldowns, it's over, man.
It's over. She dash punches the core, and maybe you go along with it too if you try to save it.
Yeah. What is that?
The Monumentalist era, it covers the entire lane. It's so nice for getting the core down, or for catching people off guard to getting a really, really free kill.
Core flip to keep it away. You Already Lose inside the goal. Leon does have core flip as well. We'll spend it now to get it past the Firewall Sentry. Last tech still forces it through. Leo has to stand in the corner. Think about the size of the tornado headed his way. So the goal is open, but the puck is thoroughly locked in. Finally gets past Corey. Pass up to Leo. First gate down on the opposite side. Wallaby doesn't have the HP or the cooldowns to make anything happen here. So Corey can keep pressure on. Gumi spends core flip back at him. Corey racing up top. Firewall sentries from both sides. You Already Lose place second. So the offense will stay in control.
Oh! Monumentalist era.
Wallaby forces it through.
Yeah, Monumentalist era, with that increased size, it's super easy to get a pick where they're basically stun locked in that tornado and pushes them off the net. No stagger needed.
Yeah, Leo, not in Kansas anymore. And now we could see a tie in this set. Leo to the top corner, can't quite break that goal line. Gumi holding on. Wow, You Already Lose. I didn't think was going to save that. Firewall sentry set up second by You Already Lose. Will force this against Gumi. It's a weird bounce though. And so instead he loses a teammate, but Wallaby still has the control, so Gumi can force it forward. Down. Oh no! Corey with his second KO! It's just Gumi! Open goal! Keeps it out! Almost has core flip! Not in time! Look, it came up, his meter filled right as the goal went across the line.
Man, yeah. Power Monumentalist area. It's why it's something you really, really want to deny if you're a character that's able to use it from area. It's pretty good on her.
So now match point. If LYTE win this game, this next round, they win the match. Noob forcing it forward. Glitch Pop keeps it dangerous. Noob, sorry. And Wallaby forcing it against the goal line of Corey. Big tornado coming in. Fireball Sentry from You Already Lose keeps it out. Noob, Wallaby. Lose Wallaby, but they do get the goal open. Gumi now needs to keep it safe. Glitch Pop throws Leo off their game. Gets it through. Noob already charging up meter. Gumi with Fireball Sentry can't keep their own goal safe. It's now open on both sides. Wallaby has respawned. Gumi, top corner. It's awkward. Noob gets it free and downfield. Core flip. Not past the two defenders. Noob has the Maelstrom. That'll get it to You Already Lose, who bounces back in the same direction. Wallaby coming in with the Flame Flurry. Can't dash punch it through. Now down to player. Gumi has the world to beat. Out of the game! And it's a final score, 3-2 in the third set victory for LYTE.
Yeah, and the pressure from Leo and Corey too much. I mean, you just feel the mental pressure there as a goalie. You walk back towards the net when you feel like you have to make those saves. And Leo recognizing that, just hitting him with a single ability and killing Gumi. And letting them get the win right there.
Wow. I don't think I breathed for those last couple of rounds. That was crazy.
Yeah. Absolutely. Some of the saves that Gumi made was like heart-stopping. That guy is crazy. He's a beast. Not to detract away as well from the other team. Those guys are absolutely nutty, playing absolutely clean Omega Strikers here.
Yeah, I'm kind of... I have, as you can tell by the fact that we said their name wrong for a great deal of the game. But I've never seen Kainu play before, and I was very impressed by the way they were holding the midfield. Really good game from Kainu. They took 60 shots over the course of the game. Really impressive.
Just, the pressures from Kainu was absolutely amazing. He was winning a lot of strike wars, using the tornadoes to shut down field, and yeah, it's just good stuff from everyone. It was absolutely amazing to watch.
Only to be outdone by Corey. 80 shots on goal, 236 redirects.
Oh man.
Just constant ball contact from Corey, one of the OGs of the game, delivering an OG performance for a victory here. LYTE will advance through the bracket, and unless I'm mistaken, we have one more set that the two of us are broadcasting.
Ooh.
And that, stalling for it to let start GG load. They're so tired of me on the admin side of this. I'm like constantly so confused by start.gg, the website they use, because it just like came in slightly after my time. So I just don't know how to use the website. It is going to be S.A.D.B.O.I.S and Quiet Jokesters as our final match on air, of course. That will be the second winners semi-final, which means we'll know who the winners final is, and the lower bracket, the elimination bracket, is still developing below that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so.
If you've seen a bracket before, that made a ton of sense. If you don't understand what a double elimination bracket looks like, don't worry about it. Your life is better than mine.
Truth. And actually, one interesting thing about the stats from that game, 37,000 damage coming out from You Already Loses Amy, dwarfing like the 25k from Juliet and the from Wallaby's Juliet and the 29k from Leon's Juliet. Which is something to kind of keep in mind, is that I feel like right now, midfielders do as much, if not more damage than bruisers, and bruisers are mostly around to be there for kind of relatively easy kill confirms. I could be wrong on that, don't quote me on that, but that's my intuition right now, and part of what makes Amy strong right now is that she just does a ton of damage. Like, outright, just crazy amounts of damage.
And this is a stats challenge. Developers get on this. I bet a huge percentage of that is just the fireball sentries. Just like putting that down in a contested zone and watching it hit every single dot of it hitting somebody.
Yeah, absolutely. It could if you have something like Monumentalist too, you could actually, or even without Monumentalist, I think you could actually, if you position it right, you could stun lock someone if they're staggered and they just die. They can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that game, even though both Amy's chose to choose something other than Monumentalist, I think something like Extra Special is pretty good, especially if, again, you're trying to react to the enemy's Amy Firewall Sentry. Having yours up more is super, super important. But if you get your hands on creation trainings as Amy, yeah, you could play around that Firewall Sentry as something that just deals an insane amount of damage, and even just pressuring goalies with that.
We need to settle something though. Amy? I'm pretty sure it's Amy. Because it's
Oh my God.
A-I-B?
Have I been saying Amy? Have I been saying Amy?
We
I don't
said
even
Amy
realize
just now,
it.
and you're not the only person that says it. This is me pecking on you. I wouldn't do that to you if I just thought you were wrong. I would just let you be wrong.
Yeah, it's canonically Amy.
Is it really? Okay, good.
I think so. But what is it in our hearts? I think is the more important
Because it's
question.
AI me. What would be really good is if it was canonically AI me, because that is a nightmare to say out loud.
AI me.
Okay, I have a question. Are either of you
Hi,
still on
Sai.
the scoreboard page?
No, I'm looking at
Okay,
my
great.
handsome face. Oh wait, no, that's Atlas.
So Q failed once. Hopefully, it will not fail again.
That's just the TJ special. I'm just here to help. If you're just joining us, every single tournament I broadcast for Producer Saya, it has been fine until I log on, and then the queue starts failing.
Maybe this is why you get AI me. Oh my God, what is her name now? I can't even think about it.
I think that
but-
you're doing perfect. You should just add another letter and see if anyone notices.
Yeah, you just have so much in common with Ayumi. I think her lore is that she herself is glitchy.
Wow,
just
Ayumi is a real name. It's full circle. That's back to reasonable. Wow.
Oh, true.
No, I love it. You made me
Hey.
feel terrible.
Yeah, but you just have so much in common. It's just technical failure. Just surrounds the presence of you and Ohio.
It took me a full like. What did he say? I was like, Ohio, what? Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. We'll never settle it. I think. It's Amy because
Oh.
I guess I've just been conditioned to call it Amy. But it is. Wait, I can't even pronounce it. I don't even trust myself to pronounce it. I don't want to be wrong again. I don't want to mislead an entire community on the pronunciation again. They did. Odyssey has done so much work to fight the Amy perception that I don't want to mess it up again.
I mean, if we can agree on anything, it's that you pronounce the periods.
Oh, like a dot me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
true.
Anderson.pack, you know?
Yeah, because when you type her name down, it does show up as a hyperlink sometimes. So theoretically, that does work. Yeah.
I have nobody do this. However, there's like 100 people watching. Nobody do this. I'm gonna voice this idea out loud. None of you are allowed to do it because I need to do it afterwards. But I'm going to purchase i.me and put just the clown emoji on it.
Oh my God, that would be. And you know, if you're at that website, you probably got clowned because you just clicked on a link when someone was typing I.me.
The clown emoji, and then it like 10% opacity map of the state of Ohio. That is the next level emote. Odyssey Interactive, if you're listening, get me an emoji that is just the state of Ohio, and only me, because this thing happens to me where with the like streamer competition emojis, where like I'll get flashed by an emoji and it just stun locks me because I've never seen it before in my life, and it's the wildest thing I've ever seen. It's just some guy's face. I'm just like, where did that come from? If you let me and only me flash the state of Ohio as an emoji, cripple it to my opponents.
That's true. Going back, you know, you make the clear on Atlas and boom, Ohio.
Hit somebody with the rune ultimate. Looks like you're going to Ohio.
Actually, yeah, we talk so much about West Coast kidnapping, but we never talk about Ohio kidnapping. So there are Ohio players.
No.
I know it's a hard pill to swallow.
From
but
Ohio?
There's an entire team called Ohio Boys. I forgot about them. Yo, shout out to Ohio Boys. Marco, Alpha Kiwi, and Best Jelly. I know them. That's it. That's the extent of my relationship. I know of them, but they're Ohio Boys, and we're talking about. I don't know. I just brought it up. But if anything else, there are Ohio players, and it's a nightmare that we all have to deal with.
Just the knowledge that they're out there. There could be anyone at any moment.
They really
you
could
be talking to someone and they're like, I'm from Ohio.
Oh my god. Oh, whoa. Jump scare. Whoa. I thought I'd be safe here in Dallas, but...
If you're just joining us, I don't want anyone to kind of be lost on the joke. I want to kind of catch you up. So we couldn't decide how to pronounce IME while we're waiting for this game to load, and we decided that it was pronounced Ohio through a series of convoluted gags. And now we are discussing the existence of Ohio as a real place that people can live. So just making sure everyone's caught up. Sometimes you have to explain the joke, Brickbat.
Oh, true.
So the audience at home is following.
Honestly, if they don't know about Ohio, the world's a better place.
If they don't know about Ohio.
It's like the basilisk. You can't know about it. You might be dragged in.
I made a point. Because I like slowed down doing esports, and I like took some time off last summer. Almost summer again, isn't that terrible? And I like traveled around America, which I'd never really done.
No.
And let me tell you, we talk a lot of here on the West Coast. We're like, I would never go to the Midwest. Some of it's really pretty.
Oh, sure,
I don't think I would want to live there because it's too spread out for me. I like living in a big city. Mm-hmm. But some of the space between places in the middle of America is really pretty. So Ohio might be nice. I've never been there. If you live in Ohio, I want you to know that I remain open-minded about your state.
Yeah, don't worry. If you tell us that you're from Ohio, we will try our best to not immediately smite you on the spot.
I've never been. Well,
Yeah, no,
it could be nice.
We love all of our players.
See something on a menu that you're like, I don't know what that is. It could be nice. That's how I feel about Ohio. We are waiting for the next game to start. There have been tech issues to do with the loading queue. But we are trying, as we speak, I'm looking at a loading screen.
The queue is
we are trying to get into S.A.D.B.O.I.S versus the Quiet Jokesters, which will be the second winners bracket semi-final. What was that, Saya? Producer Saya, you spoke up?
This is the 7th time the queue has failed.
What do we do?
We keep trying.
Okay, I have an idea. Is it because you're queuing as goalie and I'm queuing as goalie?
I don't think so, but what if we change that?
Whoa.
I can't change that.
I'll be the flex spectator. Wait, it just changed me back to forward.
I literally can't change
I'm forced. I'm being held hot. I'm sorry.
Put it on screen. Let me show the people.
I'm on gunpoint. I have to be the forward spectator. They've got me. I'm sorry. They have my family. I can't.
I can't change my roles, Saya.
They're being held at a warehouse in Ohio. I can't even go there.
Try now.
I changed. We're good.
Oh my gosh. Whoa.
Maybe that was it. If that was it, I'll be upset.
If that was it, then it is your fault.
Why would it be my fault?
You're right. It's our fault.
True.
You know, if there's one thing we care about here at Flipside, biggest Omega Strikers tournament ever, it's sharing collective blame.
Oh.
It was not it. The queue just crashed again.
Yep. Well, I know nothing about Ohio. I know nothing about that state.
That's where you're going back to Phil, Brickbat. Damn, we haven't talked enough about Ohio. I'll tell you a story, Brickbat. One time during, when I was 17, I was doing my first ever event. And we had, much like this, we had a really long delay, we had a really long crash. And so I was just filling for time. And I just started riffing with my co-caster, who's also a kid about my age. We just started riffing. And we ended up riffing about Australia.
Whoa.
And the way you make something funny is you take a really extreme position, right? So I really leaned into it. I was like, Australia sounds terrifying. Everything there could kill you. And my angle, to be clear, wasn't that Australia was an awful place. It was that anyone who lived there had to be insane because it seemed so dangerous. Which, to be clear, you can maybe tell where the story is going. Which, to be clear, I do not believe is true. Anyway, at the time, somebody in like my Twitter DMs, and if you like are a remotely public esports broadcaster, don't have your Twitter DMs open. This was a learning experience for me. You get like death threats and stuff. But I had my Twitter DMs open, and someone from Australia was like, you know, TJ, I thought you were really cool. I live in Australia, and you went on a 6-minute rant about how bad Australia is.
Oh no.
Anyway, flash forward like 6 years. I am doing an event in Australia. And I'm talking, it's a closed event, right?
Uh-huh.
We're at ESL Australia, which is a great studio, really good staff. And there's no live audience. But I'm talking to like one of the tournament admins, one of the people who like make sure that the tournament's running smoothly. And I'm chatting to him, and he goes, you know, I used to actually watch your streams.
Oh.
It was that guy from my Twitter DMs, and we had like a 5-minute conversation where I very awkwardly tried to clarify that I didn't actually hate Australia, and it seemed really nice. And he was like, yeah, well, I mean, once you go someplace, it's really easy to see this. And I was like, no, at no point did I hate Australia. So the real learning lesson here is, this is why I'm pulling back on Ohio, is that like, you never know, man.
Yeah.
You never know who you're traumatizing.
I love Ohio. It's a beautiful state that has trees and like roads. I don't have too many.
Those things are probably true about Ohio, but the important thing is just to keep an open mind and know that if you're from Ohio, Brickbat loves you.
Yes, I love my Ohio Omega Striker players. We're Ohio striking today, I think, with our favorite.
Okay, maybe too far in the other direction.
Okay.
Maybe pull back a little.
Okay, whoa, sorry. My bad.
People from Kansas are listening. They're going, "Why does Brickbat hate Kansas?" That's what's happening now.
Oh my gosh. Oh no. Every state. I'm a fan of every state. There are like 50 of them, including a few territories, and I probably cannot name them all off the top of my head. I'd have to take a while, but they're all great. I'm
Wait,
sure.
really?
Well, actually, okay.
You don't think you
Whoa,
can
whoa,
name all the states?
Okay. I probably
The
couldn't.
state of American education, man.
I'd probably forget. No.
Which states do you think you're most likely to forget?
Well, that's a trick
Just,
question.
Off the top of your head, which of the states do you think you would be most likely to forget? I'll open up the chat. I'll open this up to the chat. Just go ahead and start dropping forgettable states in there. Yeah.
Delaware.
You know who's from Delaware?
No, don't tell me.
Beloved Omega Strikers player Matt Nabiri Clendaniel.
Oh, no, this can't be. Cool. I've been pinged. I've been Juno clowned. I am the Juno clown. No.
Oh,
I didn't know anyone lived there. That's so.
I'm opening this up. Vermont, multiple mentions.
Vermont.
There's a Delaware in here as well.
Classic. I think it's like the small states that they're all crammed in. They're just getting it. The 13 colonies were like a huge hit, so like we gotta get more of these.
We've got a 1-2 punch. One user writes South Dakota, and then another user one line afterwards writes all of Dakota, which I really like because they did not know which Dakota they were talking about. So that's really good.
Truth. There's also the East Virginia, but also like normal Virginia, like Central Virginia. That one's crazy. That one's wild. I'm sure there's a story behind that one. Let me. Oh man. It's
Alberta. Kuyachi, she has put Alberta. I will point out Alberta, not a state, which does kind of disqualify it from this. That's Canada. That's a whole different thing.
As far as I'm aware, it isn't a U.S. state. Yeah, that would be. I would be a surprise if it wasn't. Up there with like almost, but like not would be like Mexico in its entirety. I think.
When I think about Canada, I do think of Alberta. I think of Toronto and Alberta.
I couldn't name a single I don't even know what they're called. They're not called states. They're
Yeah,
called.
but you
like,
live in the United States and you couldn't name all 50 states, so I kind of knew that
okay.
about you already. If I started asking you to name Canadian provinces, I didn't think you would be great at it.
Provinces. That's the word. Yeah. Man. Yeah. That's too much for me. It's too far away. It's too away from my mind. I couldn't possibly recover.
All
Let me
right,
think.
gang. We have all done everything like reasonable on our side. We have restarted our class. We've done everything reasonable, and this queue is still crashing. So just want to give you an update. We are not stalling for nothing.
We have to get the word out about.
So
those
let's
left-
just flip this back around. Give me your most memorable states. What states do you think of first? What states really say America to you?
Okay. So I've seen like maps made by like people who weren't born in the US, who did not grow up in the US, and they're like asked to point out like what
Right.
states are which, and they just forget. They know nothing, right? And but 90% of the time they will point out Texas, New
Mhm.
York, and California.
Mhm.
I think those are the
And
ones.
I will note, they always like draw Texas way too big and New York way too big, and they draw like California taking up 2/3 of the western seaboard. Here's the thing though, they're just right about that.
They are just right.
And whenever I talk to foreign friends, they're like, "Oh, I'm going to California. Do you want to hang out?" And I'm like, "I don't think you need to get a little more specific." And then they're like, "Oh, I'm going to San Diego. That's not too far from San Francisco, is it?" I'm in LA. Do you think you could drive over?
Actual culture shock. Okay, culture shock story. Because I grew up in Arizona, where you live in Phoenix, and if you don't live in Phoenix, it's backwoods. Like there are entire cities
I've
that
been
we
to
declare.
Phoenix, Arizona, and that means I've been to most of Arizona.
Yes, you have been to the fun hip part of Arizona. There's beautiful
I don't
nature
go
up
that
north.
far.
Beautiful nature up north. It's great. But if you want to be around people who live day-to-day lives, and not by cactuses or trees, it's gonna be in Phoenix and its suburbs. So I grew up there, and I'm so used to like everything in my life being like at most a 1 hour drive away. Like I could go do anything that a city could provide, and it's a 1 hour drive. And then I come down to Texas. I came down to Texas for college, and people will drop the 1 hour 30 bomb commute, like just in conversation, as if that is a normal thing. Like that is a normal. Like they go, I wake up at 6 in the morning so I could drive an hour and a half to go to my 9 to 5 work. Like, whoa, like that heart attacks, chills when I hear that. I'm so crazy. I don't know how people in the state survive their day to day with commutes like that.
Yeah, I think the weirdest thing is just when you're from Europe, where if you drive the distance from, San Francisco to LA, if you drive that distance, you'll have crossed to at least one different country.
Yeah.
Maybe more than one. Like you can get on a train in London and be in like Switzerland. It's the same day.
Whoa. It's like over water.
And that's an island. They have to go
Yeah,
under the water
that's
for
great.
that.
I have not seen much water in my life. I grew up in AZ and I live in Texas. I don't see too
Yeah.
much of that. That's
So
a lot of water.
So I think that's what happens. Is people are just like in that mindset where they're like, yeah, it's far apart, but their mindset of what is far apart is just wrong.
I had to drive from Arizona to Texas when I moved, and in my mind, I was like, oh, it's probably gonna be like a 2-day trip or something. It could probably be done in 2 days, but like,
Oh my God, why would you
literally,
think that?
I don't know, because I just have no sense of geography. I mean, I forget states
Yeah,
exist.
that's
New
been a
Mexico,
running
a
thread throughout
forgettable
this
state.
conversation, Brickbat. Well, I will say
New
that is what I've learned about you.
Absolutely. New Mexico is one of those forgettable states. There's already a Mexico, and it's pretty good. We don't need a new one. But it's there, and it
But
takes up
it's in
space.
there. It's in the middle of those two places.
Yeah, and so
It's pretty big.
I had to drive the entire state, like the fool I was, like the Juno clown I was, and it added an entire like extra day to my trip because I just don't consciously comprehend that state.
It's like a square too.
Yeah, it's like I can't even picture its shape.
You ever just get New Mexico posted on? Yeah,
like there's Albuquerque, and that's all the trivia I know about New Mexico. I heard that there might be moderately good golf. Don't know about that. Haven't confirmed myself. I don't play golf. I don't know of golf really.
I do have I'll bring golf back to esports, but I do want to cut in. We do have Lutzberg in the chat. One of the developers has just said that they are actively working on the problem. I can tell you, I've always wanted to say this. I'm in personal contact with the developers. We are attempting to solve the problem. So we'll figure out what's holding up the tournament in a moment. I just love how attentive Odyssey are to community stuff like this. They've always been like that. When I was like very early on when we were doing Core Assist, we were doing like tutorial videos. And we still do them. We do like guides for the new strikers. And whenever we're like, how does this weird mechanic work? I'm in the mode where I'm like, I've got to figure this out. I've got to go put this in the lab and test this out. Matt, the other guy who writes and presents the videos, will just be like, well, I'll just DM Odyssey. I'll just ask. And then they answer them. And that's crazy. I have never had a game developer do that, even on games where game developers are like paying me money. It's like never happens. So
no,
I really appreciate how in tune Odyssey are.
I love Odyssey Interactive. Shout out to literally everyone that has the Audi prefix and those that don't but still have the Wait, I could have just simplified that just by saying everyone who works at Odyssey. Yeah, shout out to everyone at Odyssey for being in contact. I also had that experience of like they're so willing to help out. When I ran the Arcadian, which was a tournament back in beta, I just had to literally send a DM and they helped me so much with the tournament scene by providing like Audi points and stuff like that. And they are, and everything that they're doing, facilitating the professional scene of this game and everything like that is amazing. So my fun, freaky story about golf and esports is that one of the commentators I've worked the most with, he's currently working. He did like a day of the LCS recently. He's very popular in the North American League of Legends scene. He's an incredible commentator. His name is Matthew Cubby Samuelson. And he is, you would think, a perfectly normal esports commentator. He was a coach for a university team. He does some really great analysis. He's got a great radio voice. His dad was a broadcaster, so he like knows how to project properly. And you would think he was totally normal, except for the fact that his hobby, the thing he does for fun, is golf. And no matter how many times I spend time with him, it always hits me like a brick. I'll be having a chat with him and he'll be like, yeah, I was just golfing the other day. And I'll be like, who are you? What is happening?
All right, real quick. It worked. I had to solo spectate though, so you will have to watch the Discord stream.
All right.
Oh, sick. So I was the problem. It was definitely me.
Well, the glitch is gone, and thus we have technology.
You're right. Nobody picked on me.
Oh my gosh. True. Oh yeah. Amy is gone. It's great.
Oh god, not back to this. All right. Briefly resetting the table for folks that are just joining us. We did just have a fairly substantial delay that we seem to have gotten around. We are in the winners semi-final of the tournament. This will be the Quiet Jokesters over on red versus the S.A.D.B.O.I.S on blue. This is a best-of-1 match, the winner of which will advance to the winners finals.
Ooh, and we actually have a Zentaro pick coming out. I'm super excited to see this character. One of the new characters that was added on launch. Super excited to see how he will show up in competitive. And another very fun pick, we have the Drakar goalie coming out from Slot. Also something that has emerged after beta finished in the new launch.
Can you explain that to me, Drakar goalie?
Yeah, so shout out to Kilius, the man who basically invented this thing back in beta where he just played Drakar goalie and everyone said that he was completely insane. And to some extent, he was. A lot of the reason that Drakar goalie is viable is because of the changes that have come out. But one of the big things that I don't think we have it here, but missile propulsion and strike shot. Both of those things allow Drakar shotgun to, you see it right there, to go like a significant amount of the map, which allows you to get really good core control.
Bells into the corner, past Slop, and it's through, 1-0.
And
sorry, you were saying it's really good in goal?
It's supposed to be really good at goal. It theoretically has a lot of options of stopping things like Juliet, because the Drakkar shotgun, when you hit the prime diamond, it does a stun, which stops a lot of the combos that allow people to stuff in net. Notably, I don't think it does stop Asher, which is again contributing to her dominance, but that's probably the reason. I believe that she was one of the bans here, both players not wanting to really deal with it, one team really not wanting to deal with it.
Slop in trouble so far, gets it past Vaughn, very good timing. Goes into the Xeno Cloak to regain control. That's a fun added boost as well. Jokester in the midfield to B.O.I.S accidentally, and then to the goal. I'm gonna talk a little bit about Zentaro, because one of my friends who I've been playing a lot with has been playing Zentaro. Zentaro very good at finishing goals, very good at getting stacks in the midfield, stagger in the midfield. The key thing about that big flurry of like Yasuo League of Legends thing that happens is that it's basically a circular explosion. The puck will go away from the center of the animation every time. So it can be very easy to predict at the high level.
Absolutely, yeah, and you have so much time to react to it as well. And I think it does do a bit of damage once you do training, once you get some trainings, but one weakness that Zentaro has that is abusable is that he's really squishy and he doesn't do a lot of damages without proper trainings. With proper trainings, he will melt people.
Ooh! Slop misses on his shotgun. Bells gets it round him. First set in the books. S.A.D.B.O.I.S 1-0 up.
Yeah, that was blisteringly fast, actually. I think kind of a backbone that we saw. We saw Bells score a lot of goals, but a backbone of that was also another place for Drakkar. Drakkar in the midfield. Drakkar control is very much a concept.
Shut
Missile
up.
propulsion. It's a thing. No, people do say it's core. This is real. I'm not making it up. This is not an Ohio Amy moment. People do say it's Drakkar control. You see missile prop literally immediately taken by Vaughn, no hesitation. Extremely good, both for him and denying it from Slop, which means that his shotguns will just go so far, and he could get so many cheap passes, cheap goals with it by basically just catching people off guard with it.
We'll see if he can score with it. As the lock gate is open, only one goal gate available now for Megaverse, one of the preeminent Kai goalie players. Vaughn playing offense here has opened up both at Slop's gate. Megaverse will have to drift back to avoid the Zentaro, but handles it very well. Adam Xeno, pass to B.O.I.S, and it's past him.
Clean passing play, very, very good. Passing it to where the enemy goalie is not, and allows Bells to just punch it in. And something I would love to see in this game is really clean passes using the way that the star bends. Though it seems like both teams are just electing to pop it instantly in order to get a clear map, which does allow for like easier passing plays, basically.
Yeah, Slop is really struggling with the passing sequences between Bells and Vaughn. They're just setting up really well. Needs to be interrupted, I think, if you're going to keep Slop up. You need to get silent or somebody rotating back there between those passing plays.
And something that Vaughn, I think, is very much, you see the power of missile prop just absolutely demolishing Slop. He can't do anything there. But Vaughn always wants a clear line between him and Bells so that he could always get a pass off. And when you don't see that line, Vaughn will start fighting people to get that line back so that he always gets the signal. Unfortunately, he's dead. But.
Yeah, which means it's an opportunity. 2 open goals. Silent forward to Megaverse, who just isn't able to hit a button in time, and the core goes into the goal.
Silent showing us actually another meta BM emote, the slime question mark, and that one's even more BM.
Right.
It's paywall.
We missed that one. That was a sleeper.
Yeah, it's a paywall emote, so it's even more BM because you just don't have access to it if you didn't put down the money.
Core flip from Megaverse keeps it free. Joker will find the KO. Him and Silent now pressing the attack. Firewall sentry down. Joker just needs to get it into the firewall, and he does. 2-1. Set point to answer back to tie up this set now for the Quiet Jokesters. Black hole in the middle. Silent will get control. Dangerous for Slop here. Yeah, it's going to hit that first gate. He barely keeps it free of the second. Bell's causing so many problems for him. And he gets that second gate just by occupying Slop. Slop through the goal. B.O.I.S knocked back. Silent on goaltending duties. Will drop that fireball sentry. Neither of them are in the top corner, though, and Vaughn sure is tied up in the set.
Yeah, and even though I talk so much about Drakor control, people are still forgetting about the Drakill control. He's still got a gun. It does a bit of damage.
Looking at my notes, and they say, shut up! Open goal very early on. This is dangerous. Wow! Those sequences from Vaughn and B.O.I.S. Taking notes.
They are in sync and they are in the zone. They are absolutely destroying the other two forwards. Yeah, winning the strike war by Pat and then immediately passing it into the Juliet, it sets it up for the easiest goals of Bell's life, and they're making the other team look like fools right now.
Yeah, and we talked about it earlier. Anytime you can get a Juliet or an Asher who can just sit on the goal line and wait for the puck,
yeah,
you're gonna keep scoring.
Absolutely.
So they're gonna have to get this Juliet out of that zone somehow. They're gonna have to spend cooldowns to stop that from just being free, or they're gonna have to interrupt the passing play, which, as you talked about, is very difficult given how well Vaughn can play.
And we actually see Stinger being passed up from both Drakars, which I thought was interesting. Usually it's a pretty good training if you want to set up kill pressure on Drakar, because it stacks with his, I believe it stacks with his R, so that it just constantly refreshes the Stinger. I could be wrong about that. But either way, I do believe it's like one of the best damage runes for Drakar. So interesting to see that Denture actually gets his hands on it instead.
Slop raising back, will keep it off of the goal gates. Megaverse has lost both of them. First gate down, now falling to B.O.I.S. So the Joker has an opportunity now to get a point on the board. Fireball sentry to get this puck downfield. Joker forward, overlaps cooldowns, not ideal. B.O.I.S just able to stay here, keep it dangerous. Vaughn picks it up. Joker chasing B.O.I.S on the opposite side of the field. Goal gate stays open. Core flip from Joker, can't get it in. Megaverse, perfect goaltending.
Absolutely. Crazy reactions and reading Joker that he would go up in the top corner, shutting him down essentially. Very good play.
Vaughn trying to fight this clear. It is Joker to carry it to the bottom corner.
Yeah, and something actually keep in mind, they are actually responding like we said we were trying to get Julia out of the net by damaging her and threatening her with the damage between Denture and Amy. But look how Vaughn is responding. He's actually going on the offensive himself. So even if you take out B.O.I.S, you still have Vaughn to contend with taking out your goal gates.
Core flip into core flip. Puck. If we cancel that, I believe that was by Vaughn actually. One gate open in response, so down to the final gate for both sides. Slop a little too late on the strike. Now B.O.I.S has an opportunity. Good pass around him from Slop. Joker, the main key to his kit is that dash. You can double tap essentially, pass it forward, then tap again. It lets him dribble. You see a little bit of those long arms from Zentaro there, getting the second gate open. Both goals now wide open here on Atlas's lap. Oh, and Megaverse, little too slow, even with the speed boost, gets changed up on.
Yeah, it was actually a really clean strike. Good mix-up from, I believe that was Joker sending it that direction. Megaverse was not expecting that.
So here we go, 2-0. A chance to bring a set back to the good, stay alive in this match from the Quiet Jokesters.
I think we saw briefly
No, finish the thought. We got a whole carousel now.
Yeah, we saw the power of Drakar midfield there when Vaughn was kind of strike warring it out with Silent. He just shot Silent right there on the spot, and it went past Silent because it is a gun. It's pretty good. But yeah, actually,
that's what they say in Ohio.
Yeah, that's what they say in Ohio. That's crazy. That's so guns. Got the gun in Omega Strikers. It's really good. Basically following up a strike with the right click of Drakar, able to kind of pass it through, basically stuff it through Silent. Silent can't do much. And Drakar has 2 charges of it right off the bat, right? So even if you use one, you still have an extra cooldown, and with missile propulsion, you can immediately follow that up by challenging goal gates.
That's also what they say in Ohio.
They say a lot of things in Ohio.
Yeah,
it's also
weirdly
crazy.
detailed, like a Mega Striker strategy at all times.
Yeah. No, that's such a unique thing. I never knew that.
Really cool for the statement. Gates open here. Bell's trying to force it down, but Slop will get it clear. We are one set back to the good for the Quiet Jokesters. They are still only one set away from losing out in the series as Voland is able to re-establish some control. Get the first goal in this fourth set.
Yeah, and also the slow from Drakar's ultimate also makes goaltending pretty hard, because if you're not able to run up and down the net with that Drakar slow, it's harder to deal with those angles that Vaughn just put out.
Ooh, wow. Bells is back. Vaughn gets the puck to him. Bells uncontested. Both goals now open though as Joker is able to respond. Vaughn staggered. Joker for the midfield control, trying to get something out of it. Vaughn just stands in the middle of all of his swords, and Megaverse runs it past Silent. That was perfect. Bell's now on the attack. Flame Flurry doesn't have the puck. Silent. Oh! Across the map! A dunk!
Yeah, and Amy
She's
catching
got long arms!
long arms. It's like, yeah, like you just get caught off guard by that space so many times, and it could get even the best of goalies like Megaverse. Oh,
wow, unlucky.
yeah, and the bounce.
Megaverse playing some pinball. Open goal early, so he presses the attack. I love to see this from him. Down a player, knows he has to get more aggressive, build more space, and it looks beautiful. Still has core flip. There it is! All the way downfield, and Megaverse has survived the player deficit. KO found. Vaughn taps it into the game. Joker dangerous here in the middle. Megaverse gets close enough to clear it.
Ooh, nice patience from Slop.
Against the goal gate now. Slop unable to get it fully clear in time. And now both goals are open. Joker to pick it up. Forward against Megaverse. Can't get it through. Megaverse reads him perfectly. Joker still dangerous here. Has the core flip now. Will spend it. Good read by Bells. Blocks off the top corner from the unexpected angle. And so it's Silent in the middle of the field, laying out the firewall sentry. And it's Joker to tap it through.
Good use of the Zentaro ultimate to catch the core as it flies open to the net, and again putting it in that like deadly position where it's an open net and the core is right in the center where the goalie has to kind of guess where it's going, as Amy kind of follows that up, able to redirect it anywhere she wants.
Wow, Silent, okay.
Yeah,
He might have hit his own goal, but that's just Atlas's last thing. So now set point for Quiet Jokesters. If they can get this out, they will have tied up the set. And both goals are open. Silent tries to tap it through a little too early. Megaverse, excellent barrage, keeps it free. Vaughn to Bells. Bells too early on the dash punch. Slop keeps it free, keeps it out. Vaughn unable to get the core flip either. That's just wasted meter, Brickbat. Top corner. He can't do anything. It's Bells to force it through.
And it just kind of, yeah, it got there. Bells was able to, or I don't know if it was Vaughn or Bells himself, but it was able to get in that corner where Julie was able to kind of get a confirmed dash punch.
Ooh. Megaverse playing pinball again. Now, this could be the final point of the game. S.A.D.B.O.I.S need one more goal to end the match. Quiet Jokesters need one more to keep this match going to bring us to our final set. Bells against the back wall, opens it up. Slop in Xenocloak doesn't do anything about it. And so it's Vaughn and Bells in the midfield. Core flip gets nothing. Core flip from Bells. Good bounce, but Silent reads it. Pulls it back with a glitch pop. This makes it messy. Bells almost gets it through. Slop out of the Xenocloak into the elusive. Survives everything. Joker and Silent set up this spiral sentry, but Bells just puts it right between them and wins the match with a perfectly placed strike.
Absolutely breaking Slops and Silence ankles with that one. That was a beautiful strike. Super clean. Those are super satisfying to hit. You read where they are, and yeah, it's just, again, really great play. It was sad that we didn't see a few of the kind of core flip confirms and stuff. So some of them were kind of missed, but that was, yeah, again, excellent play from Vaughn and Bells of passing to each other and essentially always making sure that there's space for for Bells to play and score his goals.
Yeah, that was a crazy final goal. I'm really impressed by the level of play right now. Because a lot of these names are names I've seen a million times before as like, oh, these are the best players in the game. But we're also starting to see these new players that I've seen, you know, maybe in the open beta, in the earlier, more open periods, or I'm seeing for the first time now. And seeing those new names delivering is really cool.
Yeah, very excited for how the professional scene will grow and develop. There are some prospective new names that I hope to see one day be kind of on the big stage like this. And you know what? And even though
this is the biggest stage in
this
Omega
is
Strikers.
the biggest. Wait, that is true. This is like the biggest tournament. Oh my gosh.
This is biggest
Huge.
Omega Strikers tournament ever. Close parentheses.
Truth. Powered by Mr. Resnot Core Strike GG.
That's what we always say. All right, Saya, is that the last game of our block? Do we log ourselves off now?
Yep, feel free to say whatever.
All right, Brickbat, hit me with your whatever.
I love Ohio.
Word.
This was great. I love this community. XDD seems to still be the meta.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Brickbat. Where can people find you? Do you have like a Twitter you want to plug?
I do not, and I should get one. I've been requested to get an OS Twitter. I totally should. So, I guess if I ever make one,
I don't think Twitter is where it's at anymore. I think you maybe missed the boat. I used to be blue check verified on Twitter, and I'm not anymore. So I'm never logging onto that website again. You know.
Truth. You know what? Yeah, that's true. Don't find me on Twitter. Find me in game. Find me on the ladder and clown Juno me. Or don't. Actually, don't. That'll probably gonna yes. Play this game. This game is great.
All right. I'm unclear what to take from that, but Brickbat does love Ohio. Thank you so much for watching. The rest of this tournament is still ahead. My name is TJ. You can find me at chorassist.tv, where I make YouTube videos about the game. You can watch those. I write them. Sometimes I even read them. They're very cool. Saya, thank you very much for putting on this tournament. We're going to log off. Saya is going to bring you guys over to the next batch of casters whom you will love. I hear one of them is from Ohio. Won't tell you which one, though. And then they will walk you through the remainder of the day.
I'm about to get Juno clowned, aren't I? I'm going to get post-mortem Juno'd. Oh, no.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome. Welcome back to Flipside, the largest Omega Strikers tournament thus far. 80-something teams are joining us. I was laughing on the intro because Kuyachi joined call while Saya was counting down to ask if we were live yet. Flipside. You know what? Tomato, Twitch chat. My name's K-Bot. I'm joined by Mystic, who could probably do a better introduction than I can. Mystic, how's it going? How's your night been?
What is up, K-Bot? I'm happy to be here alongside you, casting winners final and losers semifinal as well, before we pass it off to two notorious casters down the line. But for now, you got us. I'm excited. Flipside has been pretty awesome so far. I've been watching the entire time, and I've been watching the demolition that S.A.D.B.O.I.S has been creating throughout their run in the bracket so far. How has it been for you, the experience so far?
It's been fun. You know, a few weeks ago was my first look at the changes to the release patch, and I was shocked at first to see that we were doing best of threes with best of three maps, and like you have 5 sets and it's best of 5 there, and then it's like first to 3 goals in the set, and it's so much Omega Strikers. But I think we're starting to get the hang of this now. Best of ones for the most part, all the way throughout, and it's starting to come together, I think, a little nicer. So it's been a lot of fun to sit here and watch. It's excited to just have the game be live again. You know, we get to like talk about the game. We get to share the game with everybody. We get to put on shows. We get to have tournaments where like 80-some teams compete. How many is that? 80 times 3 is how many people?
It's a big number. 240 at least.
240.
Oh.
240 at least. That's where the math is on that.
I have an update. Leon is in an Overwatch tournament at the moment, so we will be streaming a losers top 8 game instead while we wait.
That's fine with me, but I need to know who he mains in Overwatch and what his role is.
Mystic will judge this.
I've been on my Overwatch grind. I was just playing before.
Ooh.
I'm pushing for GM for the first time. So,
okay.
You know, to be fair, I only play brick support, but it is what it is.
I know next to nothing about Overwatch. I casted some Overwatch 1 like last spring. And I've probably casted more Overwatch than I have played Overwatch.
Overwatch is a game, and that is true for sure. But it's a fun, enjoyable game for me. It's not for everyone. There's a lot of things going on, and I'm excited for the PvE. But before this next match starts, I want to say, if you guys have not voted yet, there is channel point predictions going on. It just got reset for the new match. It was originally meant for winners finals. But if you guys already predicted, go ahead and re-predict, because now we will be going over losers top 8, which will be Soondubu Strikers and Silly Goofy Cats.
What a name.
That's a great name.
That's a fantastic name. We've seen both of these teams already tonight. They are names you'll recognize: Reznok, Apabug, Grimella, Liari, Bobadex, and Enoch. Reznok, shoutouts by the way. Flipside, powered by CoreStrike.gg. Shoutouts for the prize pool donation from them. And so, should be an interesting match. Should be a fun one here. And always fun to watch more Omega Strikers. But before we get into that, by the way, let's set the record right, okay? I'm from Ohio, okay? I was there. I lived there for 22 years. It is my opinion that Ohio is just the most mid of states, and it should not be clowned on for being the most mid of states. That's my take. So you all can go somewhere else with your memes about Ohio, and go clown on a worse state. There have to be worse states, right?
It's so funny because my only, I guess, interaction with Ohio is the memes. I don't know anything about this state outside of what is fed into me through TikToks and Twitter. So it's like my perception of what Ohio is like a barren wasteland with aliens, I don't know, mutated food. It is nothing is correct over there. Everything is running rampant. So when if I ever go into Ohio, that's what I'm expecting.
Well, I don't think it's changed. I mean, I've visited once or twice, but I haven't been back in 4 months now. So maybe it's changed, but to my recollection, unless I was like completely brainwashed or something, which maybe I have been, who knows. But if I haven't been brainwashed, none of that existed. And Ohio is great, okay? We have a handful of sports teams. We have some pretty good universities. We've got decent cities. We don't talk about the city that lights itself on fire every once in a while, though. We don't talk about that one. And we've got like amusement parks, roller coaster capital of the world, Cedar Point, baby. Woo! That's right. Don't you forget it.
Well, if I ever feel like going on some amusement parks, maybe I'll make the trip over to Ohio.
There you go.
Now,
There you go.
I'm going to go back to this prediction of Soondubu Strikers and Silly Goofy Cats. I want to know, I'll start off with my prediction, okay? And then I'll see.
Predict?
Well, I'm putting my own channel points on the line.
Oh, okay.
Because I see it's
not biased casters at all.
It's pretty one-sided towards Soondubu Strikers. Do you agree? I guess actually I'll let you go first before I stake my points. What is your prediction?
What am I supposed to go first? You think I know these players? Aren't you? Don't you know these players because you've been playing with them behind closed doors for a long time, mister?
So I'll give you what I know, right?
All right.
I have played with all these players and have casted them before. Now, going down the one by one breakdown. Reznok is the genius behind Core Strike. He gets bonus points for that. I don't even care how good he is as a goalie or not. But just because of the power of Core Strike and him helping me out host my tournament last time, I'm going to give him a +1 so far. But Reznok is doing really good as a player. Sometimes it's the West Coast power, the check mark, the Core Strike. Maybe he's manipulating stuff in the back end to make his win rate seem a little bit better. Who knows? I don't know what's going on there. But Reznok, you're doing good for me so far. Bug, really good Juliet. And I've seen a lot of improvement from this player overall. And then personally, so I don't know too much about Bug. I've played with and against, but probably out of all the players here, it's like one of the fewest I've interacted with. Grimella, also, my only experiences with Grimella is while casting, and Grimella has always popped off. Whenever I see Grimella's popping off. It's some of the best Estelle that I saw in the open beta. I don't know what Grimella is playing right now. Also, we have this, I guess, somewhat skewed bias from how Soondubu Strikers is going to play because of the last match where it ended up being like a 2v2, right? Due to the DC.
Yeah. Right.
But we don't have the full picture on when you add the third person in, does it make it better for them or does it make it worse for them? Because there's a lot of there's a lot of team play that is needed to, you can see the way S.A.D.B.O.I.S play, right? The amount they pass back and forth, knowing where to be at what time to position themselves best to be open for a rebound, a receive, or a follow-up. But I want to know, like, I don't have any knowledge of them playing as a 3-stack right now. So on that side, I'm going to now go over to Silly Goofy Cats, who we have seen, right, play the 3-man together. Number one, Liari, or I should say, the female, she, not them, he, them. Okay, you know what? Maybe I should stop there. We have a team of mixed players that is not all male, and therefore I will try to refrain myself from referring to a gamer-centric team being all men. Okay. Now going through Liari, popping off on the Juno, one of the original Juno mains. However, I've seen almost no Juno from Liari recently. I've seen Liari on goalie. I've seen Liari on forward. I've seen Liari play everything besides Juno. So my perception of Liari has been increasing by the day, especially the amount of times I've seen or I've encountered Liari on the bracket recently. Bobadex, cracked goalie. I've seen this man's Drakkar hold down the line so much that I want to play Drakkar goalie now. And then Enoch, one of my first teammates, when I started playing in tournaments myself, we were coming up. We were just two challenger boys making our way through, and now I'm so proud of you, Enoch. You're so good. You're such a good Juliet and forward player. And now, perfect timing. I didn't even make a prediction. I'm gonna slam. I was just going down the line. We are in champ select, but I will say I'm gonna put 1,000 points on the line for silly goofy cats. That's my prediction. And now we can go in.
Like it was going to. All right. We can get into this one now. For the record, if you do see a Drakkar goalie, folks, maybe don't try this at home in your gold games right now, okay? Maybe don't. Like, hold off a little bit. Wait till you figure it out. And then maybe come back to it. I don't know. It doesn't sound like Drakkar was intended to play goalie, but here we are. So we'll see how this goes. You see the characters getting locked in here, and a lot of familiar picks on both sides of the pitch here. This is Stel Era combination. We've seen quite a bit. Era generally useful again to buff up your allied characters, right? Faster move speed means that you can better position towards the core. And we see Juliets, and we see a very nice visual bug. That's cool. There cannot be two Julies on one team, folks. Promise you there. But all right, getting into this one on Atlas's lab. And one of the other things we haven't talked about as much, Mystic, are the new stages that we're on. This one being Atlas's lab with this black hole. How are we kind of feeling here? What's the gimmick like?
So I'm a big fan of this stage. Personally, I think the gravity hole in the middle is one of the coolest obstacles or interactions that they have added in Omega Strikers. I really like the way how you can use it. One, you can hit it yourself with the core to get a bounce back, clear up the stage. You can use it to purposefully deal damage to enemies. I've gotten plenty of KOs by just walking into the hole while someone was either staggered or close to staggered to force them out. I think I just like it. And I'm a fan of the barriers on this map too. I don't think it's somewhat weird because these barriers can be broken pretty easily. And man, S.A.D.B.O.I.S with the great goal already. They're going so fast, I don't even have time to explain how the map works.
Sneaks one by there around the Kai barrage. Look, we've all been there, right? You get stuck in an animation as a goalie and you can't quite save. So that's why we've got this whole set play format coming in with plenty of goals to boot. And we'll see where the rest of this one goes here.
So what I end up doing on this map in particular, or I should say this is also the same that applies with Oni Village, is these maps that have these two barriers. A lot of the time, that first barrier, you don't extend too many resources to defend it. Oh my god, so much aggression coming out from Enoch and Liari. Great teamwork there.
You could also tell that Reznok was trying to save the strike for the very last moment, right? As that core was about to go in and couldn't quite find an angle to send that one away. So well done there. And now equalizing this game.
These goal gates. These goal gates are going down really fast. What I was actually going to mention is that my experience has been if you have a strong goalie, one goal barrier tends to go down pretty quickly, and then the other one takes forever to get through. But at the same time, I've seen a lot of people be playing Atlas on this map, even Rune goalie, so you can get some funny shenanigans of just protecting that last barrier for a really long time if you ever hit the magical twin drive.
Yeah, and of course, I'm sure we'll get the chance to talk about many more awakenings as they start to come up. But even still, I mean, this is pretty back and forth here already. Finally, goal barriers opening up, and now maybe the Cats will have the first opportunity to get in a strike. And now on the power play here as well, we'll see if Enoch and Liari can team up again. Not quite going to happen this time around. Bobadex, the core flips, sending it back the other direction, and there's Enoch to put it away on the Juliet, getting the silly goofy Cats ahead.
So one thing I want to talk about is kind of the team composition that is from Soondubu Strikers. They opted in for Reznok on the Era goalie, which I think has a powerful kind of win more mechanic in a sense. You can provide so much support with your primary beam, the polymorph, or I don't even know what it's called. But the NATO doing so much value all the way from your own side of the field is kind of like, I assume, why he opted in for that. But the downside of it is, if you ever get in a situation where there's 1 or 2 people on you, especially a Juliet who has the stuffing power, you don't really have much to protect yourself to stop that goal from going through.
Except maybe that core flip there. Nice energy burst used by Reznok just to squeak that one away. And now looks like the rest of the team has come in to try to defend here. S.A.D.B.O.I.S looking to take the shot. Doesn't happen this time around. And we're seeing this back and forth now. Very vulnerable. Goal barriers down, and Grimella puts the one away with a piercing shot. Well done there. Equalizes this set neck and neck here in the first one.
Yeah, it's evened out now, and if you notice, Enoch and Liari were so low there, and didn't get any chance to pick up on the health orbs, that they were playing way more scared because they were afraid of, going closer to the edge, taking some of those risky positions, in fear of getting KO. And that kind of ended up with Grimella having free core control and getting a shot that went through.
Both teams seem to be dribbling on that corner there for a while. Now we're going to see this, and I love the little mechanic of the gravity hole just swooping the core around, especially when it just very slowly wanders towards the midfield line. And so you'll see some more of that geometry come to play here. And I actually am curious to know how many people will end up perfecting that to try to hit a goal barrier or hit something cheeky. There you go. You see a shot go across, hitting the goal barrier on the core flip, and now
a full 180 on the gravity well, turning it back around.
Oh goodness, there's another core flip coming out. Grimella looking for the opportunity, can't put it away, and now Liari Enoch there. When the Bewitching Beam comes out, but as you said, it's not enough to keep the core away from the net, out of Reznok on the Era, and that'll mean the first set's going over to the Silly Goofy Cats.
Yeah, good job from Silly Goofy Cats. I think a lot of both teams played it well, but I do think that the Era goalie is going to end up being one of the biggest downfalls of this set. If the Silly Goofy Cats can manage to get those goal barriers up first, they are always in such a high pressure situation that almost anything can make it through into that goal. So Soondubu Strikers have to do their best to be as aggressive as possible and get those goal barriers down first. The moment those goal barriers are down, or as long as they're keeping the core on the side of Silly Goofy Cats, it'll be a way better situation for them. So we can take a look at the awakenings that were taken over. It seems like pretty standard stuff. We don't have any creation-related awakenings for either Era, which does make a big impact on how these games are played out, just with how big their tornadoes can get on this map.
The interesting thing for me there was Liari took the Bewitching Beam buff on Primetime away from Reznok, who I imagine might have looked to grab that, trying to provide a little bit more extra defensive options, right? If you have that Bewitching Beam up on cooldown, you might be able to sneak one around a little. And now we already see the Soondubu Strikers striking first in this set as they take 1 goal away. Another shot gets put back by Grimella, and that's the scoring power of the Estelle right there.
Yeah, and just there, we saw the goal barrier go down from Reznok sending a special over, and that's kind of the power we see. Look at where Reznok is standing, right? Providing so much pressure from just right before the midfield, sending out strike shots, sending out tornadoes, that it ends up being like a third forward. And this is the benefit of him picking Era. So as long as they have the advantage on goal barriers, he can play so much more aggressive, and then we get plays like this.
And I'll tell you what, one of the other things that helps is having the personnel advantage as well. A lot of knockouts coming that way as Grimella and S.A.D.B.O.I.S teaming up to find the damage and the KOs to send their opposing members flying off of the pitch. 2-0 here. We're already starting to see the Soondubu Strikers run away with this set. You see more KOs come out, but this time to the favor of the Silly Goofy Cats. Reznok smartly defending 1 goal barrier this time around. You can't defend both, so you might as well take your medicine and pick away 1 here. Trying to defend this last one, doesn't quite seem to find it. Now you see Bobadex start to get involved. Core flip doesn't quite connect. And now both goals are completely open. Grimella looking for an opening, can't find it this time around. Seeing this, so the strike shot come out here as well. Trying to again keep this core away from the net. But because the second that it gets pretty close, you're probably going to see it get stuffed back through.
Okay, but here we have some Soondubu Strikers taking possession. S.A.D.B.O.I.S in a good position to score if he can get some follow-up from Grimella from behind. Grimella's there to catch the rebound. Oh no, but it goes through the gravity well on the bottom side. It's still a little bit in their advantage. Enoch is only by himself when they have the two-man person on Soondubu Strikers. Everyone's congregating toward the top, but it makes it through. Good shot from... How did that end up going in, actually? Oh, Resnok just missed a strike. That's what it was. So it clipped in from the top, and he was just small enough where he didn't touch it.
I have not seen that scoring animation before. That looked cool, but I was concerned that it wasn't going to revert back to normal there for a moment.
It's the Obscura call animation that you can get in the store now, but it is it is obnoxious. Take over the entire screen. Look at how much damage is coming out from Soondubu Strikers. Enoch is currently cracked at the moment, ready, can die at any moment. Liari's stagger bar is really low, but she is regenning.
Is regenning and now has done so. Let's see if they can try to return the favor here. But again, this is, you know, we talk often about an era forward able to empower Juliet or an X or something.
Oh
of the
my
sort,
goodness.
We don't talk very much about the double damage that comes out of an Estelle Julie combination, and already sends one off of the map flying. Probably can't get sucked into a black hole if you're off of the map. Now we're
I have to double check that
here.
hit. That dash punch went so far. Was that a super surge dash punch?
We'll check in a moment. But now,
Soondubu Strikers the
going down.
First one down to have their goals open. They are up 1 point right now, so they can't afford to lose this. But let's see if Silly Goofy Cats can make something happen with his advantage. Take a look at how low Enoch is. They might have to take this time to try to just KO him and get the man advantage.
Very close, but they still need to find the other Goldberry on the other side, and the bewitching beam from Liari sends it back. Once again, all 5 points will be scored in the second set as well. These two teams are so close.
Yeah, there's so much coming, and these are one of those situations again where we don't have any anti-stuffing power coming from Era, so if you get hit at the same time with the core, you have no way of stopping it, right? You cannot throw a projectile out early unless your tornado is fully formed, which, you know, is a pure prediction at that point.
Now, able to fend off the power play for the time being. Liari and Enoch trying to find each other. Can't seem to do it this time around, and looks like Enoch, very low health, going to be forced to fall back slightly. Now going to get cracked for it, and hanging out in the corner here. You can't get KO'd off of the corners, for those of you that might be joining us. So you'll see these players that are cracked start to position themselves in that corner, so that if they do happen to get bounced back, they'll try to fall in that corner. Not able to find the corner this time around, though, as S.A.D.B.O.I.S has now found 6 in a row, I believe that was, on KOs without losing their life themselves. There's the double KO out. Finally, one goal bearer goes down, and there's the last one off of the map.
Still have the man advantage right now. Might be able to switch something here. Oh, nice. S.A.D.B.O.I.S wasn't even needed. Gramella's shot just barely making it in on that top corner.
So close. And that's one of the unfortunate things, is that oftentimes when you're the goalie and both of your goal barriers are down, it is going to be very difficult to defend every possible shot that could come your way, especially when both of your teammates are knocked off of the map. But well done by Bobadex trying to hold on there. And it means that we're equal in sets here, mister.
We are 1-1 right now, and currently with the Awakenings being taken in, so I noticed that neither era go for Timeless Creator. They always prefer to go for Monumentalist if it's available. Timeless Creator, even though it's a creation related Awakening, it's not really good enough to take over the other options. One thing that I want to note is S.A.D.B.O.I.S took Stagger Swagger, which is a great deny from the enemy Juliet on Enoch. And it's one of these like hidden, I guess, awakenings that nearly all the top players are like aware of the power of Stagger Swagger. But it's one of those things where when you're a new person and you just see like some regen, some speed, whatever. It's not damage.
Yeah.
It is such a powerful awakening that it just increases your movement speed through the roof. But it wasn't enough. We got another snipe coming in on that bottom corner, on that bottom section with a straight bewitching beam from Liari for the first point of this set.
Well done to put that one away. I mean, and look, to your point about things like movement speed buffs, right? You don't realize how powerful they are until you start using them yourself and you start like beating your opponents to the core constantly, right? You'd be like, oh, okay, now you understand it, because so much of this game, I mean, there are multiple different ways that you can try to prioritize. We try to prioritize for trying to go for those knockouts and racking up the damage. But a lot of times it's also all about that core control and how much of that you can have, which, as we keep talking about, this era goalie is not going to have it there when you're standing on the goal line. The pass comes through, and the Silly Goofy Cats all of a sudden are up 2 goals in this third set.
Yeah, I feel like one of the bigger issues right now is if Silly Goofy Cats have possession of the core, it is almost impossible to clear it. Reznok alone cannot clear that consistently and will need the help of one other teammate to get it out. Already getting the KO, that is one of the things. I believe that's like S.A.D.B.O.I.S first death, or one of the first few deaths. And with that, what a quick set. 3-0 from Silly Goofy Cats. Now we're going on to what could be the final round here.
See what happens as the awakening screen comes up one more time, and that time it looked like very much that Liara and Enoch were finding each other on those passing plays, right? The second that, and that once again kind of goes back to when we're talking about high-level coordination here, we're talking about those passing plays. We're talking about the ability to perform those kinds of teamwork things, which, believe you me, is not something that you often find in bronze games. So, folks, if you're learning in the right spot. If you're stuck in Elo hell, just like me. What did you see there on the awakening screen, Mystic, that you want to talk about?
So, one thing that I saw is Enoch took 1-2 punch, right? So we might start seeing some more kills come out of Enoch if he makes it back alive. Right now, he is currently sitting on the on a gray screen. Outside of that, I like that Reznok took a hot shot. It can help a lot with using Bewitching Beam to get both the core and +1, getting some cooldown there, and some increased movement speed, or I should say core speed. On top of that, it'll help a lot with the tornado going across.
See what happens here is now it's an open net for Silly Goofy Cats. We'll see if the Soondubu Strikers can put this one away, but of course,
they are down one.
Juliet going down. It's going to be a little bit more difficult. Goal barrier comes out here, and now 10 to play before overtime.
Vermilla does have core flip here. Maybe they can make something happen with it, but Liari able to stuff it out. Good elusive from Liari. I'm pretty sure that would have KO'd right there on the top side. But now we're just in a situation where it's 3-on-3, open goal on both sides. Bobadex having to pop his core flip. Reznok almost has his. If we can stall this long enough, they might have an opportunity to score with him. One thing that I would like to see... Oh, great kill from Apabug onto the goal. And Liari... That was a little bit... I have to see that again. Okay, it looks like Liari was trying to hit the Bewitching Beam on the corner, but the core was moving too fast, where it ended up getting below the corner and hitting it back into the goal.
Sometimes it does just end up moving way too fast, especially when all 3 of your teammates start to get involved there. Now, you see it once again kind of orbiting around the gravity well here in the middle. Apabug, though, gets knocked, not going to be able to be as aggressive for the time being.
Both goal barriers are down. Bobadex has the advantage here, and I'm sure he'll do a great job of protecting that last barrier. And look at how much further he can start playing up because they have the man advantage and they have the goal barrier advantage, right? He's sitting right there in the midfield, providing support as like a third forward. And with that, they're able to stuff it through. 2-on-2 with Reznok as era goalie. Like I said, it just doesn't have that power to clear out the same way the other range goalies can.
Okay, Mystic, why doesn't my Juliet do the things that I'm seeing Apabug and Enoch do? Like,
so,
what's the difference?
The first thing is you take Super Surge, and that's it. And all of a sudden you can kill from anywhere on the screen.
I mean, the other thing that you could say is they have a few hundred more hours in the game than I do.
Trust me, take Super Surge once and you'll be doing the same thing.
just feels like it doesn't need to be that long though, right? 75% on the increase. I mean, there it is, I guess. Enoch puts it away with Super Surge there on the flaming kick. Sending, by the way, the Silly Goofy Cats on up to match point. Need 2 goals in response here from the Soondubu Strikers to stay alive.
So as of right now, oh, nice elusive from S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Oh, Enoch was just barely able to live, and I'm not sure how fast he was able to heal up. I have to remember if he was the one who took Stagger Swagger or not. But you can see that S.A.D.B.O.I.S just popped Core Flip, wasn't able to do anything with it, but Grimella also has their own Core Flip right now. Might be able to, like, if I was Grimella right now, I would use this Core Flip to just secure the last barrier. Oh, but it wasn't enough. Bobadex expecting exactly that. It catches it with his own Core Flip. But Enoch, getting hit into the gravity well, pushing him out. Liari is also cracked right now. They might be able to, I feel like they should prioritize Liari. There it goes. Now they have the 3-on-1 advantage.
3-on-1 power play. Bobadex finds the strikes, kills for time, and that buys just enough for Enoch to be back up. Now S.A.D.B.O.I.S though on the offensive, on the chase, looking for the pass, not finding it that time around. Now still looking for the goal on up to S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Bobadex still able to send it away on the goal line. Well done on the defensive side. Now S.A.D.B.O.I.S once again cracked, dodges the punch. Now won't be able to dodge it that time around. Bewitching Beam goes out of Reznok, who is still defending this goal barrier here. Soondubu Strikers in a pretty good position now at Caster's Curse. That immediately gets sent back. We'll see what happens here. Liar and Enoch once again trying to team up, trying to find it themselves, but now S.A.D.B.O.I.S back online. We're in overtime. Once again, Sator drifts now back over to the red side of the pitch, and Grimella puts it away. All 5 goals going to be scored once again in this set, Mystic. These teams are balancing on a knife's edge.
These rounds are going neck and neck, and we're at a final point once again. Soondubu Strikers has the opportunity to make it into the final. We can get one more round if they score this point here. And they're starting off really strong, taking the first barrier down. Now they can focus on that bottom side, but S.A.D.B.O.I.S has to retreat a little bit to get some HP. Reznok doing a good job of keeping both barriers alive. Most likely one of these will go down. The top one goes down right now, but Enoch is low. I think they should take the time to try to KO him and then focus their opportunity on that bottom barrier. Oh, but Liari with the great tornado. Oh my goodness. So that was an interesting interaction, which I'll take a second to. There's so many kills going on. I do.
You don't have time.
I don't have time.
Oh.
And there it is, Bobadex taking it into his own hands, walking up, getting the final goal barrier with his barrage, forcing it onto the goal, using the core flip, and then simply waiting to get the goal gates open and then striking it in. And because Reznok does not have any abilities as Era to anti-stuff, it just goes through.
The goalie scores the final goal for the Silly Goofy Cats, who will be moving ahead in the losers bracket. Well done by them. Hey, they were your pick. You got that one right, along with anyone else who predicted them. For the
I got my points.
Got your points.
Let's see them cash in. Oh, there it is. The prediction coming in. Silly Goofy Cats.
And hey, by the way, shout out to the Soondubu Strikers. That's a team name that has been around for a while, and is also is a lore name, I think. Is it like the Soondubu Noodle Shop or something?
I could not anything. So I just recently found out what like the name of the Omega Strikers town was. I did not know what Aten City was for the longest time. So when it comes to lore, you are talking to the wrong person. I'm the person who plays any single player game and just hits skip on the dialogue. I just want action. I do not know what's going on. And to me, that's why people like Drakar are the funniest things ever. We're playing this hockey game and all of a sudden this guy with a gun is coming down saying, if only the generals could see me now. I got no idea what is happening. So I'm just here taking it in as it comes.
Come on. They put so much heart into it. It's so much heart.
I'm learning slowly. It is a me problem. It is a me problem, and I recognize that.
Overwatch. It was like shoved down your throat at Overwatch. No,
I haven't even seen the cinematics. I saw like the one cinematic with Genji and Hanzo, and that's it. I don't know what any character does in any game. Where they come from, where they originate. I'm playing. So this is. I'll give you another example. I'm playing. And to preface this, we're currently in queue, I believe, for winners finals. Correct me if I'm wrong. So we are searching. In the meantime, I'll continue with my story of I'm currently playing Honkai Star Rail. If anyone doesn't know what that is, it is the same company as Genshin, Hoyoverse, and Honkai Star Rail is a new game that just came out. It is a pure single player game. There's like no open world in the sense like of Genshin where there's like combat happening outside, right? It's all turn-based combat and it's just a story. And I've skipped everything. I don't know what is happening.
What?
I am
why are
like
you
20
playing
hours
the
in
game?
because I like the turn-based combat. It's fun.
But the turn-based combat, like, only has meaning if you listen to the story and the cutscenes and the.
So I started feeling
get
bad
immersed in the world.
after like 15 hours, right? And now I'm paying attention, but I have no idea how we got to this point. I just know things are happening. The underworld is in danger. The overworld is in danger. There's a blizzard somewhere, and my hero character now has the firepower.
Okay.
And that's where I am.
Mystic, I said this in chat, but I have to ask you.
Yes.
How did you skip the dialogue when Star Rail doesn't have a skip button?
Oh, I'm left clicking, right? I'm left clicking and not reading a single word, right? Because what happens is the dialogue starts scrolling, and then you can hit left click, and then like the full dialogue appears, and then you hit left click again, then it goes to the next person. So I'll read like the first 3 words of every dialogue box, and then like have a headcanon of what is happening. You know, I'll give it my own story based on the cutscenes. It's a great game.
Your own story, just like the previous set of casters were giving their own story to what is and isn't in Ohio. Anyways, looks like we're in this one here for our winners final matchup between S.A.D.B.O.I.S and LYTE. These are teams that you all are probably familiar with at this point, as we got the chance to watch both of their semi-final matches. This time we're heading over to Night Market. What do you think Night Market in general, does that limit us in terms of what characters we're picking here as these players start to lock in their rosters?
So Night Market is definitely one of the bigger maps. You have the speed gate in the middle, and you have these like wide barriers that extend completely vertically on both sides. I will say, I don't think characters like Asher are as strong on here, but people like Juliet era is something that we'll probably see on both sides with some sort of range goalie. So it looks like we're getting Kai Juliet era, although on the right side of the S.A.D.B.O.I.S we don't see that final pick. I can almost assure you it is going to be an era.
Woohoo! Mirror match, just what we love to see. And yeah, you are correct there. You see Vaughn picking them up. Also, by the way, Megaverse, fantastic Kai goalie, was ranked 1 for a decent chunk of the open beta a few months ago, and still kicking it in this game. We'll see what happens here as we load on to the first set. You see some of those opening awakenings taken, looking like everyone was taking. That's extra special, right? I need to.
That is specialized training, so 50% more power on your special ability. I don't know what the other option was, but I guess it wasn't good enough. It could have been like a spark or something like that. It was
what one of the knockout ones?
Prize fighter or something.
Prize fighter, yes, that's the one. Knockouts give you further power buffs, I think it is, and Bells doesn't even need any of those. It's already able to shovel one to the back of the net here on the behalf of the S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. 3 stacks on prize fighter already. I didn't even notice. Because you start with 1 and then you got the 2 KOs immediately, or right there at the end. So Bells is one of those people on Juliet who makes the character look like a monster. His ability to score in almost any situation, if he can get that, if he can get the core in a corner with his abilities up, it is like a 95% chance it's going to go in. But Bells oh no, that's not Bells going up. Was that him getting a KO on the other Juliet, which was Leo Leon? They have a few more seconds until he comes back up. And not enough to get that final goal barrier, though. Megaverse giving some extra support. So much damage coming out from the Giga Blast thanks to the specialized training. You can see Leo Leon just came back, is level 2, and is already cracked, right? He's going to get denied the HP from the middle, but he does take the one from Megaverse's side. Goes out on their side, too.
It immediately gets punished for going for that orb from Bells. who now is probably looking to try to help out with this second one. Megaverse getting involved in the action as well on the offensive side. There's the double KO from B.O.I.S, but it's not enough to get a double power play out of as Leo Leon comes right back up. But really doing a good job, both these goalies, of defending this final goal barrier. There it is, Caster's Curse, right as I say it. The Energy Burst does not connect with the core, and that will be one open net. B.O.I.S able to find the dash punch, a 6 KO streak within the first 2 goals here, Mystic.
And they haven't even been going that long. That first point happened so quickly. These are an insane speed at which he's getting KOs. And you have to also realize like how much more pressure is happening, because the era normally doesn't give that much extra damage, but with the specialized training, the amount of damage that comes out from the tornado, from the Mega versus Giga Blast, it makes such a big difference at how easily someone can get KO'd.
Yeah, I mean, you figure the Giga Blast, you figure the Cyclone, and you also figure the prize fighter stacks at this point, right? Which are off the charts in terms of stocks here for B.O.I.S. Continuing to be a menace here, and hopefully the second round of Awakenings can start to mitigate some of this pressure here for LYTE, because right now they're going to have to try to find something. Leo can't even find that knockout there either onto B.O.I.S. Doesn't quite have the power, being just level 2 versus the level 4 Juliet. Energy Burst go out, traded. Looks like that one will get sent up and down. But the goal is open here. S.A.D.B.O.I.S looking
B.O.I.S finally getting taken out. That should be 1 stack off of his prize fighter, going down to 2, which does make a difference, right? They have the man advantage right now, trying to make a play here, but it's just not enough. Vaughn and Megaverse doing a great job on defense here. Bell's coming back, trying to make a play. That was Vaughn getting instant 100-0 knocked off from the top side, and them using the man advantage to make their first point onto S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
That's the specialized training coming out of the Juliet there as well. I will say, there was a moment where I just did not know what all of the extra added particle effects were until I figured out that it was specialized training. Not like in this game. When I was playing this for the first time after the updates, I was like, what in the world is making all these particle effects? I finally figured out that specialized training. So no, folks, you're not going crazy. The game is not bugging out, although it kind of looks like it is because of how many particle effects sometimes appear on the screen. You're just seeing how many of these multi-hit abilities do all of those particle effects.
Oh, I like here right now, Megaverse taking a step up while Bell needed to kind of reconvene, get his stagger bar up, and these hyper rotations kind of shows like how good communication is going on. Using that time efficiently of like, okay, we need one person to kind of walk back. No reason that 2 people should be sitting back on our own side. Let's rotate the Kai out, have him play as a forward for even like 10 seconds. And that stuff makes a difference on the pressure that's being applied.
Bell's out rather low. Going overtime, has to be careful not to get KO'd. It's going to be Leo that's cracked. Has to dodge numerous times, is afraid of B.O.I.S. Giga Blast comes through, but it actually is going to translate to B.O.I.S getting knocked out here. Overtime, still goal barriers up. Finally, Leo able to find that final goal barrier. We'll see if the point can come through for Liar here. Leo up to Corey, trying to find this one. Can't seem to find the connection to You Already Lose, who is playing very aggressively. Kai goalie, there's the Energy Burst, comes out, the barrage sends it back through, put us to a 5th point on set 1, Mystic. It feels like we've been playing this forever.
I know. That was a great play. I just want to say how much of a good play that was from both Kais. You Already Lose popping the energy flip, and then Megaverse predicting that he would send it to the top corner using his barrage preemptively, and then immediately on reaction, You Already Lose using his barrage to force it back in. So these are the type of high-level plays that I don't even get a chance to make a point of because the round's over.
Round's over, and what a reversal it was out of Liar, by the way. We were scared there for a while. It looked like B.O.I.S was starting to run away with things, 6 KO streak and everything, but able to equalize this and even wins the set means that 2 of their players are further up in this Awakening selection here.
So that prime time is getting put on You Already Lose, which is a huge training to have on Kai. Having that second barrage, especially as goalie, it makes it so hard to put it's another layer that you have to get through. and it's such a great anti-stuffing tool. I see that Stagger Swagger is the infinite awakening, and the amount of people that have taken it. They have it on Tori and Leo Leon as well as Vaughn, but Bell's opting to not go for that and taking heavy impact, and then instead trying to maximize his potential to KO.
S.A.D.B.O.I.S already have taken care of both of the goal barriers out of Lyre here. It's going to be a defensive resources that they will not have the opportunity to sit here. You'll notice both these goalies for large portions of these points have been sitting guarding only one of those barriers once, and sometimes even easier to guard only one of these, just because you're able to really focus on that. We're seeing here now S.A.D.B.O.I.S trying to find the connection. Vaughn sends the Bewitching Beam out, can't to put it back. Bells already has burned that special as well. Don't have a lot of those, very useful dump truck abilities to start shoveling that core into the net. There it is. Dash not able to connect this time around either. Vaughn trying to send it over to Bells, but the core drifts slowly back the other direction, and a few scoring opportunities haven't found the back of the net for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
Oh, unfortunate pass, hitting the middle barrier and then getting hit into the goal barrier. That bottom barrier should still be up, but trying to make another opportunity here. Bells, I believe he was hit with a Bewitching Beam, so his character model was too small to connect that dash punch into the goal. Vaughn is on death's door, but Leo Leon with a great shot. Immediate core flip into the top, into that top pocket.
Fantastic. What was that fire? LYTE. LYTE is the teammate. Okay. My bad. Why do I keep saying liar? I don't know. Probably because it was all in caps and it was 4 letters. Anyway, the other thing I wanted to comment on there was the Maelstrom that was coming out of the arrow, right? Positioning that, and then Leo able to take care of that shot there with that positioning. So well done. We'll see what else happens here. Bells forced to retreat once again. Core flip now comes down to Mega First. Actually just lets it fall. Now this core will continue to die down, and actually works to the S.A.D.B.O.I.S favor. They found a KO.
And I want to actually make a point of, oh my god, the Giga Blast from You Already Lose taking out Megaverse, but I want to take a second to kind of note what Megaverse did there with this core flip, because these are just like some, I guess, higher level plays that you don't see immediately or recognize unless they're kind of pointed out or you do it yourself. So that Era Maelstrom was coming over, and it was going to be a guaranteed hit on that bottom barrier with the angle that was coming in. But Megaverse using his core flip to make himself elusive, keeping himself safe, and then making the core intangible while the tornado went through, and then just waiting out the timer to clear it. So it's like stuff like that that's like super cool to see. But in the meantime, Leo Leon making a point with his own core flip onto the bottom section of the goal.
There are so many creative uses for the energy burst, and it's a unique mechanic that we don't often get the chance to see, but a lot of times when it's used in those clutch situations to find those little bit of extra mix-ups, right? You see Leo there able to use that one, find the quick shot, right? But in the future, might opt to let that fall and try to fake out opponents. I think there's a depth of mind games there as well to be played. Once we start seeing this at higher and higher levels.
And then you have these situations where you kind of just see people build up their energy over time, and it's a big deal when someone gets in the energy burst because of how much pressure is being put on by both Juliets and both Eras, that a lot of the time you have to preemptively burn some of your energy to get an elusive meter going, or just to be elusive for a small amount of time. And if you have your energy meter, sometimes you just have to blow it in order to live. So there's like this extra layer of mind games happening where it's like who can build a meter, who can force each other's meters out, and then trying to predict where are they going to send it with their energy burst if they have it.
We've gone for another minute on this point as well. You saw Megaverse start to get involved, but it has eject button on that Kai as well, so it'll dash back. And now Vaughn looking to try to do some pesky dribbling off the wall, looking for Bells. Doesn't connect this time around. Giga Blast comes through. Another opportunity. Bells can't find it with the special. Now back up a third time. This one also sent away there. That time Corey getting involved as well. Gigablast goes out, buys some space for the goalie away from Bells, who now probably is about to have these cooldowns back online. There's the Maelstrom, comes out as well, traded back both directions. We're seeing the offensive pressure come out here, but good defense out of the members of LYTE. Never mind, I say that. And Caster's Curse strikes for like the third time, I swear. Apparently, just whatever I say will immediately not happen in the game. So that's fine.
Megaverse, I always like to see it when Megaverse has the energy burst, him walking up, being aggressive, rotating out with Vaughn or Bells to just try to get a scoring opportunity himself, right? It extends these aggressive plays. It creates more. It's like using your rather than sitting on your cooldowns and having them get no value, he's walking up using his own cooldowns aggressively. And that's something that we saw You Already Lose do on the first round himself when he used his core flip to score the point on Megaverse. So stuff like this is like, you don't see it in solo queue games, right? You don't see goalies rotate out unless you're maybe in a duo, you're on one of these like higher level ranks. And it's like it's a sign of how much power a goalie has, where you get to be so much more in the game rather than sitting around defending.
Wait a minute here. Special comes out of Leo, looking for the shot. Can't quite seem to find it. Looks like Corey was able to finish off with the energy burst, and You Already Lose is going to give away the other goal barrier, but it doesn't matter because Leo is able to put it away. There's the set going to the favor of LYTE, who, by the way, stole away the first set after the S.A.D.B.O.I.S pretty strong opening points, and now have worked themselves all the way up to their second set win, eyeing their third here in the next one.
It looks like, so now we have the third round of Awakenings that are going through, or second round of Awakenings, I should say. Era opting to go for Castellas instead of Monumentalist. Glass Cannon for Kai as well, with Missile Prop on the other one, and it looks like Vaughn going for Monumentalist here. And I believe that's Bells taking stacks on stacks, with Leon taking Tempo Swing. So one thing to note is I would personally say that the Awakenings have favored the side of LYTE more, with how Bells went for Prize Fighter and then having Stagger Swagger being up, or having Stagger Swagger as the infinite Awakening, makes it really tough, right? Or makes like Bell have so much more work to do to get his KOs.
Definitely, and we've seen a few less people be flying off the screen, at least for LYTE here. Certainly those extra Stagger Swaggers putting in a little bit of extra work there as well. Now we're seeing potential KOs happen. Bell's taken down rather low. Still a 3v3 on the pitch for now. Vaughn sends the Maelstrom out. Also connect with the core, trying to buy some time here. Can't quite seem to find the offensive here. Bell still cracked behind enemy lines. Might be looking for some kind of play here. Has to go elusive for a moment to just dodge and try to prevent getting knocked out here. And now we see You Already Lose try to go in once again on the offensive side. Doesn't happen that time around. Gigablast comes out, and we're in overtime again in point one.
That was an interesting interaction. So Leon uses his energy burst and dash at the same time. It kind of made an awkward timing where the dash ended up hitting the core, kind of consuming the energy burst, where I'm sure he wanted to dash to the core to flip it and then hit it into the goal after. But you have some funny shenanigans that you can do with energy burst because of the fact that it can cancel like any ability, I'm pretty sure, or any animation.
Overtime still here. Both goals completely open. Bells might have an opportunity, dribbles it off the wall, and beautiful shot placement there. Sends it right around You Already Lose, giving the first points in the series to the S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
Yeah, great hit from Bells, spending so much of that round just running around trying to regain his stagger. Finally, once it was full, he was able to make use of the space that was being created from his team.
And now Bells has to dodge once again. Might have been looking for something there. Can't quite seem to find it now. We're starting to get to the point here where some of the scaling differences are going to go down. We see a lot of our players already at Omega, that Omega rank. Just the eras yet to catch up. We'll see what they can do on the offensive now. Bells tries to go in. Can't find a goal barrier now. Megaverse sends it away. Drifts slowly down to the bottom side of the pitch. You can tell that they're trying to aim up for this one, but again, Megaverse, the discipline here, knows exactly when to strike. That is the mark of someone who's experienced, knows exactly that strike hitbox from memory. Looks like B.O.I.S looking to try to scoop this one towards the second barrier. Can't find it there either. Gigablast comes out, doesn't quite connect with much of anything. B.O.I.S forced to back away. The Maelstrom comes out, but still, both these goalies hanging on to their final goal barriers for the time being.
Yeah, both Kai goalies doing a great job of holding it on. I would actually hope to see some more effort being put on B.O.I.S to try to get rid of both his prize fighter stack and his stacks on stacks. And there he goes, using the energy burst to finish that kill. And the main reason for that is B.O.I.S is getting so much value from being alive right now, but he has no sustain. So he was at full stacks, and because of that, he was able to run around and grab all the health orbs and keep himself afloat. But the speed makes a big difference. Not having that 100 stacks on stacks will slow down their goal scoring potential. Oh, and unfortunate, using that energy burst to try to send it down as a pass, but it was so fast that Corey was not able to touch it, and they missed that scoring opportunity.
Saved on the goal line as well from Megaverse. Again, the discipline on these strikes. Weird bounce off the corner. Megaverse still saves it. Has to eject button to get back to the goal. Big Blast does not quite connect. Leo might be in position, Corey trying to find him, not able to come through this time around. Barrage stops the special, but it doesn't matter. Leo still puts it back, equalizing this set.
Yep, a nice hit into the corner there, giving him a good angle to dash it in. And using it right after the barrage finished, there was no more anti-stuff tools available for Megaverse.
Maelstrom comes out here, forces You Already Lose in an awkward position, but the goal barrier still stays alive. See what else happens here. Leo going elusive to dodge B.O.I.S. Dodge the knockout there, void any potential prize fighter stacks that could come out. We'll see what happens here is now, once again, B.O.I.S going elusive now, utilizing all of the components of this energy meter here, which is rather useful, right? It's not always about saving up for that energy burst, as we kind of talked about earlier. But as I say that, You Already Lose and Corey both have it at their disposal. So does Vaughn. Uses it, try to buy a little bit of space from Leo. Doesn't find it much of anything that time around. All 4 goal barriers up right now. I say that. Core flip comes out. Corey finally finds one. Still a lot of work to get done, though, before this core finds the net.
B.O.I.S looking really low again. No one is close to another core flip right now. And it's just a matter of both teams doing some damage, building up some meter, and seeing, okay, like, you know, what opportunity can we make? Because a lot of the time that these final barriers that get broken, I guess I was about to say that, I was going to say usually tend to happen through core flips or something of like a similar level. But Megaverse having to hold down an open barrier now by himself against You Already Loses 2 barriers up on the other side of the screen.
The discipline there as well from Megaverse, waiting for all of the abilities to be cast before actually striking out of the core flip. Notice that happens multiple times. You see that again happen there in that instant, and now all of a sudden both goal barriers are down on the other side of the pitch as well here. Potential scoring opportunity for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S as Megaverse has continued to defend the net. Vaughn looking to try to dribble this one up to B.O.I.S. Doesn't happen this time around. Leo intercepts it. Now Corey on the offensive. Bewitching Beam still gets sent away. Now B.O.I.S is cracked. Staggered. Going to be forced to play a little more passive. Leo tries to go for the punch. Doesn't happen that time around. Barrage connects. Vaughn tries to send it up with the Bewitching Beam, but it's not quite strong enough. Now Megaverse looking like he might need to take matters into his own hands. Decides to not. Barrage goes out. Gigablast looking for this one. Now it's Megaverse that gets taken off the map from the Maelstrom, and there's nobody back to defend it. LYTE seals that point.
Yeah, B.O.I.S was cracked that entire time, just trying to keep himself alive, not being able to. He wasn't able to make a presence on the map at all, kind of making it like a 3v2 on the side of LYTE, and Megaverse getting taken out from the Era Maelstrom, giving such a valuable opportunity to score there that ended up being taken advantage of.
All 3 members here of the S.A.D.B.O.I.S rather close together for the moment. I just need Leo to come up with something. Fine. A little bit low. He's going to be able to utilize the buffs, get himself out of the situation. trying to find Bells here, trying to find at least one of the goal barriers on this offensive rally. There it is. Comes through. Megaverse, Giga Blast once again sends it back the other direction. Seeing very even stuff here, though. Even still from these two teams. Neither team really fully gotten an advantage, even with these core flips coming out quite frequently.
Oh, but we do have a kill from Bells onto You Already Lose. So although their goal barriers are up, they have the man advantage right now. Maybe they can make something happen. Only another second. Okay, they managed to get it. Oh my, so many KOs happening. It's a 3-on-1.
That was the ace there for a blink of an eye. You Already Lose it to try to come on in, but well done to find all those KOs. It looks like, I think it was You Already Lose that got stuck between the goal line and a maelstrom, also known as a rock and a hard place, with low energy. And already, another member flying off the map. All of a sudden, S.A.D.B.O.I.S turning it on with all the KOs that they were able to find.
It looks like it was just the morale boost that they needed, and they started going full forward. The W key is being pressed. They are making it happen. Megaverse holding it down. Okay, there's only the one barrier left on both sides, but Megaverse has his core flip. Might have to use it here. Does not. Saves it without it. Bell's really low, getting taken out. There goes a prize fighter stack and all of his stacks on stacks. It's 2-on-2, but it's way more impactful for Bells to be out than it is for Leo Leon. Megaverse walking up, using that core flip again, not able to make anything happen with it, but still holding it down until Bells is back up. Now Vaughn getting taken out from the Giga Blast.
Stalling with that core flip is one of these things. Again, it never ceases to amaze me, the creativity with this new mechanic here. Once again, in overtime, one goal barrier up for each side. Both these teams still looking to try to posture for something. Can't seem to find it.
Using the strike shot to get the bottom barrier. Now using his own energy burst to stop the aggression from Bells. Passing it over to Corey. Corey uses his energy burst and then off of the wall makes that shot with the bewitching beam.
And that's LYTE sealing victory. They take it 3-0 over the S.A.D.B.O.I.S Team Mystic that you pointed out was looking incredibly strong up to this point. But it's LYTE that'll be advancing into the grand final.
And although it was a 3-0, it's like pretty big to mention how close each individual round was. Outside of that, I think second round where it ended either 3-1, I believe. The first and third round were extremely close.
I mean, the first two, it looked like the S.A.D.B.O.I.S were continuing to go on a tear, right? We saw early on those KOs come out. I think
it was like a 6 or 7 KO streak. Yeah.
And yet, somehow,
each round
phase them.
Yeah, each round made its way over to LYTE.
Impressive stuff from LYTE. Of course, all these players have been playing the game for how long has it been? How long has it been that this game's been like behind the scenes play tested?
The very first
over a year, right?
It's been a really long time. So I remember I was in the very first playtest of Omega Strikers, and I have to think that was like 2 years ago, maybe more. It was not it was 2 summers ago. If I had to guess, and there was only like stick figures for character models back then, and it was only 3 characters. It was Juliet, Kai, and Dubu.
Yep.
And I think those were the only characters that you could play. So from then to now, I know a lot of these people that were playing in this tournament and on the 2 teams happened to be part of all these beta tests. But I will say, Bells is one of those players that only got introduced to the game when it came out, not on this launch, but on open beta. So it's great to see some newer people still making their way up to the top. And I'm sure that, you know, within a few months, we're going to see some fresh faces taking down some of these top players.
And that's going to be the real exciting time, right? Once everybody gets to get their hands on the game for as long as they want to, right? To continue to progress and continue to hone their own skills. Spoiler alert, that will not be me. You will not be seeing my name up here anytime soon. That's
A-Bot Omega win.
More like Omega LOL is the reality there. It's not happening. Yeah, I mean, the more opportunities we have for constant tournaments, for more events like this, more events on down the line, and I'm confident with community support the whole way through. It'll be incredibly fun to watch. We're heading to Oni Village now for our losers semifinal between the Silly Goofy Cats and the Quiet Jokesters. The Quiet Jokesters is a play on their name because it's Slop, Silent, and Joker. And the reason it's a play on the name is because there's dots on either side of the Quiet Jokesters name, as you all can probably see on the scoreboard because Sai has probably updated it. But Oni Village here is where we'll be heading. In this map, little divisive here, Mystic.
I do not like this map that much, just with how the goal barriers are shaped, taking on the corners with the speed in the along the lanes. It feels like you can be everywhere and anywhere on this map at any given point. I think Asher is one of the strongest characters on this map, and I'm really happy to see it banned from both sides. I don't think it's that fun to watch. It's one of those people that Asher's, I guess, weakness is the slow speed and not being able to get around, right? It's not a midfielder character. It can't move around the same way. So Oni Village enables it really hard, and that's why we just see it banned. It's either played from both sides or it's banned.
Well, the ban will be the option this time around. You see the introductory awakenings also selected on both sides of the pitch here. And you see their gear selections. The gear selection is something we haven't really talked about here, Mystic. What are you noticing with those first gear selections as well?
So it seems to be fairly mixed for the most part. If you're going a brawler, you can go the... Oh wow, already a score from the Joker, not even getting an opportunity to ease ourselves into the round. But one thing I want to make a note of is that the opening awakenings included Quick Strike, which almost makes it a guarantee that if Asher's banned, we're going to see X from both sides, which is exactly what happened. We have Quick Strike enabling that strike reduce cooldown by 25% and giving an extra energy. The reason why this is so good is because when X hits level 2 and has his ultimate, the amount of times he can punch just simply increases, right? Pair that with Cast the Last if it ever makes it through, and you have an insane monster on the field.
Well, I hope we don't get to see that, because I would like to sleep tonight. I don't need any more nightmares, frankly. But we'll see what happens, of course. We are at the whims of fate, as it were. Now, already, another one goes back for the Quiet Jokesters here. The frontline duo able to team up.
I really like that we were finally seeing something other than a mirror match. We have two unique picks on both sides, with Silly Goofy Cats opting for the X, Kai, and Era, but we have Atlas on the goalie on the other side rather than the Kai, so we don't have a range goalie, which I do like. I think Atlas does a great job of holding down. Like, you know, he can give up one of these goal barriers and then hold down the other one really well. Twin Drive also being the other option as a starting awakening makes a big difference, because Atlas having two entries of that Cosmic Expanse makes it nearly impossible to score on him unless you force those two out first. But just as I said that, not having anything up at the moment, both goal barriers going down, he used the Cosmic Expanse there just to make some space from Enoch. Silent is super low. If I was Enoch, I would just use the core flip to kind of KO him. He does exactly that. Doesn't KO, but the core comes to him and he gets the score.
Well done. Send that score away. Again, keeping this set even, still staying in it right now, is the Silly Goofy Cats. We'll see if they can continue to pull up and try to reverse sweep this one in goals, but still long road ahead, though Liari uses that coin flip, secures one of these barriers. Now it's a matter of getting this pesky second barrier down as well.
This is going to really come down to, I feel like, how much value Liari can get off Bewitching Beams, because being able to hit both your own X, shrinking the enemy X, is going to really determine the outcome of these brawls. Every time X pops his special, having the Bewitching Beam ready to either grow yours or shrink theirs is going to be the difference of if people are dying or not, and who is the one dying. So I think Liari is going to be the key player here. So something to keep out for. Although you don't you don't really think of Era as a playmaking character as much. It's those type of characters that have such a strong impact that just goes under the radar.
Certainly something to watch out for, but now we are in overtime. Still 1 goal barrier up for both of these teams. They are continuing to defend this here. Slop sends one around Enoch. You're seeing a lot of these abilities continuing to try to keep the core at an arm's distance away. Now that barrier will get taken out by the Quiet Jokesters, and there's the other one going down for the Silly Goofy Cats as well. Both goals open. Now LYTE trying to find Enoch. Tries to come out with that. Not going to be able to find the Haymaker. We'll see what happens here is now, again, going back and forth, and something here with the core traveling so fast from the sides of the map. It just is a matter of being in the right place at the right time, and Enoch finds it once again with the core flip, sending that up to the top corner.
And tying it up, we're going to another 5-point round here. But we have Joker already close to his own core flip. That seems to be the starting advantage that they have on the side of Quiet Jokesters. Might be enough to get these goal gates open early. One already going down. The moment he gets that core flip, I would really try to use it to get the other barrier gone and start making as many aggressive plays as you can. But immediately, Enoch and LYTE getting their own 2 barriers. S.A.D.B.O.I.S only has to hold the 1, and because he's a ranged character, he'll have a much better time supporting his team.
Now, LYTE trying to find Enoch there. Doesn't find it this time around. There's that support from the barrage coming out. Nice core flip stop, though, coming in from Slop. Prevents Enoch from finding that 3rd goal in this set to take it for the Silly Goofy Cats. And the Quiet Jokesters are still in it, looking for this final goal barrier. S.A.D.B.O.I.S able to send it back once more. Up to Enoch, but that'll get sent away by the Atlas. But once again, Enoch with the shot positioning in the right place, in the right time. That'll be the first set going over to the Cats.
Yep, and then one of the downsides of being the Atlas is when you don't have those goal barriers to defend, it is much harder to defend the goal itself, right? Because you're a melee slower character, you don't have as much range to reach out, and Enoch there just able to one-tap it where Slop wasn't.
See what happens here. I imagine this Atlas probably has his eyes on Timeless Creator and will indeed go for it here, as it wasn't taken away earlier. I mean, in fairness, it's not going to get taken by the Kai or the X, but nonetheless, that'll help a little more when we talk about going towards the losing some of those goal barriers and having this expanse in order to cover a decent chunk of that goal.
We have both X's taking big fish as well as LYTE here, just to increase their hitbox sizes as well as give some extra stagger. But you'll see how massive that these characters end up being when empowered. We just take a look at Enoch next time Bewitching Beam plus his ultimate is up, and he is just a unit on the field.
I mean, we're already on Nightmare Fuel. I said hopefully we don't get Nightmares because hopefully we don't get the Cast the Last buff, but I mean, the the range takes up like a quarter of the width of the field on that Haymaker. What's up with that?
It is so funny. It's really going to come down to, I believe this, regardless of who takes this next round, it's whoever has priority in the Awakenings is going to make a big deal, because now we got through 1 round of Awakenings, which means things like Stagger Swagger are up for grabs, things like Cast the Last might end up coming through. It'll be such a big deal. But if you just notice there, Slop using his Cosmic Expanse, taking the entire bottom left corner of the screen, and he has 2 of those. But now we're getting to territory where it's going to be really hard to score on that final goal barrier whenever Slop's defending it.
Are we sure they balanced this game right? Are we sure they did that?
It is so...
most of the stuff... This doesn't seem fair.
It is so funny that it's one of those weird things where it's like you have these like power fantasies that sometimes they just line up and people hit what they need to hit, and you become Thanos walking around. I personally think that Awakenings need to be toned down across the board and have more of the player skill come through rather than the Awakenings come through. But overall, from an entertainer's perspective, it really is fun to see how crazy some of these combinations can be.
We've already seen 1 Awakening. I fear what's about to come as we get further along in this match. You see the core flips come out. There's the expanse once again. It sticks around for so long. There I was just trying to send that back to the goal barrier, hoping it finally one of the goal barriers cracks. Bobadex falters for just a moment, sends that one away, and there's a KO as well that has come out. But actually, the defense comes through right now for the Silly Goofy Cats. Only 3 seconds left on the X to come back alive, but it doesn't matter. They put it away, and they find a way to get this one into the net.
Yeah, I thought that was a really good job from Silent and Slop. If you saw, they were just slowly whittling down Enoch, and there was not much that could have been done about it. Joker just keeping himself alive and applying pressure. Slop knowing that, you know, he can just solo hold this this bottom barrier, and it makes it that much harder, or I should say, it makes it easier for your teammates to use their cooldowns on the opposing players rather than having to use it on the core every time. But just as I say that, Slop not able to hold that bottom barrier, it breaks, and now all of a sudden with the goal gate open, Enoch just uses one punch to get it through.
I have a feeling that it's going to be more tense trying to guard the last goal barrier than it will be guarding the net, even with those increased size on the expanses coming in from Slop, right? We were talking about that a little bit now already. The aggression comes through here for the Silly Goofy Cat. They're able to find one of these goal barriers. There's the second one going down as well. And it looks like even the Atlas is getting stuffed here a little bit. The primary comes out to send this one back, and it'll go find its way to the other side of the pitch. Core flip comes out. Beautiful weight by Silent to try to find that last goal barrier.
Using the timing perfectly to just wait out, wait for a response from Bobadex, getting that awkward timing in. Bobadex not able to protect the barrier. Both goal gates are open, and now we have the spot where I would say it's favored for the side of Silly Goofy Cats because it's just so much harder for Slop to defend that huge goal barrier. Or goal.
And indeed,
goal.
The goal, right?
Yes.
It's a large goal. They're large goal barriers here, but it's an even larger goal. That is certainly difficult here for Slop, and there it is. Spance comes out once, has 2 of those online. See when the second gets used. There it is. Rather small this time around, though, and Enoch is in position. Throwing out these haymakers once again, but now is going to get knocked. See the X Maximus start to come out here as well. The X's are still trying to find each other, but no knockouts happen this time around. One goal barrier will fall here. And now the Quiet Jokesters might be on the advantage. See the core flip comes out. There it is, taking the second barrier. And now the Joker might be looking to try to put this one back. Silent in position. Going to be looking for the swipe, but doesn't even need it. We'll find the back of the net regardless, and it's set point for both teams.
We're back to 5 points in the round.
How many times has this happened tonight for you and me, Mystic? How many times?
I would say if we've witnessed 10 rounds, it's happened at least 8 times.
It's a majority.
It is the vast majority. Oh, great energy burst from Slav, squeezing it through Enoch over there, clearing it out, getting that top barrier, and now he just has to hold it down. And it's like you said before, that last goal barrier is so... there's so much stress and tension on trying to protect that over the goal itself, because that is your lifeline, right? If you can protect that, you can play so much differently. The moment that goal is up, the game is played completely different because of how big it is and how much easier it is to shoot in. Like the goalies cannot walk up anymore, and all of a sudden you have to have midfielders defend it too. But the Cosmic Expanse just not big enough, using it slightly too late, leaving a gap there, allowing the core to go through and break the final barrier. And now watch this. Look at how small Slop's character model is compared to the Enoch that is just walking next to him. Oh, but they don't get that.
Well, actually, I'll hold that thought for a moment because we're in overtime. Both goals are open. Bobadex tries to send this one away. The core flips come out. That'll hit both corners and send it over to Slop. Another core flip comes out. Joker tries to send it back. No, not this time around. Trying to find the core placement. Can't find it that time around. And now it's Enoch's turn. Try to go on the offensive side. The Joker and Liori meet each other in the middle of the pitch, but they leave Silent alone with the core. And that will mean that we'll see the Quiet Jokesters respond back with their first set.
So we have 1-1 in the rounds right now. One thing that I want to make note of, it's actually...
Oh, there it is.
Oh no, Castellas is on Infinite?
Oh no, Castellas is on Infinite. Monumentalist was already taken by Slop on the Atlas as well. So now he might actually be able to defend the entire goal with the expanse. I promise this game was just made for our nightmares. Oh my
It
goodness.
is a really big deal, though, that both LYTE and Enoch are able to grab Castellas. It's absolutely massive.
Yeah.
It is going to be... I'm interested in seeing how this round is going to play out.
Well, it's going to start out with Enoch getting taken down rather low, and you see the healing come out here from Slop's Atlas as well. When that ultimate is down on the floor, you get a little bit of extra healing back.
Oh my goodness, the size of that cosmic expanse.
Oh my goodness. By the way, so the point that I wanted to make earlier that I didn't know until way later than I should have. Atlas's primary, that wave projectile that gets sent out, is a projectile. It is not a barrier. So if the core comes back to try to hit it, it will not be stopped the second time, and it'll just pass right through. That's something that, you know, some folks might be confused about if you're just watching for the first time. That's one of these things where it's only that ring that acts as the wall, and that wave is really just a single projectile that can only hit one thing one time.
Yep. So it's considered a projectile, like you said. So things like missile prop will affect it. Silent there with the great hit off of the Amy dash blink, getting it onto the bottom side. One of those great securing tools for gold itself.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Silent has been on point with finding those dashes into the net and being able to put away a lot of these shots. I feel like I have to call it out every time because it takes up like half of the map. That expanse just looks so goofy. Oh, anyways.
And using the jump again to secure the final barrier. Oh, and what a great glitch pop, intercepting the core, sending it into the bottom pocket. Great catch from Silent. That was an awesome point.
Set point here for the Quiet Jokesters, looking to pull ahead in the match. See what happens now. The Joker going in a little smaller though than anticipated, hit with Bewitching Beam. Now we're already seeing one goal barrier down on both sides. There's
Both
the second
barriers
one
down
actually
already.
gets sent away. Now we're seeing the Joker trying to move in, gets buffed by the Bewitching Beam, but the Haywaker does not quite connect. Silent trying to go in, doesn't find anything on the swipe this time around. Now connects with LYTE, who is now cracked, has to try to find a way to heal up. Nice core flip out of Slop.
Oh, just missed the angle.
Protecting this barrier.
Joker with almost the super nice core flip into the hit up. Wasn't able to connect it there, but was able to connect with LYTE, who is now sitting out for another 5 seconds while they have the man advantage and the barrier advantage. Let's see if they can score a point, but Enoch's doing a great job of single-handedly holding it down while LYTE isn't there. Gets the goal barrier by himself, trying to force it through the Amy turret, but at least now they're in a position to... Oh my goodness, what a series of plays right there. Silent with the great glitch pop that would have guaranteed went in if Bobadex wasn't fast enough on the fingers, using his energy burst to catch it. Oh my god, just caught the strike right there on the goal line, making it around town, passing it to LYTE, going back up, Joker intercepting it, and scoring it onto the top side.
Bobadex has also been on point so far, but it's still not fully enough, especially with how many tools that this Amy has in order to try to secure those goals. You think about the glitch pop, you think about the cyber swipe, all of these things that can just cause that much more of a pain and send that core back behind you. But now another Awakenings page here, Mystic. What stands out to you?
So almost everything here is amazing. I was interested to see if Silent was going to go for the Super Surge or not, just to enable that glitch pop plus dash KO combo that we've seen in Amy before during the open beta. But I think he took the specialized training there to deny it from one of the X's or the Kais, and just have that, you know, extra power on the turrets itself. Other than that, it looked like pretty standard stuff. We had a hot shot taken on by Kai. Oh my goodness, using the dash to finish off the kill there, having the man advantage. S.A.D.B.O.I.S choosing this round to protect the top barrier instead of the bottom one. You know, aesthetic over here. Currently 3-on-2. Enoch makes it back. S.A.D.B.O.I.S being aggressive a little bit. I like that. The Cosmic Expanse taking on the entire bottom half of the screen.
And here's the other thing with this too. he took perfect form as his last awakening, so that'll come up even more, and you'll be able to see even more expanses. The Joker going to be able to put that one back, though, alongside Slop, and it looks like the Quiet Jokers are starting to run away with this one a little.
Yeah, and really good use of energy burst from the Joker. One thing that newer players will have to learn is the range of the energy burst, right? It's bigger than your strike range. It's probably like twice or probably 2.5 times your strike range. And it's something to know that you can catch the core from pretty far away. So if you're quick with the reactions, you can catch this core, walk up slightly, and then strike it. And Joker using that perfectly to score that last point. So now Slop going back to the bottom barrier here. He has not used any expanses yet, so both should be up from what I recall. Let's see how well they can use it. Silent having his core flip available, walking up aggressively, trying to... Oh, they got the final barrier. And both Silent's core flip not being enough to score the point, but Joker in just another hit or two will have his own.
Looks like this Imi out of Silent is able to do a lot of contradicting of whatever Bobadex is trying to do, trying to shove the core even further away, right? Now trying to utilize those speed buffs to get back in. Still trying to clear that one out of the core flip, but it gets hit by the Cosmic Expanse because the Cosmic Expanse takes up like half of the width of the map, because why wouldn't it? And we're in overtime once more. Goal barriers still down here for the Silly Goofy Cats, and the Quiet Jokers still looking like they might try to be on the offensive. When will Silent decide to use that Cyber Swipe? Only time will tell, but now trying to send this one back the other way, dribbling it off of the goal barriers. Not gonna actually mount too much of anything this time around. Cosmic Expanse used, max range, preventing this core from hitting it for a while, and Enoch just has to try to dribble it off of the wall to keep possession, but it doesn't really amount to much of anything that time around. You see the Atlas going down, which might mean that this final barrier will fall, and indeed it will, but it'll be right back online, and there's the Expanse, nearly frame one. The knockout comes through, though, back the other direction, and all of a sudden, it's the Quiet Jokers that are the ones that are on the power play here, looking to try to put this point away. The core keeps getting flown back and forth across the map. And now a beautiful shot placement from the Joker, sending the Quiet Jokers to match point.
Great shot by the Joker there. So one nice thing is he was walking downwards. This is something we see a lot. Walking downwards, you kind of just like mentally think that it's like, okay, he's also going to hit it in the direction he's walking in, but using the nice upwards to get a nice fake out. Something that we see a lot more happen with these top level players. Immediately into this round, we have a KO. The Joker still has his core flip, using it to try to get that top barrier. Not enough. Bobadex eyeing him already, knowing that that was about to come out. Let's see if he can protect the top one. No, just barely misses it. Bottom one is still good. Bobadex does have his own energy burst here. Cosmic Expanse comes out, doesn't connect though, so immediately disappears. LYTE trying to juggle, generate some more energy, bait out some more cooldowns. Both Cosmic Expanses are down. Enoch using his energy burst, not enough to score, but take a look at how low both the Joker and the Silent are. Enoch about to go down though. He doesn't have any help from his own Atlas that doesn't exist, but he's gone. Silent's regenning slowly. He was probably going to come back up in a second to unstaggered. And they
was going so far out there for a moment too, and now all of a sudden it's both goal barriers down, and the Quiet Jokers have the opportunity to try to secure the match here. Or in overtime. Let's see if they can try to do it here, as Enoch looking to try to take care of this one. Over to LYTE. They're still trying to send it there, dribble it off the wall, trying to find something, bait out those Cosmic Expanses out of Slop, because they know that it'll be virtually impossible to get past them. Core flip comes out, but there it is, just stalling out for time, and all they're forced to do is just send it against the wall. Again, trying to find something. Core flip comes out, Silent's patient on it. Core flip is over to the Joker, who is going to be able to secure the match off of that goal, and it's the Quiet Jokers that'll advance to face the S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
What a great final set of points there. The Quiet Jokesters doing insane amount of teamwork, as well as I like their team composition. It ended up working out so much more. So some things that I want to point out here is we have the Atlas pick, who ended up getting the God Run on his Awakenings, but just having the Atlas itself, right, was a big deal. We saw a lot of KOs come out on the side of Quiet Jokesters, but because the Atlas ultimate existed to prevent deaths from happening, just a heal in general, it stopped a lot of the kill opportunities from Enoch and LYTE. And then on top of the twin drive, plus the multiple creation size awakenings that he had, we had the Cosmic Expanse taking up entire portions of the map. That was absolutely insane, denying so much of the area. And there was the one point where he even walked up, pressed Cosmic Expanse halfway in the midfield, and just, okay, there goes 25% of the map. It's just a creation now. So I really like the team comp from them, and I think overall the Awakenings and the team composition favored Quiet Jokesters way more.
I mean, you want to talk about the team composition? How about just the Awakenings that came up, right? Talking about the Atlas having the opportunity to both get those creation buffs, right? The Monumentalist there coming through and was a large part of, I mean, literally, we saw at the end of the game, all that E-Dot could do was pound that thing against the goal barrier. I mean, must have been hoping that, like, by some miracle, the core would just shatter past the goal barriers, right? But unfortunately, couldn't quite happen there. So fantastic stuff either way. And of course, good showing from the Silly Goofy Cats, even if, you know, the poll was a little unfortunate there on the Awakenings. Yeah, excited to see what comes next from them. We'll be getting into losers finals in a bit, but I think we might be taking a little bit of a break before we get there. I'm going to wait on confirmation for that.
Yep, we are swapping. Say whatever you want.
Mystic, where can the good people find you?
Okay, so if you want to look out for me, it's YouTube at Mystic Watch, Twitter at Mystic_Watch, or on Twitch at Mystic Watch. So if you check any of those other things, it'll be nothing Omega Strikers related. Most of the Omega Striker stuff I'll be doing is on Twitch. You can expect another Mystic Omega Randomizer tournament coming out soon. So if you guys are newer players that want to get in and want to, you know, maybe are afraid or don't know too much about the tournament scene, the Omega Randomizer is a great opportunity to hop in because it's just you enter as a solo player, you get put into teams randomly, and you just get to enjoy. So that's it for me. Thank you for having me on. Appreciate the insane work coming out from the production side between Sai and Kuyachi. You guys are doing awesome. Where can we see you, K-Bot?
You can find me mostly on Twitter at kbot_273 and on Twitch at kbot_273. I do mostly Splatoon stuff if you follow either of those places. But of course, a lot of fun, and I imagine you'll be seeing more OS stuff out of me. I echo that sentiment, by the way. Shout out to everyone that's been putting this on and everyone that's been growing this community for so far along in the beta and now heading into the full release of the game. Folks, don't go anywhere. We've got losers finals between the S.A.D.B.O.I.S and the Quiet Jokesters to determine who will face LYTE in Grands, and that all will be casted by Daftgrass and Gravity. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be one heck of a show.
Yo, hello, everyone. We're here with Losers Finals. I'm Daftgrass, new caster. Everyone knows my co-caster, though, Mr. Gravity.
Yes, sir. Though, different PFP now. Like, I kind of forgot to take the Discord one, so I don't have Squirtle equipped. But it's fine. Alolan Raichu is just as cool. The sick-ass Pokemon.
He is kind of chilling. He's sitting there vibing on his surfboard. Mr. Sai, we need you to tab in, maybe. There we go.
See, we line up perfectly, though. It's like the Raichu's 1v1 in Kai.
Yeah, I'm kicking your ass, though. But we are getting into game.
I don't think
off
so.
the market. Mr. Gravity, take it away from me.
Oh, shit. Yeah, 1 sec. Alright. This is kind of what we're expecting to see from S.A.D.B.O.I.S. They've been running high era Julie all day. Megaverse does have the pocket rune pick that he may choose to play. I think it's probably 50-50. Depends on the map. Night Market? I don't think it's too good of a pick. And then, of course, everyone's been banning Jakar every time you see S.A.D.B.O.I.S. It's for a good reason. Vaughn has not lost a single game of Jakar since prod test. So, but since before beta's even live. When we went to claim the bounty yesterday, we stream snipe banned his Jakar because we don't want to face it either. It's been super impressive alternate, and the one game he has got it was against this team, and they lost. And they have learned better this time. And they're just going for, I guess, a standard mirror. Oh, nope, there's an Asher.
Getting the run back, but you know what? We do have an Asher here, and you know what? It is Night Market. I would honestly say, besides Oni Village, one of Asher's best maps, and definitely going to be throwing some hands here with Megaverse. Megaverse actually taking an eject button, using it off the start. Joker almost getting that one pass as Vaughn's going to pass this one up to Bells, coming back to Joker. Joker going to get that top barrier, but actually Megaverse going to stop it as Vaughn almost gets his own barrier, hitting into that center part, and Slop hitting that one up to Joker. Bells passing that one forward. Silent actually going to take it back, using that Bewitching Beam just to push it forward a little bit, as Megaverse using this eject button to kind of cover the entire map for himself here. And it's honestly doing really good work as Bells getting that bottom barrier, throwing out Julio onto Slop. Slop going to evasive, kind of keep himself safe there as that tornado comes through from Vaughn, and actually manages to get that top barrier as well, as Megaverse Knight makes a nice pass to himself with that eject button, completely keeping it. But Silent actually managed to take out Vaughn. Gonna use the core flip here. Is he gonna get it? Kind of cooks just for a little bit too long. Comes back to Slop. Slop gonna pass it forward to his team. Megaverse actually getting really low from Joker. Joker having the core flip, might be able to kill him here. Kills him with the core flip. Slop needs to get this forward to his team to take advantage of this. Joker has most of his cooldowns here. Gonna push it right past Vaughn and getting the first goal for his team.
Yeah, it took them a bit to score there. A few core flip misses from the side of Silent Jokesters. Again, core flip, with being with new mechanics, players have been struggling to use it properly, and it's really showed there. And I think core flip is such an important part of the game now, not only offensively, but defensively as a goalie too. Earlier, Chill Gangstas were on, and their team did not find core flip, and on defense, it just ruined them.
Yeah, core flip, excellent tool as a defensive and offensive tool, as Vaughn getting taken off the map. Megaverse can use that eject button to get some nice space up to the top of the map. Bell's trying to push this one forward. Joker actually going to come back with Silent. Excellent coordination just to get that bottom barrier, and Joker in a great spot here to score it. Slop keeping it forward with the Giga Blast. Silent almost manages to get it past, but Joker went to strike forward with Bells and shoves that one into the bottom of the net.
They're having a hard time taking any form of midfield control here. And a lot of this game is on air. Cast to Last is one of our starting trainings, and it's her BIS. And it's probably her best training. It makes her slow last centuries, it makes her speed last even longer. And so a lot is on the era, and when you're playing someone like Bells too, who's always so forward, like so far up, relying on Bond to give him the rock, if they lose mid, it just falls apart, and Bells doesn't really come back to help. And now he's gone. So now he can't help anywhere, not even offensively.
Yeah, and Joker doing a great job using that ultimate just to push him off the map off the start. And Silent and Joker also doing a great job at the start of the map, getting those barriers instantly past Megaverse. Megaverse getting smalled, but Vaughn having nice core control and getting that barrier for his team. And now both goal gates are open. And Joker pushing that one forward. Megaverse actually using the barrage just to save it. And does have the core flip here, is going to use it, but it scores on himself.
No way! Dude, in Losers Finals, by the way, Like, I forget the exact money differential, but there is money on the line to be had, and you're core flipping it at the top of night market. That's gotta hurt. And not only is a play like that detrimental because you just lost a set, your mental has boomed. I was tuning into their stream earlier, and they actually lost, I think, a few rounds to his team. But, like, it's because we are mental booming. We give up a really unlucky goal, and then the mental shot. And so maybe they can be adjusted here. But anyways, this is a really bad draft for the other team. Asher is unlocked, Stagger, Swagger, and the rest of the teams ended up kind of in a mid spot. B.O.I.S did get Adrenaline Rush. So if he's able to pick up some kills, it is going to help his conversions massively. But he's gonna have a hard time killing this Asher, who now moves at the speed of light and regens HP. But it doesn't matter, as he does get the proc up anyways. And now B.O.I.S moves at 100% for the next 8 seconds.
Yeah, and that Adrenaline Rush coming in absolutely massive for B.O.I.S, as he's able to take a lot of control of the field, especially if he manages to grab the middle part of the night market. But S.A.D.B.O.I.S doesn't matter, says bye-bye Vaughn with that Giga Joker walking forward. Silent, trying to push this top barrier, gets it for his team. Trying to get this one up the Joker, throwing the tornado out. Ooh, manages to get the bottom barrier, and now Megaverse has an open net as Vaughn uses the Bewitching Beam just to push it past Silent, fighting for his life against Joker here, but Joker saying, I don't care, get off the map, as he hits it in for the team from a nice pass from Silent.
Silent, good job playing the midfield, but not only that, it really seems like S.A.D.B.O.I.S are playing the boards pretty heavy here, as they've been getting farmed on replete against Era Asher. You know, not a notorious for its kill pressure. That is one thing for sure.
Yeah, Joker making excellent use of all of the arc beams just to get some kills off, you know, and take people off the map, as he already gets that first barrier. And this is the impressiveness from Asher on this map, especially with Stagger Swagger. Every time he gets low, he does get to move a lot faster. And, you know, Silent just trying to fight these strike wars against Vaughn here, as S.A.D.B.O.I using that strike shot just to keep it forward. And Vaughn hitting it back, S.A.D.B.O.I back to Vaughn. Now to Joker. Joker using the arc beam, doesn't get anything off of it. S.A.D.B.O.I popping that core flip. Joker missing the ult, almost managed to get past Megaverse. Megaverse having the core flip here, but it doesn't matter, doesn't use it, as Joker arc beams that one past. As B.O.I.S fights for this top barrier, manages to get it, gets the other one too with a core flip, pops the Julie ultimate, doesn't get anything out of it though. Joker having core flip here, uses it. Megaverse counter core flips, comes back to S.A.D.B.O.I, S.A.D.B.O.I passing it to Silent, now to Joker. Joker having all his cooldowns here. Almost pushes it past Megaverse. Megaverse doing a good job, just trying to keep that one out of his net, but in a dangerous situation here is Joker shoving that one top shelf. Megaverse barraging the wrong way.
I mean, I don't really feel like B.O.I.S is getting any scoring opportunities here. I feel like it's just, the game is just so hard winning for quite Jokesters. The mid pressure is there, and when Joke gets the rock, he puts it in. And I wonder if it has something to do with gear. There's Eject Button Kai is some newer tech. I believe Keckle, the EU #1 goalie, is responsible for it, and he gets win, and I think it's great. And what Mega's able to do with it, create pressure, teleport back and forth, I think it's been really strong, but it seems like S.A.D.B.O.I has been doing an amazing job holding it down as he does there. Great defense against B.O.I.S.
Yeah, Joker
I don't
having
know,
this
maybe
one on
Eject
the
Button is
bottom.
code.
I honestly, I think it's a personal choice. I wouldn't mind Eject Button, to be honest. But you know what, B.O.I.S doesn't mind the goal as he shoves that one through people with the core flip into the Julie Flying Phoenix. And we have ourselves a point for the side of S.A.D.B.O.I s.
Yeah, and by the way, I actually think that shot is unsavable, 100%. Core flip dash punch. I don't know if you can actually do anything against it, except like Atlas barrier, your Atlas, and then you die. But good play, good job on B.O.I.S. He got in the right position. Might be the start of a turnaround for S.A.D.B.O.I s. But Joker is just unstoppable in front of the net. Yo, someone needs to get this man some fucking help.
You know,
He's
S.A.D.B.O.I
in
also
there.
needs some help on his back, and his B.O.I s pushed that one through already, but Joker sitting here in this dangerous bottom position, trying to get past Megaverse. Megaverse already popping that blazing pace. But Vaughn making an excellent defensive play, using that core flip just to get it forward to B.O.I s. B.O.I s trying to, you know, take some damage off of Joker, but Joker just hitting that evasive button. Can't really do anything against it. And Silent taking out Vaughn on the top side of the map, and also smalling B.O.I s at the same time. He's multitasking out here as he keeps it forward for Joker. And Joker needs to try and take advantage of this, but S.A.D.B.O.I with the Giga from halfway across the map shoves it past Megaverse. And we are back to another carousel.
Hey, you know, good. I don't know what the predictions were like for this game, but I was not expecting quite Jokesters to be so dominant. And Slopper's gonna go first. And, ooh, tons of great Kai trainings. Glass Cannon, Specialized Training, Rapid Fire, all top-tier Kai ones. He's gonna opt for some more damage, deny it from Julie. But of course, she wants Big Fish. He wants Big Size. Again, denies Asher. Tempo Swing Asher is not something I've seen very much of. Interesting choice over something like Heavy Impact to get some CD reduction and maybe some bonus kill. And Glass Cannon Era forward from Silent, leaving Heavy Impact for the Era. You know, pretty interesting Awakening draft all in all. Some pretty strong Awakenings have rolled so far. And only one more set needed for Quiet Jokesters to take it home to Grand Finals. But Bells has come to play this time. He's done losing.
Yeah, Bells definitely, you know, starting to show up here as he got 2 gold barriers and a kill off of Silent at the start of the match. And Megaverse, once again, using that blazing pace, able to cover half the map, but Teeps is back a little too early as Joker gets that bottom barrier from him. All 3 players on S.A.D.B.O.I.S trying to defend this net, and Joker, he's sitting here, he's sitting in the net, he just got another gold barrier. Slop gonna, you know, throw a nice little strike shot, get that one forward, but Bells using that dash punch, getting it right past Slop, and getting the first point in this round.
I think it's the first point in the game, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong, but
they
Slop's
did
been holding it down defensively.
Get one last round, I believe.
They got one. Man, it's like the last game went by so fast, I couldn't even remember. The Bells is ready. I think they're here for the mental reset. That's the kind of nice thing about the BO3, you know? You lose 1 set, it's fine. Lose 2 sets, you know, you can reset the mental for next set. And they have done that, and it seems like they've started to win.
Yeah, and Bells, once again, he's just sitting up here, Vaughn, trying to get the core over to him over and over. And it's working. He's getting these barriers. And once again, he just got another one with a little bit of that dash punch Julie magic. And Megaverse making a nice play, using that barrage to keep Joker away. But there's the double core flip. One from Vaughn, one from Megaverse. But Joker says no, he stands in that net. And he got that bottom barrier for his team. As Bells actually one shot. I don't even know what happened to him, but he's off the map. Joker hitting him with the art theme. Apparently loves that ability, as he's gotten multiple kills this match with it so far. As we are kind of getting a little bit of a scruffle here. Silent trying to throw the tornado. Joker holding on to that core flip for 30 years, trying to see if he can't bait anything out, because no one wants to walk down there to hit that core. Ru was staring at it for a little bit, and Joker trying to just get this one. Slop and Silent are doing an excellent job pushing it up forward to him, but they just can't get it. This Megaverse standing strong in net, using the barrage, using the Giga, trying to fight for every inch of space just to keep this Asher away.
I mean, it's such a good job adjusting from game 1. Because, I mean, shutting down a duo like Bells Vaughn is hard, especially denying them scoring opportunities. But somehow they're doing it perfectly here with a good mix of killing and core control. I mean, Bells feels like he's completely lost this game, and it's not having too much of an impact. I mean, he's having as much of an impact as he can. So he's getting some good kills, he's finding the angles, and when he does get the core up there, he does score, but the situations are far and few.
Yeah, it's definitely very difficult for him, as Slop is just doing such a great job of just having complete control of his net, and Mega on the other side just trying to keep it alive for his team as long as possible, keep this match going, give Bells as many chances as he can, just to try and see if he can't sneak one past Slop here. Ooh, and it looks like he almost had one just a bit off there on the strike, as Megaverse is just walking up here. He's trying to get something going, leaving Vaughn to defend for him, and I mean, Slop is just taking complete control of this field, and you know what? That's the strike shot difference. He's able to keep the core forward without having to walk forward himself, but, you know, Megaverse, it doesn't matter. He's fighting against Joker as much as he can, throwing out the barrage, throwing out that Giga. As Slop misses that strike shot, might have been important, but they still got the core forward anyways. As Bells, it's in a good position here. Slop using that Giga Blast just to keep him off. Has another chance here, and once again, dash punches it right through Slop, and they got 2 points up on the board.
Yeah, no, these goalies playing one hell of a game, both of them, Megaverse and Slop, are doing a really good job locking it down, keeping the core kind of in the middle, and not letting Vaughn Silent battle it out. And it's been a close one so far. But right now, it seems like S.A.D.B.O.I.S are ready for the comeback. They've been here before many, many times. And this could be the start of a very beautiful story.
And Megaverse doing an honestly great job right there, using that core flip defensively and wasting Jokers in the process too, holding it out for so long that honestly it was just about to expire. Joker tried to read it, tried to get it back on him, but honestly wasn't able to. As this core floats back towards S.A.D.B.O.I.S ends, and Silent almost pushing it forward with that little bewitching beam. Manages to make Vaughn pretty small in the process as B.O.I.S gets it through. Slop dropping the core flip, and B.O.I.S shoving it top corner, and we got a game on our hands.
You got my Slop to just straight up strike where the core flip. Really strong, well played, but again, Vaughn did get it back up to B.O.I.S. No CDs for Slop, and can't really do much. And oh, I wonder, so size trainings are really important in Julie, but I've never actually seen him take 2, and it looks like he's going to get built different this time. Slop might be looking at stacks here if I had to guess, get some extra movement speed, some more prep. Bulk up! This is an unheard of take. I have never seen that. But, you know, I can kind of get behind it, though. You know, a little more defensive. He gets a lot more power than what's obviously being shown on the screen right now. It's more than 3. I think it's around like 25 to 30-ish. And that combos with a specialized training that he took earlier to really pump up the damage in the field. Looks like going to be trying to play a bit of a kill comp. Era, Twin Drive is going to be great for assisting Joker, who got even more move speed from Spark of Agility this match, the last draft. So this will be an interesting one to see play out, but I think this one favors Quiet Jokesters.
Yeah, and Mega First running forward, had the eject button, but gets caught by Silence Tornado and off the map instantly. This is going to be really dangerous for S.A.D.B.O.I.S as they don't really have any defensive, but is going to come back up. Instantly pops the Blazing Pace. Ooh, and what a nice Giga to get that top barrier as Joker and Silent both pop their evasion after the tornado ends. A little bit of a miscommunication there, but B.O.I.S saying, hey, that's what you get for using your evasion early. I'm going to take you off the map, and Silent's gone. As that massive tornado coming in from Vaughn, covering half the size of the map. It's that bottom one as the core flip comes out from Vaughn. Doesn't do anything too particular as Silent, I believe that was, I don't even know who killed Vaughn, but he's off the map.
I believe Silent did. Silent Tornado. Again, these tornadoes are really impressive, and especially when you have no dodge up, you pretty much have to respect the space. But the core's where you need to be. You're just kind of out of luck, and you're going to have a really rough time living.
But Slop doesn't have any cooldowns there. Might have not reacted to it as B.O.I.S once again hitting that top shelf, and another point for his team.
Yeah, I guess he was trying to keep the mid pressure up, which he was doing, but when you have no CDs in front of that large-ass goal, you only have so many options.
Yeah, and Slop with a nice lucky bounce there as B.O.I.S kills Silent again. He's off the map. B.O.I.S getting that adrenaline rush proc and just going to town on Slop. Left clicking as much as he can, and once again he gets another barrier, and the goal is wide open with Megaverse having both of his in the end. Does have core flip here, might walk up. He's going to walk up, take advantage of this, tries to shove it to the bottom of the map as Vaughn getting caught by Silence Tornado. Might have been mind controlled into it, who knows. Joker trying to get that top barrier as Slop and Silent are trying to beat the crap out of B.O.I.S in the midfield. Joker almost pushes that one forward, but Megaverse, he is the wall this game. Keeping it alive for his team is Slop. A little bit lost, and La La Land might have not had a barrage, isn't able to get that one.
Yeah, bit out of position there. B.O.I.S finds it again, kind of like the first goal, where B.O.I.S is a little bit up and finds the slot, and Mega, again, as you mentioned earlier, and locking it down. Like those first 2 rounds, Joker was absolutely destroying Megaverse, but now he's getting fewer chances, and he's not converting as many, and it seems like B.O.I.S and Vaughn are just playing better and better as the game goes on. And this might be an unstoppable train for the rest of this match.
Yeah, and Vaughn has been doing such a great job. He's been trying to make Joker small, like, as much as he can this game, just keeping him off. And once again, right there, he just made him small again with that Bewitching Beam. I mean, it's really not about the size as much as it is about the speed. You are slow as hell when you get hit with that thing. And combine it with the fact that I'm not sure if he has any, awakenings that increases that buff, but you know, it doesn't matter. Silent. Castellas, yes, with that Castellas, that he's going to be small for God knows how long. Definitely an incredibly long time as Vaughn pushing this one up for B.O.I.S. B.O.I.S taking that top barrier, and Megaverse actually going with a nice bit of a goalie swap here, just to get advantage of the fact that he barrage a nice little clean barrier take there from Megaverse. Is going to push this one down, and Joker in a dangerous position here, doesn't win the strike war. Megaverse does have his core flip up now, so he does get to get a free get out of jail card as B.O.I.S once again, but Megaverse isn't able to use that get out of jail free card as he was stuck on the top side of the map. Silent, I'm pretty sure his tornado actually caught him on the way back down.
Yeah, I believe you're correct, and By the way, even though they did lose that point, S.A.D.B.O.I.S had a really clean goalie rotation with Vaughn and Megaverse. And Vaughn is, of course, he's a flex player. He plays goalie and forward. And so he understands the goalie rotation is the best. And I feel like that's the one person you want to understand goalie rotation is your midfielders. And it has been really impressive. And finally, Joker is able to take both those barriers. Megaverse has been holding on to him like his life depends on it. Which he kind of does. I mean, if they lose this set, they're out of the tournament completely. It's losers finals. This is the match. Loser gets third. Winner goes on for the chance at first against LYTE. It's the stakes.
Yeah, only BO1s here, as you know, they really need to hold on, as now their net's open. Definitely could possibly get scored on here, as Silent just keeping it forward, manages to get Vaughn out of the equation. S.A.D.B.O.I.S making a nice play with his Giga earlier. He's gonna try and barrage this. Bell says, I don't care, I'm just gonna shove it right past. His Joker coming up the top here. Bell's almost just knocks him off the map. And Silent making a nice little bait play on Megaverse, hitting it back up to Joker, as Joker just isn't able to get it through, as Bells gets another barrier. As Joker's sitting here, arc beams it forward, past Vaughn, past Megaverse, puts his team to match point.
Joker's a really patient player. I mean, Joker's one of the players who shocked me at the start of this beta. You know, I've always known Joker's a good player, but he's in the top 10 at NA right now, and he was known for his S.A.D.B.O.I.S. That was his main signature pick, but he plays so patiently, so well. He waits for the perfect opportunity in front of the net, and he puts it in every time right now. And this point decides a lot. If Vaughn and Bells and Mega are not able to keep this one up, it's night-night.
Yeah, Megaverse doing all that he can in his power just to keep this away from his gold berries, away from the Asher, away from the scariness, as S.A.D.B.O.I.S pops the core flip a little too early. Bells making the nice play with the Julie punch just to get that bottom barrier. One down as Silent shrinks Megaverse. Joker shrunk himself, can't get anything with that play that Silent allowed him to do. As Bell is going to get this one forward, is going to pop the Julio, manages to get that top barrier, as S.A.D.B.O.I now defenseless here in net. Has to try and keep this away from Bells as much as possible, but it doesn't matter. Vaughn proteers Bells the rock, and it goes in.
Classic Vaughn Bells connection there. Now, all tied up. 2-2. A game that was previously 0-2. Could have been ended there, but one more, and Julie has a 1-2 punch. And acts before the other era. Someone's gonna need to deny Chrono Boost, I think, from this era. Or Monumentalist. I don't know which one she actually prefers. I think it's Chrono Boost. Maybe we'll find out. But you're going to get one of the other, and the other era is going to get probably nothing. Yeah, they're not picking. It seems like Vaughn has opted for Monumentalist, and Silent is going to get Chrono Boost. Again, I think they're probably pretty equal in value, but Vaughn already has Cast Last. What's a little more duration? And Vaughn already has Timeless Creator. So this is a max size tornado, max damage, and that's not even full size, by the way. He just kind of sent that one for fun, and it gets a kill on Silent. I think I'm wrong. I think this Monumentalist Timeless era is about to actually decimate Quiet Jokers.
Yeah, and Bell's using the Flame Fury from Julie just to like hit on him as that tornado ran through and depleted his health bar. It went from 100 to 0 instantly, as Megaverse throwing all of his cooldowns onto Joker, just trying to, fight for his life there as that massive raindrop arrow tornado goes across the screen. S.A.D.B.O.I doing a nice job just getting the core down before it comes through. It does have the core flip here to use against Bells. It is going to pop it. Goes right to Megaverse. Spawn going to pass that through the center of the map as Silent tries to get it on his side. Bells in a great position to dash punch here. Throws out the Julie Heart. Little toxic. Silent hits S.A.D.B.O.I hits it back with him, as he's going to get this one forward once again. Has no cooldowns right now. Is Joker. We're doing a little dance here at the top part of the field. Joker and Megaverse, none of them want to hit it first. S.A.D.B.O.I try to giga that one forward. Back to Joker. Joker going to do a nice little play going over Megaverse. Megaverse does have his core flip here. Bell's about to get his in a little bit, as the score goes forward for the Bells. Bells once again popping that Flame Fury and the Flying Phoenix. Sorry, the Fiery Fist to put it through. Still working in progress.
I think the big difference that we can see here is in the usage of Air Beam. Again, you touched on it a bit earlier. Vaughn is constantly shrinking Joker. He knows it's his mission. Joker must be shrunk. If he's full size in front of Mega, he's going to score. Bell's avoiding the air beam for the most part. Hasn't been getting hit. It's been converting. But now they got a double kill. Mega's going deep.
Yeah, Mega's
going. He's going to beat up Barrier.
He's going for it.
To keep it up further. He can hit the past Asher. Oh my god. Super well played by Mega. That is a 1v3 of a century. Most people just lose the game there.
Yeah, S.A.D.B.O.I.S off the round rip, got that Giga Blast onto Bells, took him out, and then Vaughn died to Silence Tornado, and they had that nice, beautiful 1v3, but it doesn't matter. Megaverse kept it alive for his team as long as possible, using the core flip, using everything in his, kit. As S.A.D.B.O.I.S hits it into his own barrier, open barrier, Bells, half the size of the map at that point. He's going to try and get this one, as Megaverse and Vaughn are just procuring the rock for him. Doesn't matter, he's going to get a kill on the bottom, going to get that adrenaline rush. Has his ultimate, throws it on S.A.D.B.O.I.S, just trying to mash all of his abilities. S.A.D.B.O.I.S can use the core flipper as a defense. Vaughn going to use it, actually. Flicks it a little too early, but it doesn't matter. Bells, once again, in this corner, shoves it through with the nice little Flying Phoenix into Fiery Fist Punch combo.
That was a combo that Bell. I don't really know what happened. He dash, punched, slop, and then core flipped him, but he was still at like half health. I don't know if it was a misclick or what. That was an interesting play, but Swap is not getting a really good start now. I shouldn't say Swap. It's like Silent Jokesters. They are on the back foot, kind of choking a pretty big lead, and they're gonna need to play like the best they've ever played. The best Omega Strikers they've seen since the start of this beta. Or I'd say start of launch. Actually, Ian even beta if they need to come out of this one. We'll have to see what happens. But Joker seems like, oh, and that's a double from Bells. This one might be wraps.
Yeah,
that
Bells.
Double was smart as shit they hit.
He did it. He did a crazy cook there, using once again that Julie dash punch as Joker actually catching Mega slipping with a little bit of a worse clear as Joker gonna shove it through with that Asher passive, from the breakthrough, and they got a point back, and we, not game over, close though.
Yeah, 3-1. I mean, I thought Bells was definitely ending the game after that dash punch for a double. I think it's the first double we've seen this set. Of course, when we say double, we're referring to getting both barriers at once. Man. And God, Vaughn's good, lining up the air beam so well. Nice double shrink on Joker Silent. Not an easy play to do or to see in the future. And you see, look, you got another double hit, shrinking Joker and making Megaverse bigger, allowing the defense to pop off.
Yeah, and Mega ran
this.
He ran all the way forward there and almost got punished for it. Didn't though. Did get punished for that one as he was a little too far up. Joker shoving that one in the bottom and Silent waiting out that Julie punch. Is going to get hit with the Julio as this massive tornado comes in through. All of Silent Jokesters have to walk to the bottom just to avoid it as Vaughn cooking in the middle. I don't know what he's cooking up. He's cooking up something strong, hitting it up and down over and over. Shrinking Silent as Megaverse going to go forward with the eject button. Ooh, Bell's getting a nice kill onto Silent, and now they have the momentum. They have the tempo. Shoving it forward, Vaughn, Silent, and Joker, and Bell's shoving it bottom corner. S.A.D.B.O.I.S moving on to Grands. And we have our matchup for Grand Finals.
A reverse sweep, down 0-2, and not even like a close 0-2. I mean, they got absolutely demolished those first two games. It is not the normal S.A.D.B.O.I.S. I think it kind of all stemmed from that Megaverse own goal. I mean, that was quite the own goal, maybe own goal of the century. Sorry, but after that, they got their act together, got the momentum back, and were able to finish it off and push for Grand Finals. And now they are in the rematch versus LYTE. They did previously use this one in a 3-0 fashion. A close 3-0. As close as 3-0 can be, in fact. I think they actually went 3-2. And they did get a bit unlucky last time. Against LYTE, they lost the first set after, a bad performance. And then prime time was up. The other team's Kai went first. LYTE's Kai went first. And, scoring on primetime Kai is no easy task.
Yeah, especially if you're, any melee character, it is incredibly hard. He just sits, and even if you try and hit that core, right to him, he's just gonna prime time it right past you. He misses the first barrage, screw it. We throw out another one. And, do we got any gravity prediction on who's gonna possibly win this Grand Finals?
Well, see, there's a lot of, again, in the BO1 system, there's a lot of RNG factors that go into the game. Starting Awakenings, say you get, Extra Special, alright? Extra Special is a super, super favored Amy training. Megaverse doesn't play Amy. And so if that training's up, they're probably gonna have to waste their ban on Amy. And then now you're down a ban. And shit like that can happen. There's a lot of facts that go in. But at the end of the day, I think I have to favor S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Their team is strong. I mean, I've been going up against Vaughn a few times in the solo queue ladder, and it's so oppressive, especially to deal with Vaughn and like the way he procures the rock the bells, because this guy always finds an angle. Somehow, some way, he always sees where Bells is and where, like, what plays he needs to make to get Bells the optimal scoring angle. And it just feels like there's no denying it sometimes. And I think for that single factor, they're going to shut them down. And on top of that, Bells, Vaughn, and Caleb, they play all the time. In fact, that's the ladder trio right there. And I think they've probably learned each other's habits a bit. But I think Bells at the end is inside Caleb's head. And Caleb's going to have a rough time shutting down the Bells Vaughn connection. And even if you see the play, it doesn't mean you can stop it.
I definitely can get behind some of that reason. You know what? I'm not disagreeing to disagree, but
okay.
I will say I am definitely rooting on the side of LYTE here. I think they're going to win. Honestly, I'm a bit biased in this. I like Leo Leon. And you know what? That's about all of my reasoning. I just like Leo Leon. Can't a man like root for another guy to win?
Yeah, hey, Leo is the GOAT.
He's the GOAT. Like, you can't hate Leo Leon, man. Everyone loves him, and I definitely love him especially.
Maybe the best Julie versus second best Julie. I mean, Leo and Bells have been going back and forth for the title of top tier Juliet brawler. I think the general consensus is that Bells is a bit stronger than Leo on the Julie, in my opinion. But on the X, which is a bit stronger in this meta, Leo is the better player. So I think we can expect an X ban against LYTE. You don't want to have to deal with X, especially if Castle Last or like 1-2 punch, specialized train, and any training in the game, is there. It can be a bit difficult. And when a player like Leo gets those, you might as well just forfeit the game to start.
Yeah, but talking about that last game, Megaverse. Wow. Really good stuff coming from him. I would say he was, stuck in the retirement home for, maybe the first round and a half, own gold, maybe a bit of mental boom. But then, I don't know what he did. Maybe found the fountain of youth, came out from retirement to hold that game down, get a nice, crazy reverse sweep for his team. And I know we talked about it already, but I really want to highlight how crazy he played. And especially when you're playing Kai and you're playing into, Asher and Era characters who one of them makes you small and the other one, with Asher's Path Splitter or her Breakthrough or her Arc Beam or her passive, one of her 20 million tools to shove it past you. It is hard. It really is, especially on a map like Night Market where, Era is able to get that up to you so easily. But I wanted to highlight just how great he played that match, because MVP in my heart, and definitely I would say besides Bells, doing Bells things, scoring 20 million goals, definitely the reason his team was able to hold on and win that game.
I completely agree. Megaverse was locking it down, but not just man. I also want to point out that I think Slaw played amazing. I saw it, a few just kind of like here and there, like, oh shit, like I'm out of position goals. He was locking it down when it mattered, shouting down Bells, who is without a doubt the best scorer in Omega Strikers, is not easy. In fact, I very rarely see Bells go in like such a scoreless manner for so long. I mean, those first two sets I think were like 3-1, 3-0, locked down. Of course, it's not all just the goalie. Silent was doing a great job too, and both teams played extremely well, especially Joker on that. Asher, I mean, I thought it was game watching that man play. He's just lights out, and even again against Megaverse, who was putting up such a good performance. Yeah, he was putting them in situations where it didn't matter. It didn't matter that Megaverse is just not letting it in. He was checkmated. Asher right in front of the net, core flip. You're not winning, And Joker did a great job creating those situations. But when not in those situations, again, Mega locked it down. The eject button Kai was going crazy, not only offensively, but defensively as well.
Yeah, especially on some of those round starts where he was able to use that blazing pace in combination with the eject button gear to just run forward off rip, hit the core, if it spawned on the top side or if it spawned on the bottom side, whatever side he was on, hit it to the wall, hitting it on the boards, and then, throwing a nice little barrage, maybe trying to follow up on it, see if Joker wasn't trying to kill him with that Asher primary, but then he would just teleport back, and he was in position to catch really anything. I would say, I don't know, it's hard because Slop had strike shot, so he got more value out of his projectiles, and he also had like an extra save tool. But honestly, I think the eject button was probably more impactful for Megaverse, as, you know, once again, Joker sitting right in front of him. So for the fact that he's able to, you know, go from one side of the map to the other and then pass it up, so he doesn't even need anybody to clear it on the top side, because he could just pass it to himself to clear it, which,
yeah,
pretty crazy tech.
He did good too. I've never seen it. I'm like, wow. I mean, especially on a map like Night Market, where the map is kind of divided in half. They did such a good job with the eject button. Like, oh shit, there's an Asher on top of me, Aeronado incoming. If I press it up, like, the other team can get to it. Nope, eject button, teleport. And it's hard to do that, because you have to, when you're using your movement ability like that, you have to think about the eject button as well as also getting value of your movement ability. And I think he did such a good job balancing the need to teleport back with eject button, and then the need to use Blazing Pace in order to keep up with the rest of the game, get good saves. And I don't think it could have been played better.
Yeah, and something I'm actually going to ask Sire real quick. So I've been told two different things. Is this a BO1 with a bracket reset? Or not? It is. Okay.
Oh,
I
it
was
is a
told-
bracket reset.
I was told the
no.
exact opposite. So I'm glad we got that clarified here.
Hey, S.A.D.B.O.I.S needs to win 2.
Yeah, you've got to fight through a lot of mental battles just for those 2 games, and we don't know how long these games can go. Like, for the people in the audience who might not, you know, play too much or maybe more casual, these high elo games, depending on what type of awakenings can roll, and you know, we're playing with the best of the best players, depending on the comps, depending on who rolls what. We can have games that can, you know, go a long time. Like, I want to say I played obviously I played in this tournament. I'm here casting now. We had a 37-minute match earlier, and you know what, the game and grand finals, I mean, it's grands. Nobody wants to make mistakes, everyone's heart's beating. You could have games that might go longer than that, so we could, you know, I don't necessarily want to be here for 40 minutes, but sometimes that may be the way the tree falls. I guess we'll find out as, you know, we're about to get into it here. And Mr. Gravity, you got any last words for us?
Yeah, I do got some last words. I think that S.A.D.B.O.I.S are going to win set 1. You know, let me see the map first. I'll say, because I will say, if it is Atlas's lab, there is no chance S.A.D.B.O.I.S loses.
Really?
Yes, not a chance that they drop. They might not even drop a round on Atlas's lab. The way that they're able to work with the amount of space that is given on Atlas Lab, you know, as kind of considered one of the larger maps is what people have been saying, especially Vaughn. And with that amount of space that they're given, they make such perfect use of it. And I think that there's no other team, no other forward duo who even stands a chance on that. Not even players as good as Corey and Leo Leon.
Well, those are some observations. Apparently, Bells has vanished to go use the washroom. So we will. Oh, never mind. ICA ready. So looks like we will be getting into this shortly. I'm excited. We're both rooting for opposite teams here, but you know what? Whoever wins in the end, we might have another match possibly. Who knows, right? I'm excited.
We could have a game too.
We could have a game too. There is a non-negative chance that we could have a nice game too. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Hopefully, possibly, maybe one day.
One day. All right. Real talk. Yeah, bans. It's gotta. You know, of course, there's a lot of different factors that go into the games, like the pre-game awakening map. But I'm pretty sure LYTE is banning Drakkar. You know, I'm not even pretty sure. I almost guarantee that they're banning the Drakkar. And I think S.A.D.B.O.I.S are going to ban the X.
I can see it.
as whenever they, don't want Leo X through, don't want Von Jakar through. And we'll have to see, but we are getting it in the game 1, and it is Night Market, the map that they just came from, where they were struggling a bit against Quiet Jokers. They did win, but in a 3-2 fashion, It's not the cleanest win. But also, B.O.I.S believes this to be the best Julie map in the game. So, might be a bit S.A.D.B.O.I.S favored. I mean, with essentially why, to kind of explain deeper, is you take Magnetized Souls, and you play around the mid boost, the thing in the middle. And if you're able to get that, and combination your Magnetized Souls, you get a massive burst of speed, and you're able to convert, like, instantly. Super easy, super clean. The way the barriers are shaped, I believe, allows for Julie to work her magic in a really good spot. Playing off the side, or come from above. Again, and all around strong for her. I bet we see Julie era Chimera. I think Amy's considered a weaker champ on this map. Don't quote me. I know jack shit about Amy Gooley. I'm a forward player. And yep, the mirror's getting picked. Though, more talking like the midfield. Corey was infamously the #1 era for most of beta. But towards the end, he started to kind of play less and less. In prod test, he didn't seem to be that. I personally didn't see him that much, at least. And so, I think Vaughn might have Corey beat. Corey could be a bit washed. And Megaverse, who's supposed to be the washed player on their end, is showing no signs of rusting. And it's built different game. Oh, this game's all on Juliet. Megaverse opting for built different, and Caleb opting for Missile. Missile's going to provide a lot of damage for the side of LYTE. But built different is going to allow Mega to make some more saves. And of course, a little bit more damage. I think. Actually, you know what? I don't think Kai possesses an impact. I lied.
So
his ult might be an impact.
Something I saw that I'm not too sure if you did. The B.O.I.S missile propulsion.
Wait, sorry, what? No, press tab again. Yo, what? Misclick? Yo, this is terrible. This is one of the worst misclicks of all time.
Yeah, as it definitely showing as Leon already taking B.O.I.S off. Maybe it's built different, maybe he survives for a little longer. Megaverse getting cooked by Leon dropping a nice little fiery fist right in his face, punching it through. And, the B.O.I.S situation, you gotta feel for him. I have to imagine that was a misclick.
Yeah, and misclicking in grand finals of a $1,000 prize pool tournament in a best of 1. That your mental has to be over. I know if that was me, I would just alt F4 and say, we'll take the second place prize. B.O.I.S is going to try to make it work, maybe keep his hopes up. And I'm also shocked at the Asher pick. I mean, of course, B.O.I.S is notorious for his Juliet, and this is his best Juliet map. And I guess he wanted the Asher. He gets the kill, but if he was a little bit bigger, he would have gotten the goal too. Missile propulsion did.
But you know what? It doesn't matter. He arc beams it into that top shelf. And Megaverse, once again, making nice plays, just walking up, keeping the core forward for his team. I mean, it's working. They're cooking. I don't, again, missile propulsion, it's going to be what it's going to be. As Megaverse passes this one up to Vaughn. And Leon dropping the core flip right in Megaverse's face. Megaverse trying to core flip it himself as Vaughn tops it into the top. And B.O.I.S actually saving with a passive and then core flips it to get another barrier, getting both of those barriers off. And hey, maybe the Asher pick is working here as both barriers already down on the side of LYTE. Megaverse holding that one just for a little too long, honestly, in my personal opinion, as Leon gets another barrier. Corey gonna try and get this one. Vaughn actually receiving it though. Corey popping the core flip, pushing it up to Megaverse, is gonna probably die to an arc beam here. B.O.I.S just barely missing it. As Corey staring alive, Leon gonna pop that ultimate and gonna dash punch, doesn't get it through. Very close though, as Vaughn is basically 1 HP, and Megaverse with a nice elusive play, surviving from that tornado from Corey as Liberty Lose throwing a Giga at Vaughn. Vaughn staying alive, and that was incredible play from Megaverse on that core flip save. But it doesn't matter as Leo shoves that one in the bottom. Corey making a nice play with the tornado, making Vaughn having to move down a little bit there, and he's not able to save that.
Yeah, I feel like the goalies are pretty evenly matched. I feel like midfield's a pretty evenly matched, maybe slightly Vaughn favored. But man, these opportunities are not getting converted. But Leo, I mean, I don't even think I've seen him miss yet. Outside of Mega making some stellar saves. But I mean, he's making the plays work everything good, and he's finding the kills too.
Yeah, and Leon he took him out. He's already gone. You know, even at the start of the round, getting a kill is so important as Corey's just able to shove this one. If he wins that strike wars with Bells, it's so easy for them to get points as Leo Leon just needs to, you know, kind of diff Megaverse. As you already lose, making a nice clear to the bottom there, and it clears it past that arc beam, having to 90 it, but Megaverse throwing the Giga out. You already lose him with that nice little Discord goalie, you know? Showing that, you know, he's making some saves, got that top area by himself with that core flip. Bells has his core flip here, gonna hold it for 30 years. That gets it past Leo Leon, putting Bells in a actually dangerous situation. As Bells now one shot is Corey trying to get this one before Leo Leon. Megaverse, I'm not entirely too sure what happened there. From my understanding, I think you already lose, throw a gig at him or something, and Megaverse didn't actually get that core flip off on the core.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he thought he didn't have core flip up. I know I do that sometimes. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna dodge here, and then I waste my whole meter. And we'll see what's going on here. Unstoppable take from Corey. Kai probably looking at aerials. Yep. Julie, Big Fish, Infinite. Going to grab that. And man, built different Big Fish Julie. Though Asher is going to get one size training though. One size training is a lot. From 0 to 1 is much more valuable than 0 to 2. And Air's also not Big Fish. Everyone on this map is going to have 100% size. Well, not everyone. I think 3 of the 6 players took it. Other than that, we had Aerials, Timeless, I think. Something else. Memory's going hard. And there's the big size. Look how massive that dash punch hitbox is. Like, what do you do against that? Oh, look, Corey finds the double.
You just have to do a bit of coping as Corey, yeah, he finds that double right in the center. I mean, it's a night market special. You hit it in the center, you kind of hope and pray, and hey, it works out. He got 2 for his team, as you already lose, can kind of walk up forward here as he says, bye-bye, Bells. You know, kicking him off the map with that Giga Blast is Leo Leon trying to use that Julie dash. Megaverse going to walk forward here. Vaughn going to witching beam that one back down, saying, hell no, keep that shit out my net. Leo Leon going to pop the core flip. Oh, and manages to kill Mega. Mega's out of the map. Corey does have a core flip here, might pop it, but it doesn't matter as Vaughn just barely missing the bewitching beam. Leo Leon gonna shove that one into the net, getting that first point in this round.
I don't know if you saw, but Vaughn hit the nastiest arrow tornado save I've ever seen. Quick, like really quick cast on the air tornado, and was able to keep them in a bit longer. They did lose the point in the end, but I mean, I can't gloss over a play like that. That was some top tier gameplay. But Vaughn, again, he's throwing Koi. I was wrong. No, I literally just called Koi walk. Completely take it back. This guy's a machine. He's back home on his era, and the era is good in the meta, which is pretty rare. And when it is, Corey might be the best midfielder out there.
As Leo Leon getting both barriers for his team, and I mean, we just have another point. Leo Leon and Corey making excellent work, and you know what it is? Bell's taking so much damage off rip. I mean, you gotta think of the damage difference between Juliet and Asher. Julie is going to be able to put out so much more. And Leo Leon's just dropping all of his damage onto the Ashers. Vaughn throwing the tornado off rip here. Going to try and do some nice footwork against Corey. Corey having the core flip here as you already lose. Tried to gig that one forward. Megaverse dropping both of his cooldowns right now. Doesn't have anything up, so if the ball does come forward here, he will be in a bit of trouble. Leo Leon does have the core flip here. Is going to pop the ultimate on Bells. Bells making a nice job with the evasion as Leo Leon using that, you know, Fiery Fist, Flaming Phoenix combo. Tries to get one of the barriers. Actually manages to get both of them using a nice combo of that core flip. As you already lose, going to need to get this past Bells. Bells just sitting up. And Megaverse almost getting stuffed into his own net. Nice barrage play to save that bottom side. Is Vaughn going to shrink Corey? Coming forward here, doing a nice little evasion, trying to avoid Leo Leon. Is going to be a little low on health here. Has to kind of stay frosty. As Bells pushing it forward, gets one barrier. Vaughn going to pop the speed. Corey going to push forward on the bottom side as Megaverse hits it back up to the top. But you already lose, popping a nice core flip. Hits that one into the top corner. Almost got past Megaverse. Megaverse going to have to run as that tornado coming after him. You already lose, hitting the strike shot in Megaverse, almost letting that one sneak past him. As this round has been going for significantly longer than all of our other ones.
Yeah, it's just like the start of last game. I mean, they're getting absolutely dominated in mid-pressure. They're not getting a lot of scoring opportunities. I mean, and Corey's just in front of us. Corey's right in front of the net. With Corey flip, you know, there's only so much you can do. And that is a 3-0 into a 3-0, I think. This series could go 9-0 in grand finals.
I believe
But
the
again-
first one was a 3-1.
3-1. I think you're right.
You
But
like
Jesus
you like
Christ.
your 3-0s, man.
I do, because zeros are interesting. But they were here before. They've been here time and time again. S.A.D.B.O.I.S has been a team together since the start of beta. And you know how many O2s you have to go through in the tournament in order to just get there? And you have to have the mindset to come back. And this may be it. Vaughn is going to get cash to last, which is again just better chrono boost. Mega's going to pick up glass cannon, but Caleb has a missile prop Deadeye, aka get hit, you die. Yep, and look how chunked they are from that combo from Caleb Leo. Bells is practically dead and Vaughn's sitting on half HP.
Yeah, Bell's throwing the Dorito forward, trying to get something going. He's so far behind in levels. And, you know, those levels are incredibly important. You get that max dagger, which in this game he definitely needs. Is Corey thrashing him around, tries to do the bewitching beam. Leon gonna take him out with that fiery fist, shoving him off the top side of the map. So you already lose behind in levels because he hasn't had to do too much this game. Megaverse gonna shove this one forward, just trying to get the clear here. Leon gonna use that Flaming Fury, gonna pop the core flip, holds it, isn't able to get anything, but Corey catches that one as that clear tries to go bottom side, and he's just gonna shove it right into the net.
Good play by Leo. Good job waiting the core flip, and done a little dancey dance in front of it, probably distracting them. And good follow up for Corey. And I've been talking a lot about Caleb this game because, you know, the core's been on the other half of the field for 90% of it. But Caleb is putting up so much mid pressure and so much damage, it is helping the forwards win. And I think the Khan might actually be the difference here. Just because, you know, I don't think Mega understood the missile prop damage mission. It is so much damage. And Bells and Vaughn are having a hard time being able to walk up in these scenarios. But they finally have a chance here, and they might be able to get one through.
As Bells tries to shove it forward, Megaverse gonna come from the bottom side, throws the barrage. Corey drops the core flip. Nothing came of that, and that was a great chance as Bells is sitting alone at 1 HP, you know, in the other goal net, but he goes the other way. Bells, the goal scoring king, gets a point for his team. Have to bring it back here.
Dude, this could be it. The classic S.A.D.B.O.I.S 0-2 and the 3-2. And, you know, Bells might have found this form. I think one goal is all you need to get your mental back. You know, going down 2 sets pretty bad, losing the first point in the third, you get your mental down. But a goal like that brings the energy back to the team. Uh-oh. Oh, good stop from Bells. Bells is not there on that Asher. They score. Good job.
Yeah, you already lose. Throwing the Giga Blast, trying to, you know, keep it forward, try and score something, maybe even get a goal for himself. As Bells, once again, he's one shot. He is staggered. Leon having a bit of a lag there. Bells pushing that one forward. Can't really get anything out of it. Megaverse making a nice play, I believe, with the Giga, but Leon gonna take Bells out of the picture. He's off the map. Vaughn just gonna try and do as much as he can. Throws the bewitching beam. You already lose. Has core flip. Oh, fumbles it a little bit, but shoves out to Leon putting it in the net once again. Flying Phoenix, Fiery Fist combo. And you know what? He takes a Megaverse combo with that too. He gets the 2-piece, the goal and the kill.
One more goal to win grand finals. S.A.D.B.O.I.S are on the back foot. They still have a chance, but I mean, not when Bells is dropping like that very often. Leo's got the damage, Corey's got the core control, and Caleb brings even more damage. Megaverse is gonna have to channel his inner beta rank 1 Kai.
It's
Maybe
Leon.
they can bring it through.
Does have core flip here. Definitely a very precarious situation, but Bells throws the pass splitter forward. He's gonna get both of the barriers out and shoves it into the bottom, and we're still at match point, but S.A.D.B.O.I.S having a chance to actually take a round for themselves, throw themselves into the carousel, and maybe have a chance at winning this game.
Well, tournament point. This could be it all. A single good double barrier take in the core flip from Leo. Did you get? I mean, LYTE has so many core flips up. Leo has his. He uses it. Gets stuff. Corey also has his, and Caleb is also getting his, but, you know, they're not alone. Bell's also charging up. Vaughn at 2/3 and Mega at 2/3, but Vaughn might die if he doesn't use that little dodge button.
Yeah, Vaughn very low, and once again, they're putting out so much damage onto him as Leon just trying to see what he can't cook in this corner. Bell's holding that for 30 years. Corey using the counter core flip as Megaverse. Ooh, but Corey making a nice play with the bewitching beam, and Leon shoves it in. with the Fiery Fist, and we have our tournament winners on the field.
Wow, what performance from LYTE. I mean, absolute stomp. Before this game started, someone messaged me, $5 LYTE wins, because I was talking about S.A.D.B.O.I.S winning. Man, thank God I did not take that bet. That was an absolute massacre. A little cow farm getting ready to get shipped off. Make some nice burgers from McDonald's, and that's the type of gameplay that was just showing. I mean, great performance from everyone on that team. Leo, Corey, and Caleb all doing their role. No one single carry. Corey procured the Leo on the rock, kind of taking the Von Bells whole thing. Taking it to another level. I mean, God, what a great grand finals. It was a 3-0. It was a bit of a stomp. But, I mean, just an absolute diff that happened that match. It was great to see.
Yeah, and you look at the damage totals. The difference between Asher and Juliet is so obvious. I mean, Vegaverse also not taking that missile propulsion, and you already lose. Look at the damage. It's practically 3 times his amount. And a lot of that definitely coming, from the fact that they had the advantage in most of the game, but also that missile propulsion. That hits hard. And it hit hard enough for him to be able to push through and, win our first real massive big tournament. Obviously online, there's been plans, but this was the big one. This is the one you want to win. And Gravity, I'm gonna say it. We make the Gravity big. Gravity predictions are always wrong. You got something to say for yourself here?
Dude, it's like it's not my fault. You Bells heard me, and he took Asher with missile prop. It's like I'm telling you, the players hear my predictions and then immediately proceed to do the worst shit imaginable. It's like, are you trying to make me wrong? Like, dude, it's not me. It really isn't. I promise. I'm not coping.
All I'm hearing is some copium on the caster, on the caster board over here, sitting down at the table. I'm just saying, I had it right. Maybe a bit biased for personal reasons. You did have it right. But I did have it right.
Well, and it looks like we are going to get an interview with LYTE, Caleb, Corey, and Leo Leon coming. 3 players who are not new to the winner view interview at all. All pretty winning players. And Von's going to take another second place during this beta. I mean, during launch. He took a second place in the prod tournament. And taking second place again. It might be his new home. I don't know if first place will ever be in Reach again. We'll have to see. And is that? Nope, it's Saya. Unlucky.
No, it's anyway. Kyachi. We're dragging Saya into this.
Not my fault. Damn.
Saya catching a stray out here on the broadcast. For no reason.
Well, why was he there?
But it looks like, we're getting them in here. We got Corey, we got Leo Leon. Is our main man you already lose going to join us?
There's Mr. Caleb. I just realized I didn't specify earlier. Caleb, if you already lose, if that wasn't clear. Just clear it up.
Oh shit, I have the stream open. Hold up.
He's here in doubles.
Okay, we're chill. It's fine.
We're so chill.
Oh.
You guys excited after that one? Nice little winners finals victory.
Yeah, honestly, I was surprised that we took both of them 3-0.
Yeah,
I'm honestly surprised.
True.
Yeah, big gap. Do you think that the missile prop versus the build different was one of the big difference makers that game? Because I mean, you had 10
for Megaverse.
Yeah, between you and Megaverse.
Okay, so basically, I think missile prop plus strike shot is like needed in that matchup. I had so much more impact than Megaverse, I think. Like, especially when scoring. So, yeah, it definitely wasn't damage. Nah, it wasn't the damage.
It's more about the offensive pressure that Caleb's able to provide with the amount of range that he does.
Yeah. Like, I got a Giga score, like, from all the way in my net, so I think it's pretty good.
I see. And I don't know if I'm sure you guys noticed it pretty early. Where you got shocked to see not only Bells Asher, but Bells on the missile prop.
Yeah,
it
was funny because when I called that and I was muted, and I was like, wait a minute, he has missile prop. This is actually going to be really, really good for us. Built different is like necessity on Asher. Him going missile prop was like honestly what helped us open up a lot of the early like scoring potential because that thing doesn't come online until like way later into the set.
Yeah, and really early on in set 1, I think it was really easy to see that the difference that built difference could have made
Yeah.
in front of the net.
For sure.
Yeah. I didn't realize the entire game until after it was over that he had missile prop. I was like, this guy is abnormally small. And then like every time I would beam him, he would become like Luna size. And I was like, that's not supposed to happen. We have built diff in the lobby.
Yeah.
It made him a bit tiny, and then of course it rolled a big fish, infinite, on the very next one.
Yeah.
Which helps a little bit, but I think the big difference bigger for big fish was Leon's dash punch range was like the whole map.
Good
How
lord.
do you live against that?
Yeah. Yeah, it's big hitboxes.
You can't. It's just GG.
Yeah, we were
my
talking
God.
about it, the two-piece combo where you got the goal and Megaverse both into the net.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a great match. And I gotta ask, because we got the guy in here, you know, we got the era guy. You gotta plan when you throw down some of those maelstroms, or you just throwing them out. What's the tech? What's the tech out here?
Dude, it's hard. I don't know. I saw a lot of people in the tournament using them for like KOs and damage, but like when you trust your forward enough, you just throw it down a lane, right, and just hope they play off it properly. And that's exactly what Leo did. So every time I had it up, I would just position behind him and just, you know, have him lead the tornado forward into hopefully getting a goal barrier.
Yeah,
Oh,
our
look at
comments
those
are just
changes,
like,
too.
oh, NATO.
Yeah.
There's the tech, guys.
Must be blessed as be in like the most optimal scoring position ever, and you get an arrow NATO behind you.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, yeah, it's almost impossible to miss. I mean, you had just 6 goals that game, 3 assists. I literally contributed to every single point. Always there. And also, how do you get 28k damage? I know you were killing them off the side a lot. Where's the rest of the damage? How do you rack up so much more damage than the other team on that?
Who are you talking to?
Leah.
Okay, yeah. I was like,
For the 28k damage.
If you dash punch them and they don't elusive, or if they do, just chase them and ulti. Just if I see an elusive bar, I ulti you. You use it, I dash punch you. If you don't have elusive, it's GG.
Yeah.
Just like that's the big thing I always tell my team is like, just tell me if they have bar or not if I'm not paying attention, and I'll just go around and just go like mess them up. Bar is
Big
really
difference. I
important to track.
It doesn't seem like the other team had core flip up too much. I think they're too busy dodging not only dash punch, but air tornado toots. You know, you gotta dodge that, especially if you're placing them so well. It's gotta walk through, and even after you dodge the NATO, you're putting like the worst spot imaginable.
yeah. The NATO clears a path, right? So you're just open to a lot of stuff.
Yeah, super well played, guys. I don't know if anyone else has any questions.
I guess I can ask one real quick. Are you a fan of like in most of your matches? Do you want the big tornadoes, or do you want, you know, more of era buff abilities like her speed or like a longer small time?
Oh,
You got a preference?
absolutely going for buffs over tornado size. I think if you aim your tornado well enough, it doesn't really matter what size it is. But buffing your teammates and debuffing the enemies will always be the most important thing to, like, 1, help your goalie survive, and 2, like, help your forward win trades a lot. So yeah, buffs always.
Talking about that one a bit, but now a real question though. This is just one tournament under the belt, the big one coming up, the 5K 10K, 5K LAN event coming up. Are we gonna see a similar Are we gonna see a similar performance at the LAN event? You guys taking it home or what?
You bet your ass.
I mean, we're gonna try our hardest for sure.
Yeah. Corey's definitely ahead of us on that. We're kind of we're hopeful. We're hopeful.
No, yeah, we're just gonna try hard, and we're gonna mostly like have a great time. Like that's a big goal of the LAN. We're meeting a ton of friends.
Got tons of practice against your opponents too. All of the teams in top 4 are also going to the LAN.
Top
Like you're
6.
seeing your opponent's hands.
We know what to expect.
Yeah, it's top 6. Soondubu Strikers, Team Fish Taco, actually, shit, -1. Soondubu Strikers, Team Fish Taco, Silly Goofy Cats, Quiet Jokesters, and U2.
All right. We should probably wrap up, so Yao gets like at least 200 viewers.
Yep.
Oh, true.
Real quick, this was Saya. I ran the stream. Kuyachi ran the bracket. We made this happen. Join the competitive Omega Strikers Discord. Drop a follow. We have bigger stuff on the horizon. A lot of like stuff with Odyssey as well. So keep an eye out. Keep an eye out. The Discord is the best place. This is the competitive Omega Strikers Discord.
Yeah.
If you want to enter tournaments, almost all of them will be talked about or announced or something here. And right before we end, LYTE, do you have any shout outs?
Sorry, Corey. Let's go down the line.
Twitch.tv/YAL_OS.
That's you.
No, I don't really have shout outs. Sorry. I'm a
That's
boring
my
guy.
Barber dog.
Twitch.tv/NotLeoleon500. Yeah. Shout out to the GMU guys. They played in their tournament the other day. I coached them. They do pretty good supporting me. Oh, and I'm not just an X player, guys. I can play Julie. And that's about it. So stop banning my X, please. I want to play X. I want to play X, please. Please, please, please. That's it.
Did you get it
yeah.
once?
No,
he didn't.
I get it. Not even solo queuing. Man.
No, he played it. He played against General Twee's team. the
Oh, I
Fish
did?
Tacos.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're right. You're right. I did it.
Huge.
Yeah. It was
I
nice.
didn't remember. Too much Julie.
Alright, did we forget anything?
Caleb.
Nope.
Oh.
No, I mean, it's just Yellow-esque. Corey already
Yeah, it
shouted
is
about.
raid time.
All right.
You solo queuing, Caleb?
No, I'm doing with Ali.
Alright,
I'll go get some. Oh, free LP. Holy shit.
see ya everyone. See you in the competitive Omega Strikers Discord. Sending you on over to the winning goalie. You already lose.
Discord.gg/Costco.
We don't have it because
Oh no, we don't have it.